And we're live. PKA episode 343 with our guest Barnacles. Kyle?
Yeah, a couple sponsors tonight. Casper mattresses, MeUndies. We're going to talk about those PKA hats again. I think Chiz made like 50 additional ones. The first 100 sold out really fast. And I think there's a podcast I'm going to tell you about at the very end of the show. So stay tuned. Yeah, let's get to it.
All right. Do I get a hat for being on here? Do I get a hat? Where's my hat?
You get a hat. We'll send you a hat.
All right. Rock on. Rock on.
We wouldn't have had to send you one, but you said it so early in the show. Chiz is going to have to get on it.
Yeah,
if this was a 3-hour and 15-minute request, 0% chance it would have been followed through.
Did you notice? I'll give you the 4 hours. I'll give you the full 4 hours.
Kick off the show was shaming us. I guess, hell, now you get a hat.
No, like, right before the show started, I got a kick out of it because Jerry is obviously so tech savvy that he gets everything set up. He's like, oh, I should probably change my microphone. Are you getting any feedback there? Can you confirm that's correct? And I wanted us to go with like, yeah, we'll just check our PKA proprietary software, make sure everything's looking good. And it was like, no,
give me a check.
Yeah, like we're used to people coming on and being like, hey, am I good?
So they tell you up the levels, you just yell louder, right?
Why the fuck do you have vertical video? Oh, I can fix that.
Make that up. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to kick off with the Conor thing, Kyle?
I know it was fucking awesome. So the Conor McGregor Floyd Mayweather fight is 100% happening, of course. The promotional tour has begun. They kicked off in Los Angeles. It was very shitty. This thing is put on by Showtime and by the boxing promoting side of this thing. They cut McGregor's microphone off because he couldn't really rebut Mayweather. And Mayweather was actually saying some misleading stuff like, I'll fight in an octagon. I'll fight with 3-ounce gloves or 4-ounce gloves or 20-ounce gloves. I don't care. And Conor's like, no, you fucking won't.
Yeah.
It's been 5 months ordering. No Mexican gloves. No heavy gloves. No soft gloves.
No horsehair gloves or something? Like, there were things about gloves I didn't even know.
Hold on, I'm completely ignorant of what's going on here. Like, what is this?
Let me do a background.
Fighting an MMA fighter or something?
It's exactly it. So Conor McGregor, you probably heard his name before. Most popular MMA fighter perhaps ever. And then you have Floyd Mayweather. Not the most popular, but the most successful boxer of the modern age anyway. And Conor is going into the boxing ring to fight the boxer in boxing. And it's particularly entertaining. We're going to see what happens. A lot of the pros think that the boxer's going to crush him because he's better at boxing, right? The boxer wins at boxing, the MMA guy wins at MMA, hypothetically.
Yep.
One thing that's fun about this, they're doing the press tour now. Everybody agrees Conor can kick Mayweather's ass. That is not in question. That is not. The question is who's going to win a boxing match. But when Conor says, I'll kick your ass all over the stage, it's like, oh, right. Yeah, he would. Conor could beat up Mayweather about as easily as he could beat up me. Lopsided. Lopsided. Mayweather has no takedown defense. He is less than a white belt at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He can't defend a kick. Right? Conor's got crazy wheel question mark bullshit kicks that people don't see. You know, other
and he says it to him on a regular basis. He's like, you ever bounce a shin bone off a nose bone? You ever dig your elbow into a man's temple? It's a very fun feeling. And he's just like, and Floyd's over there like thinking, he's got to be thinking like, nah, I ain't never done any of that shit. It sounds awful, Bo. Yeah. I punch people with these big pillow gloves.
Right. He shoots from the shoulder.
They're concerned, like, I'm not going to remember any of my insults and I can't read the prompter.
It sounds to me like Conor, actually, the only way he could lose this is if he can't restrain himself within the rules of boxing. Like, that seems like that could be a real problem for him.
If he does restrain himself within the rules of boxing, he could lose that, too. Because this is the best boxer ever.
Yeah.
But
and he has to consciously think about, I cannot kick this guy in the bridge of the nose. I cannot kick this guy in the bridge of the nose. I mean, that's going to throw him.
So recently,
one big problem I have with the fight and how they, I'm between Jerry and Woody and Kyle's level of knowledge, leaning towards Jerry's level. But what I didn't like about it is I wish that, because they obviously had a long negotiation of like, we'll fight like this. No, I'm not fighting like that. I'm not going to be made an ass in my own place, or like whatever the fuck you'd say. And so I wish more than anything that he had negotiated for one singular kick, redeemable at any time. It's redeemable at any time throughout the fight, and it's only one. He takes a kick and he misses. That's it. Sucks to suck. You missed your one kick. Imagine how much better the pay-per-view would be. Mayweather versus McGregor.
Well, the fight,
one kick could change it all.
Hold on,
he could fake the kick for the first 4 rounds, right? Yeah. He could have this guy watching for kicks. He could
totally still do that, right? There's no rule in boxing that says you can't like twitch your legs and lift your leg off the ground, right? I mean, as long as you don't connect with them. So he could just fuck with the guy the whole time.
You know, now that you mentioned that, that's funny that you said that. I never considered that. He's gonna, right? When he's gonna get in that boxing ring and he's gonna start doing some flips. He's gonna start doing cartwheels in there.
There's no rules. There's no rules saying he can't do this.
The UFC warm-up is completely different from the boxing warm-up. They get in there, maybe jog around a couple times, a little bit of get warmed up a bit, maybe a little shadow boxing. In MMA, they do backflips and cartwheels and show off their athleticism. He's going to be in there doing crazy shit. That's why this is so interesting, right? Because all of the best boxers in the world have been thrown at Floyd Mayweather over the years, and he beat all of them up real bad, right? Like he won all of those fights. But there's a couple of things that have changed in the last couple of years. Every year after 35 has to be like a double or triple year, right? Any second now you could lose whatever that edge he has. When I look at it, it's like, all right, he's 40 years old. Conor's in his prime, absolutely
28.
in his prime. Conor is bigger, stronger, and faster. All Floyd Mayweather has is he's much better at what they're fucking doing, right? Like that's it.
Yep. That's a good thing to have,
next to each other, where they showed the two. There's a GIF out there where it shows Mayweather's training routine and McGregor's and how fast they're boxing, and it's honestly like Mayweather looks like a blur. It looks like somebody sped his GIF up, his training routine by like 300%, and McGregor by comparison, you're like, oh man, like I could probably hit that fast. Like
weren't they in different bags though?
Two.
I think
they were hitting they were hitting different bags, but like, and then you could see like the head movement. Like McGregor was going slow and like dipping around, and Mayweather had that thing like bouncing and like mathematically, like he knew the geometry of where it was going to come back.
Yeah.
Like,
Mayweather's doing the thing where there's like a ball suspended between two elastic cords.
The speed bag,
well, not a speed bag. It's a ball suspended by two elastic cords, one from the ceiling and one from the floor. So it's stuck right here, and
so it's
like
coming back at you. Okay,
back and forth, really bouncy, and that's made for showing off his speed. And I think Conor was hitting a heavy bag.
I didn't see the Mayweather thing, but I think those are an accuracy drill. I think the idea is if you've never done any boxing before,
but
it's
the product of it
hard
is you see the speed.
Okay, if you've never done boxing before, it's curiously hard to hit your target. I've said this before, like you might think a undefeated record of passing the salt at dinner means you have good hand-eye coordination. Like I don't know why it's so hard to hit someone. Every time I reach, I touch what I'm going for. Why would that not be that way in fighting?
But the salt's not trying to escape.
Yeah, it turns out.
Well, when I was a teenager, I used to do boxing on the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard base in Bremerton. I'd just go in there and they just put me in all the gear, and I would just spar with the Navy boys. And one thing that they always said is when you're in boxing, the skill is to track the weight of the person you're fighting. See how they're moving their feet, see their footwear, watch their rhythm. And it's all about timing. He's going up against an MMA guy that doesn't really do boxing, right? So it's like, it seems like his timing is going to be completely off and completely different than fighting another boxer. And I'm wondering if that's just going to completely blow his mind. Like he's going to be like, shit, I can't figure out what this guy's doing because he's moving around like a spider monkey.
Some guys are saying, like in MMA, I know much more about MMA than boxing. If you have a really good strider, guy who's technically sound, who might even exist in the boxing world, and then he goes up against an unconventional, like weirdly trained guy, sometimes that technically sound guy's boxing doesn't work like you'd expect, because the other guy's not moving like you
it's throwing him off.
It's throwing him off.
I think that would work if Mayweather was an aggressive guy who needed to come in and take somebody apart, but he's not. He's a defensive guy. He's the Anderson Silva of boxing, right? He's throwing all those feints and stuff, and he's like, oh, I saw how you moved there. I could have hit you right there if I wanted to. We'll come back to this in 45 seconds.
Who do you think could take the better beating between the two of them? Who do you think could take the better beating? You think so? Because
that's how I wanted to make some predictions about the fight, and here's how I think it's going to play out. Here's my expert opinion.
Let's get the ringside.
McGregor is going to win some rounds, plural. I think he wins at least 2 rounds. I think they're going to come early. I think McGregor is going to come out and try to knock this guy out because he has a puncher's chance, in my expert opinion. I think that straight left is really all he has in the boxing world, and he's got to make it land, and that means putting a lot of pressure on Floyd. It means tying Floyd up and trying to lay on Floyd and weigh Floyd down and drag him into deep water maybe too. But I think in the end it goes the distance, and on the outside chance, it just seems very unlikely that Floyd knocks Conor out. I don't see that happening. He might beat Conor up a little. He might make him make him bruised up and cut, but he won't knock him out. I don't think he has the power to, in my expert opinion. But I do think that Conor has the power to knock Floyd out, but I don't think Conor can hit him. So I think it goes the distance, and Floyd wins a unanimous decision. And Conor still comes out as a winner because he went the distance a la Rocky Balboa, and he made $100 million.
You were saying that you think that McGregor can take the bigger beating. Like, do you draw any difference between the beating you're taking in MMA, where it's like a spread around the body beating, and the kind of beating that Mayweather is taking, where maybe Mayweather can take more headshots, like, or maybe he can take way less headshots because he's old?
So 10-ounce gloves are traditionally used if the fighters are 160 pounds or heavier. These guys are fighting at 156 pounds, I believe. It's some weird little fractional weight that I'm sure they argued over to the ounce. So they're using slightly bigger than gloves than they normally would. There's a huge difference between a 10-ounce smushy glove and those 4-ounce fucking head knockers the UFC uses. Those things are about protecting your hands, not people's faces. Like that's not what's going on there. Boxing gloves, they cause, and there's a lot to be said about the kind of brain injuries that are incurred in boxing versus MMA. Boxing, you might get 15 fucking concussions in one fight, right? Boom, 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 boom. And they'll count to 10 while you're crawling on the floor and then stand you back up and be like, are you sure? And you're like, I guess so. That's the craziest thing ever if you think about it. They're asking a man who is clearly just not stupid if he thinks, in his expert medical opinion, he's good to go. Of course he's fucking not. And they stand him up over and over and drag him. That's why
the unspoken question is, do you want to proceed or are you a pussy? Right?
That's absolutely
exactly. In front of a bunch of people, right?
Yeah,
In front of a bunch of people.
In MMA, you have so many other ways to lose, first of all. There's PK.
Our power has gone in and out like 6 times during
I just
this show.
saw that.
Did you? Yeah, this computer is on a battery backup. And
worth every penny.
Yeah, but
I'm such an idiot that when I saw your power go off, I was like, "Oh, maybe the electricity came back so fast it just filled back up the tubes and then kept it going."
That's sharp.
Yeah, I really hope that McGregor wins.
In UFC, the concussions though, in the UFC, you get cracked once usually, right? And it's like, and then the guy falls on you with a couple hammer fists, and the ref throws him off of you, and that's game over. I'm not saying that any concussion is good for you. That's super common, yeah. And any concussion is bad for your goddamn brain. You're talking about hitting your computer so hard it stops working, right? Like if you did that to your desktop 15 times, you'd really expect some hardware failure after a while. But I just think that boxing is much worse for the athlete than the UFC is. But this is going to be great. I want your predictions. You have to. I want to hear, Woody. What do you think is going to happen? Let's nail this down. I'm saying 12 rounds unanimous Mayweather.
It's not what I want to happen, but what I think is going to happen as of this date is Conor's never able to show Mayweather anything that earns his respect. Mayweather toys with this guy, eventually stops being passive, and knocks him out inside of 4 or 5 rounds.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Conor gets knocked out because he doesn't get Mayweather's respect, and he just picks him apart and ends him.
Okay. It's going to be more of like an emotional game. He's going to just toy with him a little bit.
No, Mayweather's typically a slow starter. Like the first thing he does is he watches how you react. He'll throw a feint. And Kyle said it so well. He's like, "Oh, I could have got you there. We'll come back to that." That's what he does in his first round or two. And Conor pushing the action. Conor comes out strong. UFC does not have a lot of time. Doesn't do anything that gets Mayweather's respect. So then he just starts tearing him apart.
That part of the fight game is really interesting, and it's something that I'm only starting to kind of understand that they do, and the way their two bodies are moving around, and they're looking for these openings to hit the vital spots. And he's like, all right, left leg moves here. What does yours do when my left leg goes there? Oh, yours does that. All right. Well, when yours does that. So next time, and they're setting up choreography, and you don't know that you're setting up choreography with someone else because you're just reacting the way you've been trained to. But they're learning how you react to each and everything. And he's okay. A perfect example is guys who every time I throw a front kick, you shoot for a takedown, then I'm going to fake that front kick. You're going to shoot for a takedown. And I'm going to knee you in the forehead and knock you unconscious in front of all these people. And that happens plenty of times.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, like you guys both picked Mayweather. What did McGregor say? He's like, "Oh, I'll have him out in round 4. Inside of 4 rounds." Like that kind of shit. Isn't that what he said?
Something 4 or 5 I've got. Maybe he said 4.
I'll knock him out in 4.
I'm going to say that McGregor knocks him out in the 4th because one of us has to say something different. And
he's often right. They call him Mystic Mac.
They probably do. They probably do. Yeah.
I promise you that's a real thing.
I'm all in on Mystic Mac there. But the bigger prediction is I bet by halfway through round 2, Twitter is ablaze with how fucking boring the fight is.
Oh,
because I think you're both going to be right in that McGregor is going to be for a while like trying to get him, but his stamina isn't as good as Mayweather's. And Mayweather, just like with Pacquiao, is that he's going to do that thing where he just like turtles up and he like is super defensive until he just like scorpion strikes at the perfect time.
I think that that Conor has better cardio too, and it really upsets me when like. So look,
wasn't that his big critique?
Yeah, in MMA though, it's a completely different venue, right? Like you're doing 5 minute rounds of mixed martial arts is a whole different story than 12 3-minute rounds of boxing where it's stand up and arms. Grappling, wrestling, jiu-jitsu is such a fucking toll. If you every second of grappling is like 30 seconds of stand up. It's exhausting.
They both are exhausting.
So
I don't know.
Doesn't Mayweather do
and
that
I keep going back to this. Mayweather hasn't fought in a couple of years. There's a reason the man retired. He's 40 fucking years old. And no offense to any senior citizens that might be in the crowd.
Or even one of the hosts.
Yeah. We were talking about this the other day on PKA.
But he's bald too. That gives him like 3 years back right off the top.
Black don't crack though. He's looking good.
Yeah.
We were talking about this on PKN. Woody, we were talking about Woody's like, hey, you look at the other 44, 45-year-old men up there. I'm top 10%. I'm like, oh, don't cut yourself short, baby. You're top 5%. You are one horrific, tragic accident from one hell of a dating scene.
I'm going to be slaying it on Tinder. Just one horrific accident.
Just one horrific tragedy. One life-changing disaster away.
Yeah. Like, take the first, 3 minutes of a Marvel origin story and throw that into Woody's life, and he's getting so much ass. That pool is just, there's 15 women all around that pool, just everywhere. He's flying over them. They're spelling "come fuck me" with their bodies. Like, it'd be crazy.
That's funny. But
well, win or lose, they both win, right? But I think my money is going to be on McGregor. I think Conor's going to kill him.
I love it.
And the reason I say that is because I'm not even
McGregor.
factoring in Mayweather's age. I'm just saying he's the taller fighter. He's got the greater reach, and he's not used to get people coming close. He's going to grapple him. It's not going to be it's not going to be easy for a boxer to get in close to an MMA guy where he can do a jab or an uppercut. He's going to just keep grabbing him. And I think
those boxers fight on the inside.
And the other thing too is even if he hits him in the face, I mean the guy's an MMA fighter. He's used to getting hit bare knuckled in the face. Pretty much.
That's not Conor's style though. He's not a brawler. If it was if it was one of the tougher guys in MMA, one of the guys like Rory or somebody who we've seen take horrible beatings, you'd be like, oh, that guy could take 12 rounds of punishment from Floyd Mayweather. I don't know for sure that Conor can. I'm just pretty sure that he can.
But it wouldn't really be 12 rounds of punishment because you were saying that a lot of the time Mayweather isn't even throwing punches. He's just like a tactician moving around. So it's not.
I watched a really good video
by a bunch
today.
Of flurries, right?
It was the last guy that Floyd Mayweather fought. I don't remember his name, but it was him talking about Conor McGregor's chances in this thing and what it's like to fight Floyd Mayweather and all that stuff. And he was just, and the guy's asking him, he's like, do you think Conor can do anything that you or Pacquiao or Mosley or any of these other guys, couldn't figure out? And he's like, I don't think so. But, and it went on and it really broke down Floyd and said some of the things that I've been saying here. He's a tactician. He's very calculating. He's incredibly alert. He's always watching your hips, your feet, your shoulders. Like he's picking you apart the whole time on a mental level. But then they asked him, but what if Conor, hits him? What if he catches him with a clean strike? And he was like, well, if Conor hurts him, he'll just be the president of Ireland then, right? And if he knocks him out, well, hell, he'll go be president of Ireland, then he'll come over here and be our president too. He'll be the biggest thing there ever was if he knocks Floyd Mayweather out. And when he said that, I was like getting goosebumps because I was like, yeah, that's how big the what if is in this regard. Like it's very easy for us to take this stance that man, it just kind of gonna lose. Unfortunately, it's not what we want, but it's just the smart money. But there's that chance that the flip side of the coin is so crazy. It's very much like the Donald Trump thing. It's like, whoa, the flip side of this coin is so bonkers. Like, God damn, I kind of want to see it. And
they did.
When Conor fought Aldo, right? He was this media sensation. Everyone was very excited about Conor. I wanted him to beat Mendes. I wanted him to beat Aldo. Just because I wanted something great. It's neat to live in an era of Muhammad Ali. It's neat to live and be like, yeah, when I was into this, Michael Jordan was reigning supreme. Like, it's cool to have a great in your sport. And Conor became that great for MMA. I don't know what's going to happen in boxing. He'll probably lose. Everyone says that. But, man, if he wins, bigger than Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Bigger.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
like
I agree. It sounds
would
stupid.
Be so cool.
But I think it's true as far as just a media icon thing. He's gonna be known forever if he
Mike Tyson will be like, no one knew my name like they know yours. You are a global phenomenon, right?
He'll transcend
huge.
both sports. It's gonna be crazy. So it's $100 pay-per-view for the HD version, and I couldn't help wonder when I thought that who is like, I'll do standard def.
I'm going to watch the series of GIFs the following day for free, is what I'm going to end up doing.
So I would never pirate a show, but I had to. I was like, am I going to, do what I, of course, would never do, or should I pay for it? I don't want to risk not seeing it properly.
I'm going to pay for it, and I'm going to bet on it. Chiz and I were looking at the betting odds over on, I think, Bodog, something. And what he said he was going to do was to bet McGregor to win and put like $100 on every round up to the 10th. Like bet like $1,000 on the fight. But because the odds are like, I think it's like 3,000 or 4,000 to 1, depending on which round you call, for McGregor to win in that round. So if McGregor wins it all, he comes back with quite a bit of money and wins it all.
That doesn't sound right.
I think you should look at that.
Single round is 3,000 to 1.
No, not to win a single round, to win the fight in that round. So you can bet on which round McGregor wins.
Gotcha.
So if you bet $100 that McGregor wins in the third, and that's off the top of my head 4,000 to 1 odds, then you do very well.
I'm quietly studying right now because I'm still trying to decide how this is all.
I think it might be 4,000 to 100.
Could be.
I've never bet before, so I don't fully understand it. But when a fighter is like plus 600, that means, or minus 600, I am that fucked up too. Means you bet 100, you get that much back. You get 600. So when you see him in there, like, oh, the odds are this guy is plus 670. Like, all right, yeah, if you bet 100, you get your 100.
Because there's no way if you bet $100 on the 5th McGregor winning and McGregor wins in the 5th, you win 4,000 to 1. They're not going to give you almost $500,000 for that. Like that's $400,000. Like there's no 40. Way. Like if
they
that
just
were
leave
the
town
case,
at that point.
Like
that's just too many zeros. It's one too many, I think.
Yeah,
okay. I'm hoping McGregor wins because it is, to Woody's point, it would be really cool to see a new Jordan or Gretzky or whoever emerge in a sport, and that's always good for the health of any sport when you have someone like a Tyson that draws more people in. Like who?
You're probably right. I just don't think of Tyson as like he was the rapist dude.
Okay,
but
I think McGregor's gonna win. McGregor's gonna win second round by knockout. That's what I'm in for.
That's not crazy, right?
I'm gonna say that because I think what's gonna happen is they're both gonna come out in the first, and I think McGregor's just gonna play the mental game. He's just gonna fuck with Floyd the entire round, be really, really sketchy, really, really jumping around, antsy like MMA fighters are. Maybe even be a little dirty and pull some punches he's not supposed to do and get him off balance. He's gonna get in his fucking head, and then in the second round, Floyd's gonna be like, "Oh shit, I need to get on top of this guy," and then he's got him. If he doesn't stay back and defend himself, the MMA fighter I think is gonna fucking decimate.
I hope that's exactly what happens, and this goes viral.
Yeah. All right. So
your
look
prediction
at the odds.
just goes everywhere.
All right.
I got $10 on it.
So for example,
$10 round 2 knockout.
Conor McGregor winning in round 8 is plus 5,000. So that means if you bet $100, you win $5,000.
Okay, that's more realistic.
Okay.
Yeah,
I could see that.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to bet. I'm not going to bet on it, but Woody, you should definitely buy it because this is one of those things that you're so into it. If something did happen at all, you would kick yourself for the rest of your life for not getting it.
Tell me this: could McGregor fuck this up if he does some illegal shit?
Yes.
Like he gets like, could he technically fuck this up and lose on a technicality?
Yes. Well, not just lose the fight on technicality, but lose a significant chunk of his paycheck. That's in the contract negotiation. If he kicks this guy in the head, he's not getting $100 million.
Okay, he seems like a really emotional person, so I'm changing my prediction. I think that by round 2 or round 3, he's going to get tired and he's going to just start doing stupid shit because he can't fathom the possibility of losing this, and he would rather lose the money and just fuck him up any way he can.
He wants the money.
I don't think he wants to lose.
He's just...
Oh, I need that
He
20.
wants the money.
Well, he's gonna get some money. He's gonna get like 100 million, right?
Almost as important as the fight, I'm really enjoying the press conferences. Conor is kicking his ass all over the press conferences, and it's fun because I think I was saying this earlier. There is no doubt Conor can beat up McGregor. That is not in question. No one doubts it. If those two get in a fight on the stage, Conor will crush him. Conor can beat up Mayweather as easily as he can beat up me.
Does Conor have self-control, though? Have you ever seen him in a fight demonstrate something?
He's never thrown Red Bull.
He's the best fucking fighter on planet Earth. He's got everything.
So you think that he could legitimately go in there and honor those rules, even if he was just getting his ass just fucked up, he would just be like, okay, these are the rules.
He's never broken any other rules. I mean,
$100 million. If
he hasn't boxed with anybody before either.
There's rules in MMA. I haven't seen him do groin shots or eye gouges or anything else. I mean, just
as training for MMA,
which I think should be legal, by the way. I want to go on record saying that should be legal. Eye gouges,
Kyle, what were you
punching in the dick, everything.
I would say that just to be clear, like his level of boxing knowledge or whatever, like he's boxed in boxing rings with boxing gloves against like world championship boxers in preparation for this fight. And over the last year, he says he's sparring 4 times more than he normally does. He says he's sparring every day, multiple times a day with boxers. And then like his main in MMA, there's a couple of like categories of skill, right? You know, it's mixed martial arts, but the stand-up game, which is usually boxing and a couple other disciplines, is a big part of it. And so he's always had like a boxing background, but it's more of a mixed martial arts boxing. There's dirty boxing. There's there's different kind of strikes. The gloves are smaller, so you're able to do different kinds of strikes.
So McGregor huge things. So McGregor sounds like a legitimate boxer now, right? He's trained as a legitimate boxer.
Just not on the same level.
But he's going against the best boxer on earth. The thing about McGregor,
do anything with MMA? Did Floyd do anything with MMA in preparation to learn?
MMA.
No, they're not fighting in MMA, but still to know your opponent, right? Like, why would you not study that?
McGregor's core competency has been distance management. Like, he does that better than anyone else. That's how he beat Aldo in 13 seconds. That's how he beat Alvarez. That's how he beat a lot of his guys. Everyone else is hitting air, and Conor's connecting, and he just gets in and out, and his timing is perfect. And I don't think that he'll have an advantage over Mayweather. Like, what Conor does so well is not going to be anything new to Mayweather. So
counterpuncher.
What do you think the smallest weapon is that you would need, that you'd be confident that you could beat McGregor or Mayweather in a fight? If you saw him on the street.
Right? I like the Wings of Redemption style, right? Like, Conor, I'm going to kick your ass, meet me in a field. I'll be in the tree line, and instant win.
Well, my question doesn't work with small. It has to be a hand-to-hand thing, because I realize smaller is like, damn it.
I take this.
Yeah, 50 cal BMG from the
Taylor,
top of the
I guarantee that, Taylor, you could kill Conor McGregor in a 1v1 if you had a knife. It's just I mean, maybe come in like this so he didn't kick you in the side of the head and knock you completely unconscious. But what's he gonna do? Take you down and you're gonna stab him in the back of the neck? He's gonna want to like hit you, right, or kick you. But if you ever wrap up with this guy, that's bullshit.
Like every martial art teaches disarming.
No, all the bullshit martial arts do. The smart martial arts, you ask a jiu-jitsu practitioner or a boxer or a Muay Thai guy, so what move would you use for like a knife wielding combatant? He's like, oh, you want to shoot that guy, bro. 10 out of 10, you shoot that motherfucker and he won't stab you. I've seen it go down. Well, what punch? No.
He's got a knife. You train every day. You should be able to outrun the knife wielding guy. You know, like
I'm not as confident.
Can he throw the knife?
I'm not as confident as you are with the knife thing, because unless it was a very large knife, because I feel like I'd still get kicked or something. I'd definitely do some damage.
Maybe the kind with like a loophole for your
How hard is he going to kick you? If you let Conor McGregor kick you as hard as he could, he wouldn't kill you. He wouldn't kill you. He might break your fucking ribs and cripple you to the ground, but all you got to do is this 3 times and he's dead, right? You're gonna grievously wound this man with a slash of a knife. Knife wounds are no joke.
Proper knife would dramatically increase my odds.
I'd get in Conor's head.
I'm gonna say straight up hand to hand, because I would bite his nuts.
That is the stupidest thing we've said so far tonight. We'll see if you can top it.
I use my nuts for fighting stunts. Yeah, if he chooses to rest his balls on your forehead.
I would go full on pitbull lockjaw on them balls. Like, you kill me, you're gonna be carrying me with you for the next couple of miles.
That's not gonna work.
I'm thinking knife. If it's a huge knife, if it's baseball bat, I'm very confident I would win.
No, I think you're
I
worse
think you
off
can take a
with-
baseball bat blow.
You're worse off with a baseball bat. Let me tell you why. Look,
You think?
Okay.
Like an aluminum bat? Just
you can't swing it faster than the leg kicks that man dodges on a regular basis. You don't have the bat speed, Taylor. You just don't. You're motherfucker at him, and he's gonna
honestly,
dodge.
Okay, I immediately renege that comment because you're right. I don't know. I suck at baseball. I
Me
do not
too.
have the bat speed to
It'd be
take
fun
down
to watch,
Conor
though.
McGregor.
It'd be fun to
If
watch.
you give me 2 afternoons alone with an
Okay,
uprooted stop
wait.
sign, and I'll take him out.
Wait. Here's the question, Kyle. I want your opinion on this. Take away the baseball bat, and I don't even know what this weapon's called, but it's basically a stick, a chain with a ball with spikes on it. Is that a flail?
Morning Star.
It's
A
called
Morning Star. Okay.
Morningstar, yep.
I might like Morning Star on this thing.
If yeah, I don't think McGregor knows
But do you
how.
get to speed up first before you engage him, or do you have to
I
like
think
go and
just
then you gotta get it
intimidation
going?
factor
You
alone.
get that thing going like an old school baseball player, like keeping that bat twirling. You get that thing going all the time. Yeah, that thing would be hard to take on. Like the way you see them take it in the movies, right? Is they like get real close inside and like get the chain or something, and then it. But I don't think McGregor has any.
I still like knife, I think.
You'd have to get in his head too, because he's clearly susceptible to that. You'd have to be like, as I'm
McGregor's
standing
not
there,
susceptible to that.
as I'm standing there with my uprooted stop sign that I've had 2 full afternoons of practice with. That was my thing.
Right.
You'll have to say things that'll get him off track. Like just little things. Like doesn't have to be insulting. Just be like, oh yeah, dude, all of fucking Scotland's gonna be crying tonight, and he'll be like, Scott. I'm not Scottish. Like whatever he says. And by that point, one of those fucking corners of that stop sign is embedded in his neck because he had to stop for a second and be like, I'm the pride of Ireland.
Just playing the mental game.
You do nothing. And then I run away quickly because he's still faster than me, even bleeding out. Probably.
Hey, I didn't know we could play the mental game. I would have been like, dude, hey, I just feel like I need to tell you up front, I've got AIDS, okay? So you don't want to get any of my blood in your mouth. Or anything like that. It's a really bad AIDS too. Like they told me it's like
Bad.
progressive leukemia AIDS.
Yeah.
And then while he's like all trying to put on his gloves and shit, then I go bite his balls off.
But
Right.
I think just biting him anywhere, if he bought the Hep C or AIDS thing, is you probably don't have to go for the. You seem really set on the ball.
Yeah.
I would
Is this
run.
something
I
you
would
wanna
run
tell
in that
us?
situation. I'd be like, I'm not risking this shit. I'm out.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think he outruns you.
Oh yeah,
He would outrun me.
yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot I can do that would help me beat Conor McGregor.
Yeah, professional athletes are just one tier below, like wild animals, I think, and that's why there
Above.
should be
I
a.
agree with that.
That's why there should be a wild animal fighting league that employs professional athletes. Of course, there would be a new class of athlete, the animal fighting athlete.
Well, then how many times do I have to tell you to look at my GoFundMe, Kyle? I've been trying to get this going for years. Who do you think? Animal fighting league.
Who do you think Bear Hater 101 is? $800. 800. I've seen nothing.
I didn't even get my fucking animal coaster. That was for all the $20 a month people.
Yeah, that's supposed to be made out of a real bear paw.
I should have like a
about that.
prison fighting league.
Dude,
Why don't- why don't
one
we have
last
that?
thing I'm very excited
Yeah.
about with the McGregor thing is it's happening. It's August, right? Late August. Am I right about that?
Coming soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
next month.
It's the 29th. Yeah,
I'm
August
so
26th.
used to Game of Thrones fucking honey dicking us, right? Like, oh yeah, do you like this show? We'll be back in 18 months. Like, I'm shocked that they agreed to this, and then 2 or 3 months later they start fighting. A couple weeks later they start the press tour. Like, this stuff is actually happening, and that's
Well, they both want it, right? It sounds like they both
But,
really
oh
want this
god,
bad. Like,
I want Rick and
Fox
Morty.
Fun.
Now I know Rick and Morty's coming out soon, but that was like a year and a fucking half, 2 years
I know.
between
Rick and
episodes.
Morty's coming out soon. But you know what's happening, right? I didn't say it last time. That it's coming out on the 29th of this month or something like
Okay.
that. But you know what's coming out, right? Episode 1. We already saw episode 1.
No.
Of course.
no, please tell me that's not what they're airing first.
Are you? Is this a
Of course
Kyle
they
guess
are.
or is it true?
Are you
This-
sure of that, or are you just
Common
speculating
sense,
here?
boys. Come on.
Wait, why-
Think about it.
I was kind of under the
Oh.
impression that they were going to start on episode 1, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Episode 1, of course. Why would they? You think they're just gonna like pretend like that episode didn't happen, not sell any fucking commercials on it? They're gonna take 90% of their money for this year.
You're even dumber than I thought,
Wait.
Morty. You thought you were gonna get new content? You just gotta keep him on a leash, Morty. You keep him on a leash.
I think you're right, and I hate it.
Good,
I think
man.
you're
That
both
is
right.
dead
Now that
on.
other thing, was episode 1? Was episode 1 on TV yet, or just online?
No, only online.
Yeah, I
You're
watched
totally
it. It was-
right.
it was
You're
good,
100%
though. It was really
right.
good.
Yeah. Fucking. This is what I'm talking about. This is the honey ticking that like. Yeah, no, Game of Thrones is coming out Sunday. I'm very excited about that. But you know what? Last time I watched a new Game of Thrones, I was significantly younger. That shit was a while ago. You know, like, that was a long. I might have been. I'm 44 now. I think I was 42 when this show.
No, see, you have gone from early 40s to solidly in your mid 40s.
Yeah,
in one season.
At the time, I think I was like 42 the last time Game of Thrones was on. I'm 44 now. It's fucking ridiculous how long they make you wait for this shit. But McGregor Mayweather, they're like, oh yeah, let's do it 3 months from now. Like, thank you for like a thing happening in some reasonable amount of time. I love that.
You know what my favorite part of all the press conferences was? There was this moment where, so McGregor pulls this stunt. First of all, the crowds are like 90% McGregor. Like the crowds are all about McGregor. McGregor gets up there. He's like, on the count of 3, say, fuck the Mayweathers. 1, 2, 3. And the whole crowd goes, fuck the Mayweathers. And like 90% of the people give him the fucking Diaz finger. Like the whole crowd giving his whole family the finger. And then finally, like he gets to, yeah, I love it. And finally, like Mayweather's turn to speak, right? And he's like doing some like regular chant he does. And nobody's really responding to it. And then he goes,
hard work. And then I don't even know what they're supposed to say.
8 people go, easy work, or something like, you know, whatever his chant is. And he gets out this backpack. He's got like a Louis Vuitton backpack or something, some designer backpack. And he's got like a couple wads of money and $100 million check in there. And he keeps breaking it out. He broke it out in LA. And he's like, this is what a 9-figure fighter looks like, or something to that regard. And so like on this most recent tour in Toronto, I think it was, the crowd's always got these Irish flags, and Floyd snatches one of them. And he's got the flag, and he's acting like he's gonna like desecrate the flag in some way. He's like wearing the flag and bunching it up and stuff. And Conor's like, "You better not do nothing to that flag." And he's like, goes over. He's like, "I got your bag." He like runs over there and snatches up the fucking bag
with the money in it.
With the money and the check, he goes, "There's only like $5,000 in here." He throws the. He's like, got the money. He's like, "You do anything to that flag, I'm tearing up the check." And they're like a standoff.
He's like, "You'll never get this back."
He's got the man's bag.
Yeah. Mayweather, he's been stealing people's shit at press conferences for a long time. You really have to secure your things. I would put my shit in a safe if I was going to argue with Mayweather.
What is Mayweather's like saying?
Hard work. No, he says hard work, and then the crowd shouts back dedication. I just looked it up. So yeah, and he goes out there. He goes, hard work. Crickets. Like no one knows what. Like it's
dedication. You know, responsibility. You know,
dude, it's the new generation. People want to be entertained, right? They want to be entertained. It sounds like Conor's going to bring the entertainment, right?
He's coming out there like fucking dressed like he's Uncle Sam's old black uncle or something who's watching daytime sitcoms or something. He's got like a red, white, and blue sweatsuit on. And then he had a couple of like Canadian flags on when he was in Toronto. He's like, "Yeah, I got the Toronto flag on."
So
Toronto flag. There's no way for us to lose it because McGregor would be fun to see win, and Mayweather's American. So there you go.
So when McGregor does these press tours, he's used to taking questions. Like that's what happens. They go up there and, you know, Ariel Helwani or whoever asks a question and he answers it. Or maybe they ask both fighters the same question and you get to see them go back and forth. With boxing, they're doing these boxing style press tours. So they basically just put a lectern up there or a podium, I don't know the difference. And then they like rile up the crowd. That's what they do a speech. Well,
there's not supposed to be this back and forth.
No one told McGregor what this was going to be. They're just like, all right, there's your lectern, go. And he's like, what? Yeah, they're trying to throw me for a loop here. It won't work. I'll still rile up the... And he does like a bunch of his greatest hits. You know, who the fuck is he or whatever. But by the second event, McGregor killed it. He had all these prepared lines. He was ready to go. And he had like a bunch... He was like a rap battle guy. Like, he's broke. That Bentley he's got parked out there, it's 2012. That's a 2012 Bentley out there, right? He's, you know, they like, this is what a there's $5,000 in here. That's that, you know. The closing,
there was an opening and a closing to McGregor's thing. It was like he hired a fucking speechwriter or something to tear Mayweather apart. He starts off with, "Does this fucking mic work?" And it clearly does. And the audience is like, "Yeah!" And he's like, "Well, fuck that mic!" And he like slaps the shit out of the other mic that's up on the lectern. And then the last thing he says, of course, like, "Look at that school bag! You're a 40-year-old man with a... What are you doing with that school bag? You can't even fucking read!" And it's and the crowd's like, "Oh!"
He can't read.
He can't fucking read.
No.
He's illiterate.
Yeah.
And Mayweather's only comeback is like, "Yeah, I can't read good, but I can count." Like, It's okay, but you still can't read.
It's tough. You can't be.
That is an impossible.
Please tell me they're gonna have a
insult to
mic in there. Please tell me they're gonna have like the best shotgun mic ever pointed at their face through the whole fight. Because McGregor's never gonna shut up
I
the whole
hope
time.
so.
There is no comeback to the insult. You can't fucking read, dude. Like, think about, what do you say? Oh, well, I don't need to read. Like, reading, what has it ever done for anyone? You know? Like, no.
I can afford to
I
hire
thought
this
of the
reader person for me. This is my translator.
Yeah. Like, no, there's, like, if someone says you can't read, you got to sit there.
The comeback he always had was, but I'm rich, right? That's his thing, but I'm rich. The thing is, just before this fights, the press tour started, he has these IRS obligations, you know? He's like, you're not rich, you owe money. Yeah, you owe to the IRS. You can't pay your taxes. Why are you up here pretending you're Money Mayweather when you're in debt? And, you know, I'm not in debt. Look, I still have this check. It's a check. Right?
I want Conor to come out.
I'm going
IRS
to
to stand over there ready to cash it on the sideline.
I could write a check for $250 million right now. Now, don't cash it. It won't work. But I could write that check. You know, checks aren't money. You know, like, oh, you needed money? I thought you needed a check. I got checks.
Oh, I think he had $100 million that someone had. No, he had $100 million current check that he's toting around. Like
I think he does.
Well, that's the deal, right? Like,
it's a prop.
I'm pretty sure that's like. I don't think
it's definitely a prop. He didn't bring a real $100 million check, and like,
why not?
It's not a $100 million check is ridiculous. Where they're
but
like,
it's
I'm
not
gonna
bearer bonds.
Let's all be honest. No, you know, he at least went and tried to cash it, even though they told him not to. You know, he at least tried to cash it.
You don't know.
Like, sorry,
it
sir,
says,
this doesn't have a serial number on it.
Like there's people at Walmart with a $100 billion bill, like, hey, I'd like change for that 12 pack.
When in boxing. So
I grew up around those
Mr.
people.
Mayweather, it says Shutterstock.
The way the boxers are paid,
behind it.
The way that boxers
they can't
are
read
paid,
either. You know?
They have to take that money and they have to put it in an escrow account. And you know, then the show doesn't even start unless the whole salary of the thing is put aside and etc. They can't pay you with the gate. They have to have that money in advance. And
symbolic check, though, right?
It's a symbolic check, is what I'm getting at. Those boxes are paid with electronic transfers, undoubtedly. No way they're writing checks out of an escrow account. That's
but it's not as
$100 million.
But there's a difference between someone writing the check who doesn't have that money and Floyd writing that check, right? Or Floyd possessing that check.
I'm surprised that check wasn't 6 foot by 3 foot.
That's $400. He couldn't afford that. I was gonna make this check huge, but that was $325. I'm a little tight right now.
His clearinghouse.
But come August 29th, we can get the biggest check in the world. We don't care. Make it a billboard. I got the money. Yeah, I'm gonna buy an $8 million check. Like, God damn it, Floyd! Stop spending your money. We haven't even made that shit yet.
Yeah.
Well, mine is the money they put into these events. Like, okay, so $100 million check, right? It's like $100 million. Like, you could probably have a more entertaining fight. Let's be honest, by like just going to a penitentiary and pulling out lifers that are on death row and be like, hey, whoever wins gets to go to an island for a weekend before we electrocute your ass. Get in there.
Brilliant minds think alike, because we had a conversation last week about what we would do if we were dictators of the world, and one of my first ideas was setting up a prison fight league, but it wouldn't be like to get a week of vacation. They would get their freedom.
No, that's too much. That's too much. Like,
no, they have to live in Baltimore. They have to live in Baltimore. But they do get their freedom. So
now what if they really
they gotta wear the wedlock collar with the C4? It's like, you leave Baltimore, the head comes off.
Those creepy like shotgun shell things they had in Saw.
Yep.
That's
do we need a new topic?
Macabre.
Well, that wouldn't cost $100 million though. That'd be cheap. Like,
here's the thing,
save us money.
Also on show, so this thing's gonna be on Showtime. So I'm gonna buy it. It's $100. It seems silly, but I am. Also on Showtime though, they have this thing in Thailand where these guys literally do what you just described. They fight for their freedom, Muay Thai fights, and when you win X amount of fights, like 10, 15, or whatever, you get your freedom. And it's on there now, the whole series where they follow this championship fighter up to his last fight, right, to escape prison. He was a gang member doing like quite a few years. He'd been in for quite a few years for murder, and he fucking wins this fight and walks, as far as I think. I'm pretty sure. So that's a thing. But
nobody's going to fight harder than fighting for their freedom if they got a life sentence. Nobody's going to fight harder. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, shit, though, right?
Like it's not about getting more motivation out of somebody at some point, you know? Like you're already in there, and there's a man trying to beat you down, and your family, your wife is watching, and in the UFC especially, boxing has weird purses, but in the UFC, it's like, if I win this, I get double what I get if I lose this, and And also, if I win this next time, I get like 20% of what I make this time. But if I lose this next time, it's possible I make 20% less than I made this time. So they are fighting with everything they have. You can't motivate them anymore. And you know, you could put a gun to their kid's head and they might poke an eye out, but like,
and a lot of them are broke too. Yeah, a lot of them are broke. I feel like it's a non-fighter who thinks that motivation, like, you know, like, oh, I could win. I get so angry when I fight. Yeah, no, someone else is more skilled than you, and that's not going to help.
Yeah.
Out.
Oh, I love music. I could just hop over there and bang out a symphony on that piano. It's like, now you sound like an idiot. And it doesn't matter how much you gritted your teeth and was like, I'm going to get this done. I'm such a hard worker. It's like, no,
there is something to be said for natural athleticism versus natural music talent, though. I think one is a lot more common than the other. It's rare you see someone who can like hear an instrument play and go, oh, I don't know what keys are, but like that doesn't happen. But
there are people
like
guys
out there.
There are.
Who you're
I've actually worked with an autistic kid before. They could play anything, any song that you could hum. Even if you didn't hear the original song, he could just walk right over the keyboard and just bang it out with 2 hands. Same tempo and everything. And I was like, yeah, that's a little weird. But
get that kid.
That is really interesting.
I'll watch that. Yeah.
Those are really interesting things to look up, those savants.
Yeah, no. It's like the guys that have the photographic. Have you seen the autistic kids that have the photographic memory where they just look at something for like a second and they're like, here's a piece of paper and a pencil. And they draw it to scale, and they actually take like a ruler, and they're free-handed it. They take a ruler, and they're like, everything's exactly to scale.
I'm skeptical.
Those poor little kids are going to run out of hard drive space by 30. They're fucked.
Like 4 years old, they already got fragmentation issues and shit.
I don't know where my keys are or where I live, but I saw a Leonardo da Vinci painting when I was 8. Let me recreate it for you. Like that's not what you want.
This is like when you download like a couple of huge, stupid, useless apps way too early in your phone or device's lifespan, and then later when you get to necessities, you're like, man, I don't have any room for Netflix because I needed this, you know, Abacus app. Why the fuck did I download this? Like,
but on the flip side, you'd only ever have to subscribe to porn sites for 1 month ever because you just memorize everything and come back to it.
Dude, like, I got a new phone. I want to talk about it. So this is my new phone. I got an iPhone 7 Plus. My problem is I went swimming with the last phone, so that was stupid. I made a mistake. But I got the Plus this time, and I am so, like, happy about the bigger phone. It is awesome, but I'm not sure if the phone is awesome or if I'm just old. I kind of, like, you know the geriatric phones that you plug into a wall, and the keys are so big on them, they're practically like 1-year-old playing blocks, you know, the wooden blocks. I'm like, man, I can type faster because the little keyboard is bigger. I can read better because the words are bigger. I'm not sure if the 7 Plus is an awesome size or if I'm just too old to be using new phones.
Nope.
I think
it's an awesome size. Older. And you can swim with it. I've taken this thing to like 3 water parks now.
Wow.
And just swam with it?
Yeah, in the hot tub. I take this in the hot tub with me and just like set it next to me on the seat in the hot tub. Yeah.
They're water resistant.
I've submerged this thing everywhere. It works fine. I take it in the shower, take it in the bathtub. You know, you got to get those bathtub selfies. Make sure I'm getting under all the folds. You know, that's a bathtub joke.
I saw some.
I'm imagining that now. I feel like. No. This is great because I always thought so Wings got that MRSA infection in one of his roles one time, and I think that it probably got so bad because he was unable to detect it before things got out of hand.
iPhone 7 would have solved that. Like
this
Apple
is a product,
in their ads. Like,
dude.
You
know, there's an app for that.
Oh, there's a selfie stick for that called the Fat Bro. All right, it's a selfie stick. Okay, that way you're able to reach around and get a good look at under
crease
all
a little so you can slide it through the creases. Dude, I got this.
The nooks, the crannies.
Yep.
Do you often find yourself rotting in unexpected places? Yeah.
It's usually my ass, but I have a good
more than
authority
a
to happen
passing
to most
issue.
people.
I look under a roll and it's just like necrosis, just like there's a rib hanging out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Those are the worst videos where they like on Live Leak, because I can't put these on YouTube, where they're like homeless man found with maggots in his belly or something, or in his feet.
Yeah.
His feet. That's what it is. Yep. Kyle's gesturing wildly about it, but it's like that you see a guy get his shoe.
Yeah.
We could. It is pretty. I'll watch it.
Well, no, the sad thing is that happens because of diabetes. They start becoming diabetic and they lose all their nerve feeling in their feet, and then their feet start just rotting because they're not getting any blood flow to it, and they don't feel it. They're just like, it's down there, and the maggots are like, Neil.
Imagine how long you have to take your shoe off or leave your shoe on before you take it off, and half your foot is gone.
Yeah,
dude, I'm glad you said that. That's what I was gonna say next, because that's the thing, right? They asked him like, how long have you had this shoe on, sir? And it's like 2 years, 3 years. Look at that if you dare.
Ugh.
Yeah, I dare.
Yuck.
You know.
So Woody, where's the watch? You got the phone. Where's the watch, bro?
Oh, you know, I have specific requirements for a watch because I go flying and I like the altimeter built into it and stuff. So that's why I got this one.
Oh, you can't use like the GPS poor people altimeter that's like in the altimeter app?
I don't even know. Does it have a barometer built into it? Like, I don't know. I'm just really happy.
I'll get back to you on that. I'll get back to you on that. But it should for $400.
I'm getting a Fitbit because I play a lot of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and there's a lot of heart-pounding moments. And one of the guys I was playing with last night was like, I got a Fitbit so I can monitor my heart rate. And I'm like, well, what happens in like clutch moments? He's like, it goes up to 125. And I was like, holy shit, that's awesome. So I ordered a Fitbit. I want to know what mine goes up to because I swear to God, this game.
125. I'm 125 right now. That's like my resting heartbeat.
Well, he's an 18-year-old athlete, so that's why I'm like, mine will be higher than that. So like the other day I was there. 100 people go in, only one man leaves alive, I guess. And there's 3 of us left, and I'm hiding in my building with my shotgun. And I realized there's so much adrenaline that my hands had gone numb. My hands had gone numb and tingly, and I had to like shake the like feeling back into my hands. I was so like pumped up and scared in that moment. I'm so shaky.
I'm at 102 beats per minute just sitting here.
That ain't healthy, bro. That ain't healthy, bro. And I saw your X-rays today. And that's not healthy. Do you have your X-ray on you? Could you show?
Yeah. Here, let me go see if I can find it in the little picture folder over here. Hold on, I gotta wade through some porn. Give me just a second here. I like to put it in the porn folder. It surprises me every once in a while.
Are you talking about the back?
Yeah,
Kyle?
Yeah,
because
my X-ray.
I watched a couple of videos and saw that. That looks rough.
You have a similar skeletal shape to a question mark.
I do.
Your spine.
Like D. Reynolds.
Yeah, your spine's a bit curved there.
I kind of want to cover that topic first.
Here, check this out.
Your spine just takes the scenic route.
We can circle back to the.
I don't know if you guys can see this.
But, we can circle back to the maggots. Well, yeah, but it is on the dossier.
That right there. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
That's actually me straight on. That's not me from the side. That's me straight on. That's how much it's 45-degree deflection in my spine.
Wow, so that's scoliosis, right?
Yes, bad scoliosis, really bad. Somehow still at 300 pounds, I can still run around and ride mountain bikes and snowboard. And I don't blow discs out, and the doctors are like, "Well, that's a fucking anomaly. Like, those discs should be gone."
We've all been doing a fitness thing. I think we started in like mid-April, and
it's been like 3 months.
Yeah, I have April 15th as my starting date. It's when I did that lessons at Aviator PPG to learn how to fly again. But anyway, so are you doing anything right now? It sounds like you're pretty active.
Not right now. I've fallen off. After I hurt my back, I kind of fell off. Damn it. Come on. Zoom, damn you. There we go. I fell off quite a bit. I actually need to get back on the wagon. That's something that I really, really need to do.
You can join us.
This food tastes good. Jesus Christ, food is so good.
Yeah.
Food is the best.
If food didn't taste good, I wouldn't have a problem. I'd be like skinny.
I haven't had any since April.
Any good food.
And it wasn't the shitty thing about the diets. Why can't somebody come up with a diet where you just eat everything? Oh, bulimia. Never mind. They already got it. My bad.
You could be like that guy in Fargo with the horrible teeth.
Vomiting. No, bro. I just use my tongue to kind of block it, and then the vomit will go over the top. Use it like a sled. It's fine.
I thought about that so many times. Look, here's the thing about those people who get the rotten teeth. You don't have to have the rotten teeth because, look, I am an acid expert as well, and stomach acid expert. And in my expert opinion, 3 seconds of exposure to on your tooth enamel to your stomach acid isn't doing any fucking damage at all. The problem is they're going and vomiting and then going about their goddamn day instead of rinsing their mouth out properly and maybe using some sort of a slightly basic solution to completely neutralize all the acid. Like bulimia is a real way out if you're a fat person out there who's watching this. Like don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. Okay.
Honestly, if bulimia, if you stick to it, you're vomiting all your food up, so you will get
I wish
skinnier.
Smart Mouth was a sponsor tonight.
But
no, I think there needs to be a middle ground. Guys, hold on. Being a fat person like myself, I think there needs to be a middle ground. Like maybe you only throw up like 2 out of 3 meals. That way you're still guaranteed to get some nutrients.
Only one meal. You only have to vomit 1 meal. You have every day.
What if you eat 6 meals?
Now, you have one big crazy meal, whatever you want, and you just vomit that one up, and the rest of the time you eat normally. So every day around noon I have myself a pizza and a few desserts, and then I just throw them all up. And at first I was putting it in the toilet, right, like a normal sane person would, but then I thought, God, I'm wasting all this vomit. So now I store it. And depending on what I eat, I get a different color. I put a little LED light source underneath it. It's a beautiful collection in one of these rooms down here.
Like a lava lamp? Gotcha.
It's exactly like a lava lamp.
I like it.
As soon as I have enough to market and sell,
eat some pizza and get that oil in your stomach, and it actually does create a lava lamp. There you go, man.
Kyle,
PKA in 2 months, limited quantity. Kyle's lava lamps. First 100 people.
Up the chunks start like migrating around and stuff.
Let us know if you want pizza or bagels.
I'll eat whatever you want.
I think you need to like write a pamphlet or a book or something, Kyle, called like Vanity Fitness, and it can just
do
be
some kind of
about,
surgery where you just shit out, like you skip the stomach. Why can't they just have a valve? Like I want a valve on the side of my body. I just flip. It just bypasses the stomach, and literally I eat the cheeseburger. 15 minutes later, that thing's just coming out the same cheeseburger I just ground up.
They totally do that, right?
I think so. Why not? Right?
Because I often see, and it's a little gruesome, but that you get ports for chemo, I think, and ports for various things like catheter openings and stuff. And like, why couldn't they just have a port right here
Colostomy
that's
bags,
that's colostomy bags and stuff? Oh,
just a little Y valve, right? You know, you
I
got.
Put it right on the esophagus. You just flip it over, it just comes sledding out right in front of your chest.
You'd be sitting there at like Olive Garden or whatever, gorging yourself on your breadsticks, and like halfway through the meal, you're like, "Oh, my switch! Fuck!" These are all belly breadsticks now. I was wondering whether there wasn't a disgusting yeasty mess dripping onto the floor for some 16-year-old kid to clean up. Bring me more breadsticks that I may be filled.
You go to a Mexican restaurant, you get the whole beans, you just chew them up, they come out refried. Keep putting them through.
Oh gosh.
Oh, that's horrible.
That would be great. And I love that kind of shit too, because all those poor, starving countries out there would see this and just really shake their fists. They couldn't even fathom what we're fucking talking about, right? You have so much food that you need to like, come on, Taylor.
We are trying to eat the same food twice because we are not getting all of the calories from it. All these people in America have special tubes that they eat, and they do not even take the calories. At the very least, they could ship us the chewed up mush, and yet they choose not to. You know?
I picture this Y-shaped valve with LED lights, like a flux capacitor.
It's got to be RGB,
just sort of
everything's got to be
shift
RGB.
it from the over. It'd be great.
I don't know what the solution to that is, but look, there's just such a gigantic market that placed this there. If you ever figure out the thing that you put in the back of your throat surgically, that's like a human garbage disposal, that like if food passes through this tube of plastic that we're going to surgically implant in your esophagus, this takes out like all of the salt that was in there. Like 90% of the salt is removed instantly from your food, or like, you know, or calories, or however you want to do it. I guess you could run into some problems becoming anemic and stuff. You're like, I can't get enough calories in anymore. I got my thin tube.
Forgive me for not knowing this, but does salt make you fat? I don't think salt makes you fat.
Salt makes you
It makes you retain water.
Yes,
Salt's bad for a lot of reasons. It's bad for your heart.
Yeah, you'll get bloated. You'll look, but it's not fat.
But it's temporary. You know, you don't eat salt the next 2 days and that's gone.
If you eat a bunch of pretzels and then drink a bunch of beer, like you can weigh yourself in the morning and then at like the end of the day weigh yourself and you can be like 8 pounds heavier, but it's just water weight unless you really fucking went to town.
Yeah.
Sometimes I eat popcorn and drink water, and that morning's like the next morning's weigh-in is always awful. It's not good.
But as a nutritional expert, I would maintain that, you know, the salt's probably not good for your body chemistry in such large quantities, right? Like I would imagine like your cells probably don't do their job as well if you're pumped full of nitrates and sodium and stuff.
Are you sure you're an expert? Because this sounds kind of like layman talk.
Oh no, Kyle's really resonating. I also have a degree.
Please, I'm just trying not to go over your head here.
Oh, thank you. All right, so again, my cells just don't do their job as well. They kind of come in late, maybe.
Absolutely.
Now, maybe you can explain this then. So I go in to get a physical twice a year. I have to go get a physical twice a year because I have to take opiates for my back, and the doctors are like, they got to make sure I'm not a crackhead, right?
Yeah.
So I go in there for my physical. I always get it back then. It's a full physical. They do everything. Like, I mean, everything. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, they always give me the results back, and it always says no recommendation to diet and exercise, and all my numbers are perfect every single time, even at 37 and 300 pounds. Not even no high cholesterol, nothing.
Lose
no
some
high
weight
sodium.
ever?
No, they tell me to lose weight from my back. They're like, your back is fucked, bro. Gravity is not your friend. Lose some weight. But every time that I've gone in, they can't recommend bariatric surgery or anything like that because I'm in perfect health as far as organ function.
Yeah.
I don't know how that is because I do consume quite a bit of salt. I do have a pretty unhealthy diet most of the time.
Well, you're still a young man. Give it time.
Well, I'm 37 though. I mean, you'd think, God damn, I've been this my whole life. You'd think
you've got 2 years left. And
2 years left. Yes.
See, what you don't know, my friend, is you are approaching a precipice. You can't see it because it's so large and dark.
Preach,
It's like a goddamn black hole sucking light itself as well.
Save me, Kyle. Save me.
Time is short, my friend. Soon.
The end is nigh.
Those internal organs, which are just laced with fat deposits. There's two kinds of fat, right? There's the fat that you can see that's like out here that you can squeeze and grab.
Yep.
And then there's like with obese people, and I'm not saying this is you. I
No,
really
I
am.
got it all in my belly, dude. I don't even have that much underarm fat for somebody 300
right?
pounds.
Like, you get fat directly on your organs, like they get encased in these layers of fat. And I was listening to this, like it was a cosmetic surgeon talk about, like, yeah, we get these women who come in who think that they need a tummy tuck, and it's like, no, you're obese. Every organ, including your intestines, is covered in fat. Like a big goopy 2-inch layer of fat around every organ.
I've heard of that. Like,
it sounds like she's marbled,
that people get.
right?
She's marbled, absolutely. If she were an animal, how delicious and delectable her heart would be, or her liver. Like, you cut into it.
It's just like,
Dude, you would like get sick eating a person's organs that fat. Like, you remember that cross section we looked at that one time where it was like it was like basically, what do they call it? Like the ventral cut, where you see the side, and it was like a skinny guy and a super fat guy. And every time I see that, like, I notice how gross it is, and seeing like, oh my God, like there's so much fat on those organs. No wonder it was struggling. But you also have to think like, man, that slice was once a person. And at some point, that person was 8 years old. And imagine if like someone from like now came back and like just poofed in their life and was like, hey, 40 years from now, you're going to be a horizontal slice, and people are going to go, ugh, gross, when they walk past you. See ya. Like that makes
fuck out. Mac and cheese is good.
Later. Yeah, he's like, well, you won't hurt me. I'm going to spite you now.
Yeah,
like, maybe that's what
I need more. Fuck that cross.
That's how Lance Armstrong was born.
Do you ever think about that, Kyle? Like how, like those were real people, and now their lasting legacy is someone looking at them gawking, going, ew. Like,
is it weird that I think that's actually kind of a cool legacy?
No, I'd rather be the skinny guy that they're comparing, and they go, look at this adult, and then look at this. Oh, well, at least this.
If I died, it's like this guy has the largest man tits ever in the history of all tits. Like, no man has ever had a tit to the girth of this man's tits. Like, I could be okay with that.
You think
you'd
be okay with that legacy?
Okay with that.
As you're in like the body exhibit, and like all your sinewy tendons are spread out, but they've left your
like my son's like, I'll tell him his
supple
girlfriend, like,
breasts.
yeah, my dad, he's got big tits.
I was listening to something the other day about Werner von Braun and the NASA program, and how at Werner von Braun's rocket program back in Germany, they hang the 5 slowest Jews every day. And that got me thinking, what if we killed the 5 fattest people in every state every year?
You gotta catch me first, man. Gotta fucking catch me first.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Won't be hard.
Second time I've had to tell you.
Dude, 15, 20 feet, you ain't catching me. I dig, man. I dig. That gravity gives me traction.
What state are you in, Jerry?
Washington.
Okay, it wouldn't have mattered what state you said. Like, I regret to inform you, you're not even close to the top 5. You are going to have to put in years and years of work if you want to make it to the top 5 fattest people in the state.
How often do we kill the top 5?
No. I don't like. How about every other Thursday?
Okay. If
you don't want to do every day? Why not every day, man? Don't go soft.
No. Once a year we have a reaping. Once a year we have a reaping, as I like to call it. But here's the thing. Here's what would happen after like year 3. All of us, the first year we'd slaughter a bunch of like 600-pound men, right? Second year, 500-pound men. By year 20, there's some 238-pound guy who's just cranking out the reps. He's like,
kill him.
He's like,
that guy is like,
and he stands up and he goes, 2 a day, and like 50 other men go every day, and they're all just trying not to die. And our whole country would just be these power men by the end of this.
It could happen this
like
way.
a cutoff. People are
how
vomiting
fun would
in
it
the
be
vomitorium before the weigh-in.
If it's like, all right, they're going to kill the top 5 guys, but I'm cool. I'm like 9th. But these are morbidly obese people, and they don't make it to the reaping, and suddenly, like, 4 of them died. I'm so fucked. Now I die too.
Yeah,
they never make it.
You're like earthing the fattest guy along. Like, come on, just have another spoonful. Come on,
no,
you're fine.
You might want to keep him healthy.
You
might, if he's 30 pounds heavier than me, I might give that guy some like water and fruit so that he lives till the reaping.
Yeah, you just kind of hold him at that nice spot, like kind of like cutting the Achilles tendon of your friend when you're scuba diving, so the shark eats him. kind of thing. You're like, here, come on, no, here's a fruit roll up, bro.
Didn't know that was a thing. But
oh, dude, that's the first thing I thought about when I got scuba certified. Very first thing I thought about when I got scuba certified. I got a dive knife, and I was like, if a shark comes anywhere near me, man, I'm just fucking cutting the guy that's with me. I don't know him. Some guy named Ian. I'm just gonna fucking cut his Achilles tendon.
Cut the shark.
Have you ever
Dude,
seen
that's
those,
a risk, though, man. It's easier to cut him. He ain't moving so good. He's in the same class as me. He doesn't even know how to use his flippers. He's fucking hitting the ground and shit. Like, it's easier to cut him.
I'm on Jerry's team with this. I'm not going to attempt to stab the shark if there's a perfectly good, maimable human right next to me.
That's right. And the shark ain't going to go for me. The shark isn't going to go, oh, wounded guy with blood coming out versus, I don't know, fat guy slowly swimming away. I'm going to go for the meal.
The shark has no concept of honor. He doesn't look at you cutting the other guy and go, "Oh, we'll see what this fatty thinks. I'll show him." Like, no, he just goes, "Oh, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. You know, this is probably better for me anyway." You know.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I would do that. I'm not saying that I would do that unless it was necessary. Only if it was necessary would I do that.
Have you ever seen those shark knives? That's probably not what they're called, but they're like air pressured knives. And the entire design of them is to put it into a shark, and then you press a button, and it has one of those like little canisters that you put in those small like CO2 paintball guns, and it just it diffuses air directly into its bloodstream. I guess it looks like Kyle knows exactly how these work.
Oh yeah. So this thing, and they don't just use it against sharks. This is an assassination tool as well. You fucking pop somebody with this thing, and it pumps a huge volume of air into wherever the inside of you. It creates
it into the bloodstream.
The size of a basketball is formed inside of your body cavity. It's insta fucking death for a fish, though.
I wonder how that compares to like what you get. Now, obviously, they put it in gently and purposely, but like when you get a colonoscopy, they inflate you.
Yeah, I got my appendix out and they inflated.
That's 1,000. It would. I bet I would render a professional colonoscopy guess and say they're probably inflating you with like 8 psi on the back end of their little thing. You know, like.
It's just the guy with the bellows. You know,
yeah. It could be. I wouldn't surprise me if it was
his lantern.
Manual and controlled like that. Yeah.
They're pumping a very gentle force of air inside it slowly is what I'm saying. Whereas that 12-gram CO2 is releasing instantaneously a basketball-sized amount of pressurized CO2. It just insta-kills any fucking thing.
And it just tore up your insides too. And so it's not like it put you in, it put the air in a safe place to go in and then expanded it. Like it tears into your insides and you're already wounded and then immediately all that air comes out. It's tearing up everything in there. Like it's already got a good foothold.
The coldness, I'm sure, is a factor of killing you faster and more horrible.
Is there a part of your body that's built for this? Like, what if they stab it? It goes into like a woman's womb, and then it's just like poof, built for babies.
I don't think you know what beef on Earth.
Just sounds like an air raid siren. She's like, "What happened?"
Instead of I think it kills any fucking thing. But yeah, what I don't understand with sharks is why don't we have a shark repelling bracelet or anklet you can put on that sharks are like, oh god, it hurts so much, and they swim 30 miles
like
away.
The deer whistles you put on your front bumper. But for sharks,
those don't work.
Probably the shark one doesn't work either.
I was watching.
Trying to blow your whistle underwater.
They had a buoy that was electrically charged that they threw in the water, and all the sharks, just the lemon sharks, were just like, "Fuck it, we're out."
Interesting.
It electrically charged the water, the salt water or something like that. It just enough of an electric field that it just fucked with them, and they were just like, "Oh, we're out." And they'd all
you guys were both like, "Hey, if I'm ever attacked, I'm going to stab my friend and let the shark. I am just going to go scuba diving with Kyle, who is a known shark hunter." And let him attack the shark.
Sometimes you don't pick the people you scuba dive with.
Kyle's you know what? This is what I train for. This is my thing. I've been looking for an opportunity to get into a shark fight for quite some time now. That'd be his thing.
I like the electricity idea way more.
Yeah, I think Kyle's lulled you into a false sense of security. I think what would really happen is he'd be like, "Man, it seemed like a good fucking idea," until I'm face to face with the shark, and then he's gonna cut your Achilles tendon and just swim off.
Did you see the Reddit gif where the shark attached that guy? There was a Reddit gif, I think it might have been in that Lassophobia, which I know Kyle likes. The shark is swimming up from the depths, right? He's in some sort of deep water. I don't know. We'll call it over 30 meters. And the shark comes into view, and it's coming at this guy. The guy just happens to have maybe a harpoon, a spear, something in that family. Yep. And he shoves it in the shark's mouth. And the shark immediately sort of recoils in shock, and maybe the gif ends there. But it's like, dude, the guy, I think a lot of people reacted this way. At first, you're like, that was a really cool thing to do to the shark. On the other hand, that shark was trying to kill him. Undoubtedly, that shark was in attack mode. He was coming right at the guy. Like,
dude,
if an animal is trying to kill you, if like a bear accosts me in the wild and gives me a good battering, and I somehow get the upper hand with a gun, and a park ranger comes across me standing over this dead bear, pissing on it, like in anger as I'm bleeding, like, thought you could take me? Ow, piss on me like that. And that guy's like, hey, that's desecration of a preserved animal. Like, it's like, if any jury that convicted me of that, they should all go to hell.
Yeah.
Like, they should all be sent to eternity in hell. Because that, like, you should, the same kind of thing as that lady the other week who a guy in a parking lot stole her purse, and she was 5 months pregnant. And so she tried to chase him down as he's running away in the parking lot. And she's like, I'm not going to catch him. I'm fucking 5 months pregnant. And so she goes back to her car, hops in, turns it on her truck, and then just runs down this dude who is running away with her purse. And she got out, got the purse, got back in, and the police arrested that dude, and they arrested her. But that's another case of, like, that person should get off scot-free. You know,
she left him alive. That was the problem. She should have went GTA 5 style and got like the back wheel up on him and just did a burnout back and forth. You ever do that playing GTA 5? You know, just do a little burnout on the corpses. Oh, it's great fun.
I've played GTA a couple of times. I obeyed every law, stopped at red lights.
I saw that video a while ago, and I think that's when I stopped watching Woody. I think that was that was the video that killed it for me. And I was like, oh shit. But then I slowly came back as he started flying around in the clouds and shit.
I enjoy that.
I don't understand that sort of public outcry you get with hunting in general, but more especially when people are defending themselves against wild animals. I saw that video a while back where there's like a cougar, a panther, whatever you want to call it, a mountain lion, like 15 feet from this guy who's a biker, and he's just like there's a giant cat right fucking there.
Yep.
He's just right fucking there, and I'm thinking like. I feel like if he killed that cat, there'd been a public outcry.
Oh, there would have been.
There always is. And then I saw that thing that Rogan was talking about where the guy speared the bear. And then the guy's wife, who I'm guessing was an outdoors chick as well, she like loses her Under Armour sponsorship because she was there filming it.
Back up to the spearing the bear. Was he hunting the bear, defending himself? Like, what was the scenario there?
This is He's in Canada. He is intentionally hunting a bear with nothing but a spear. He's got a GoPro on the spear. The spear handle is big. It's like one of those heavy-duty mop handles. I mean, and he's a big man himself. He looks pretty large. And there's like they bait the bear in. There's this feeder thing, and this big black bear, like 300 or so pounds, is over there milling around it, and he's hiding behind a tree with a goddamn spear. And in the moment of truth, he kind of steps out in the open and chucks that spear as hard as he can, and bear runs 60 yards and dies. But it was pretty gory, you know. He speared a bear to death.
It was a black bear?
Yeah.
Those are the super common ones. Like, who would care if you killed
here in Washington, you see him just like walking around and shit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was a hunt. You know, it was a paid hunt. Like I heard Joe Rogan say that he'd been there like the week before on a paid hunt. I know those guys hunt a lot.
So
what was the thing that got them in trouble? Like, was it just a public outcry, or was it, hey, it's not spear hunting season?
Yeah, is bear hunting? Where do you fall on this bear hunt? Because it seems like you're killing just for sport, right? People don't eat these bears.
Yeah, they eat black bear. We eat black bear growing up. Me and my dad used to hunt them.
Yeah, you got to cook the trichinosis out of it, but you can eat it.
We'd smoke the shit out of it. Like, we'd use it. For some reason, we ate it smoked. We never ate it any other way.
It's better that way if you brine and smoke it. But
I grew up poor, though. I didn't hunt for sport. We quite literally had to go hunt to eat because, like, we did not have enough money to buy meat. So we'd literally go and hunt. It was that bad of a situation growing up.
When did that start? Like, how young were you when you had to start hunting for food?
I was about 7 when my dad started teaching me how to shoot. And then
it looks like you've become a great hunter, by the way.
Oh, massively. Look at all this prestigious electronic equipment I've acquired through my hunts. No, but I went out with my dad on the first hunt when I was about 10, and I hunted grouse and he hunted deer. And so I had a little 410 shotgun, and I just, you know, the funny thing is the 410 shotgun, like, if you shot a grouse that was any closer to you than like 10 feet, it would just vaporize, and you never found anything. So I think I vaporized more birds than I actually ate. And so that was a little bit of an ethical struggle that I had later on in life. Back then, I was just like, oh man, it's cool. Birds go like fireworks.
Yeah, they go.
But my dad, he'd hunt deer, and then I went deer hunting and elk hunting and didn't get anything either time that I went when I was a teenager. And then after that, I was like, no, I don't really feel like hunting anymore. My dad still did it all the way through probably his early 40s, and then he even got kind of burned out on it because he went out in the woods out in eastern Washington and got lost for like 3 days and almost fucking died.
Oh,
that ruined it for him.
Oh, that would make it for me. That would be like, oh, we went and fucking.
Dude, they found
you
him?
a hunting. Oh, you went on a hunting trip and killed a deer? I went on one and almost died.
We
For 3 days they searched for me.
Yeah. No, we thought he was dead. Like the
Did you find him and he's wearing like a bear skin? He's got a
Okay, I'm just gonna go on record and say my dad isn't the smartest man that's ever lived. Like he set me on fire twice as a kid. We'll get to that. But no, he ended up using his shirt to wipe his ass when he needed to take a shit for 3 days, and he almost died of exposure because of it. Because he was literally out. It was cold at night. It was like it was getting down in like the 20s at night. So he literally ripped up his long johns and used them as toilet paper and almost fucking died of exposure.
Man, that would
how dumb
my
do you
first
have
choice.
to be?
I would have gone for. I mean, I imagine there are leaves in the forest.
yeah.
Yeah,
I could
it's all well, I don't know. It's winter.
I
It's
could
winter
just see
time,
asking
so.
him about this and him being like, oh, you should have seen that shit though. I
Dude,
used every
shit
leaf
like that.
in
You're
sight, my
connoisseurs,
son.
you gotta wipe right.
If I didn't wipe well, every bear in the county was going to find me.
The trees were bare by the
Some
time I
context,
got to
my dad lit me on fire twice, like by throwing the same thing both times. Threw gas in a campfire, lit me on fire, and then threw gas in a fucking furnace in the house and catch me on fire. Second time, I was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna stand next to Dad anymore when he's making fires. Like he just sucks at it. And it took me two lessons of losing my eyebrows and having crispy hair for a month.
I want to go hunt. I've been watching a bunch of hunting videos lately, and I don't really care what kind of hunting I go do. I want to go somewhere and shoot something though, and kill it and eat it for sure, or at least take its head back as my trophy. I don't know what I want. I showed you that dove hunting thing the other day. I'd love to go do that. And you know, there's also some travel in it, like the New Zealand red stag hunt. Obviously, you get to go walk the trail of Mordor and see the fires of Mount Doom, and then go shoot some deer, some red stag, or there's this weird like sheep thing they've got whose name I can't pronounce. And then Argentina, they have those crazy dove hunts where they have millions of doves on like 1,000 acres or something like that. And we were watching the video, and the guy was like, "This is Jerry. He's going for the high score of 4,285 birds in a day. It's 10 a.m. and he's got about 1,200 in now." And you see Jerry out there, Nelly just ka-ka, 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 like a goddamn machine, just
Street sweeper,
them.
just
Some guy with one of those clicker tools.
They're watching him like keeping track of this record, and I was like, "Oh my God, there's a high score!" Like, yeah, that gets me pumped.
Collateral,
up,
collateral,
I
quad.
don't mind hunting. I just don't like it when people hunt endangered shit.
Collaterals happen in bird hunting, and they are just as like crazy of a moment as if you were, sniping in a video game. It's like, whoa, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. Like, a lot of things have to happen for two birds to cross paths simultaneously while you're leading them and everything to go right to make that happen. And it's that's an awesome moment. You get 2 for 1, or if you get 3, a shotgun in the States, can only hold 3 shells at a time for sporting purposes. So like if you go boom, boom, boom and get a triple, that's also kind of a milestone. That's as good as you can do, right?
Is it? Yeah. I thought it was 5 on a shotgun.
They're capable of holding that, but you put a tube in that restricts that down to 3.
Yep.
Is that for all kinds of hunting?
That's for all kinds of bird hunting that I know
recall
of.
having a Mossberg growing up, a 12 gauge. They held 8 shells. Did it have an extension on the tube?
It had an extension on the tube.
It ran the full length of the barrel. I remember it looked like it was 2 barrels. Okay, yeah, because I remember to hold 8 shells, because we used to take that thing up and just call it the stump disintegrator. Just put double aught and just bam, 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 just blow the stump to shit. Go through about 100 rounds until there was no more stump left.
And in South America, I would imagine that, there's no tube limit or anything. So if I would take my Benelli Super Sport, put the extension on it, and I would have that thing hold an 8 or 10 or something like that.
Gun? Have you ever seen those enormous shotguns?
Take down flocks of birds at a time.
It's just a cannon. It's just a super large shotgun cannon that you have to have a stand for it, and you can't hold it, and you just kind of aim it in the vicinity of where birds.
What's the shell like?
Is it's not a shell. It's like,
or you can just put
black
stuff in
powder and just stuff it with flechette or whatever.
Punt gun with a P?
P-U-N-T gun.
They're
they
massive.
usually would
They're
put
like
them
the length
on
of a boat. They're like 10, 12 feet
they
long.
would mount them. They would mount them on boats like a cannon, and you could fire. And if it was like one of those giant flocks, like Kyle was talking about, like in the thousands, you could kill dozens, if not hundreds, of birds in one shot. They were all there.
Aren't they a black powder weapon, or do they use a shell?
They would be a couple different ways of doing it, different models, but they use them for ducks primarily. Those, I think that's what they're talking about when you hear stuff like 2 gauge. Well, no, those are like elephant and big game guns oftentimes.
I mean, the barrel on this thing like this.
Yeah, and it looks like a shotgun. It doesn't look like a cannon, like a metal tube with a. It
right,
looks
it's
like
got a butt on it of some
gun
kind.
you've ever seen. It looks like a human that's a different species than us and is like 10 feet tall. It looks like his goddamn gun.
While you're talking about it, I'm showing pictures to the.
Cool.
I love it. You notice how? Hey, Woody, you're probably seeing this. Every other picture is like a dude getting it rested on his shoulder. Like, you do not want to be the fucker that has to be in the middle of the gun with it on your shoulder while your buddy's shooting it. Like,
no, that would.
I don't think there's enough ear protection in the world to save you from that.
It shoots over a pound of shot at a time. The average one, a pound.
Yeah, that's
it says
a
it
big
could kill. A single shot could kill over 50 waterfowl resting on the water's surface.
Yeah, very
board diameter is 2 inches.
Hey Kyle,
where's your punt?
How much is a punt gun?
Yeah.
That would be illegal. The problem with a punt gun is you would have a destructive device, I believe, because the barrel. No, with shotguns it's different. It would depend how the ATF looks at punt guns in particular. To be honest, you'd be better off getting yourself a black powder cannon, which would achieve all of the same stuff and more.
But
it
would look like a gun, though. It wouldn't look like a gun.
Well, it's not like you can wield it like a gun anyway.
That's actually true. Yeah, I can't even shoulder my fucking.
It is already so not sporting to use this to kill birds. If you wheel a black powder cannon out there, like that's even less sporting.
Not just as for the actual use on birds. You know, those punt guns were outlawed because they're so unsportsmanlike. That's the whole. That's their story. Yeah. Like whenever you read about a punt gun, it's like, and they were outlawed because of it's the waterfowl. They use them for ducks and stuff. That like they said, while they're on the surface, that gives you an idea of like how unsportsmanlike this was. They're sneaking up on a bunch. They're like paddling up to ducks that are just resting in a swamp or something and blasting them with a small cannon.
No,
like
in all bird hunting, that's like colossally looked down upon, right? Like you don't shoot birds unless they're flying.
So yeah. So like
some young birds don't fly though, and they just.
I know a couple of grouse that met their match in the grass. Hey, I was 8 years old though. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I only knew that because I went to school with someone. We were like young teenagers, call it 14, who shot a bird on the ground, and he still felt bad. Like he was at like a resort type thing, and everyone kind of got on him about it.
Well,
who fucking cares?
All right, so no, the distinction that I was trying to it's not that it's a faux pas necessarily shoot one while it's in a tree or on a power line or when it's already lit to the ground or something like that. I'll blast him. I don't care. But the deal is that like with traditional waterfowl hunting, you would already be there lying in ambush, and they would come in a few at a time. And so just the very idea of paddling up to them and they're already there and blasting with a cannon is it's just not even hunting, you know.
It's not hunting, but back then it was like, I imagine, because this was like they were using these well over 100 years ago, like in the 19th century.
I think that's why we
like
have any
a lot of these people were probably like, all right, we got to go out and we got to get food. And so hopefully we can get 30 ducks with this single shot. And then some asshole being like, that's not very sporting of you. You're shooting this many ducks. How many could you possibly eat?
No, when it's food, it's a different story.
I have a family and I need to kill these ducks, you know? Like
I really like the idea of shooting different animals with like way too much firepower, like when it's legal and not unsportsmanlike. Like for like doves and stuff, especially in the U.S. where they're not a nuisance species, they're a game bird. You know, I put 3 shotgun. First of all, you obey the rules because if you don't, you go to jail or get fined. But you know, I put 3 shells in the gun, and I wouldn't want 4 or anything like that. But if I'm shooting pigs or something, like if I'm shooting a nuisance species that were there, and it's more about eradication and like controlling population numbers. I really want to shoot those things with my 50 cal or like a 338 Lapua. Something that's going to absolutely blow their
prairie
head.
dog hunting with your 50 cal.
Yeah,
just vaporize them.
I want to vaporize larger animals. You know, like it's cool to see those prairie dogs vaporize when you hit them with a 223. But what happens when you hit a baby pig with a 50 cal? The same fucking thing.
What happens when you hit an adult pig with a punt gun? Let's see.
I've seen deer shot with
the internet abides.
Just
the equivalent of that. So like the highest order of that I know of having happened is people shoot deer sometimes with the 20 millimeter Anzio rifle. It's a bolt action 20 millimeter rifle. By comparison, because of metric and standard, a 50 caliber bullet is 12.7 millimeters. So this is a 20 millimeter round, much more powder, much bigger projectile. The weapon weighs about 100 pounds, and it's 7 or 8 feet long. It takes a real man to carry it around. I can't shoulder it, not even close. And when you shoot a deer with it, it cuts it in half. It turns it inside out. Like the exit wound is isn't round as much as it is like flesh torn away, like the back of, when you shoot paper and the paper tears away. That kind of shit.
How do you get deer out of the woods?
Drag them.
Yeah.
You just grab them by their feet.
They're not very.
Yeah, I mean, but just
they're
wrap
not very
a rope,
heavy.
right? Run it through a tendon on the back of their leg and just drag them.
I usually go the other way. I usually wrap something around their head because the fur's going in one direction, right? Like the fur's going down its back, so I want to go with the fur and drag him that way. If you got a long ways to go, you gut it right there and get that out, and you could even shoulder the thing.
That's what we usually do.
I've never
gut
done
it there,
this.
and then we just put the rope over our shoulders and just drag it.
You don't firemen carry the deer out?
No, you get blood all the fuck over you and shit and ticks with Lyme disease.
That makes sense. I don't know. That's untrained Woody would have done that. Like, all right, I learned how to do fireman's carry.
Plus, the deer were actually pretty big, and in Western Washington, the deer get pretty large.
Yeah. We don't have that problem in Georgia. Our deer are much smaller than yours. So you're not carrying out like 180.
Yeah, you'd have to be like Andre the Giant to like shoulder your deer out of the woods or really starving.
Yeah. Most of the deer that we drug out of the woods, my dad would wrap a belt around its antlers, and we'd each grab a handful of that belt, and we'd start walking together, to wherever we had to go. Usually wasn't all, mile tops. Like,
how do we feel about spear hunting that bear? We kind of changed off that.
I'm 100% on spear hunting any fucking thing. If you go that primitive, you can do whatever you want.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay as long as it's in a sporting context. I think I'm baiting the bear to get it to a predefined location so that some fucker could throw a spear at it. I think that was kind of a dick move. It's like, if you're going to go hunt a spear, go fucking track it.
I think that's how they hunt bear. I don't know anything about bear hunting, though. I really don't.
There is a 0% chance.
Well, we never followed any of the laws.
Proactively tracking a bear. If there is an option to put, a pecan pie down on the ground and just wait with my spear in hand safely, I'm going to take that.
Okay, hold on, though. Food situation, it changes it for me. If it's a food situation, like if I need food, I don't care. We shot a deer 24 times with a 22 long rifle to eat the fucking thing because we were starving.
What if you are renowned? I think in this case, this guy is like a renowned sportsman, and he's into primitive style hunting. Do you want to watch the video? I feel like we're talking about it a lot. We might as well watch it because see what's going on. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with spear hunting. Like if you kill an elephant with the spear, I don't quite care for it unless it was one of those shitty elephants that they're trying to get rid of because it's like chasing off the young males and ruining the tribe or whatever they talk about.
There's always one.
There's always one. That's a real. Did you know about that? That's a real thing where like when they sell the rights of like, hey, you want to come kill an elephant for $250,000? Yeah. They'll go yes. And then they'll put them on an elephant that's like one of the super old males that isn't breeding anymore, but still won't give up control of his herd and won't let new males in. And so they'll sick him on that one so that they'll kill that male, and then all the new males will get to procreate. I thought that was interesting.
I didn't know
that.
They
kind of worked it in. Yeah. That's because ethically, I don't want to kill an elephant, but if it's like an old elephant, it's going to die anyways, and it's preventing them from breeding new elephants. Then I guess you could kind of ethically justify it. And if you can make $100,000 for some dick that thinks he's just killing a random elephant, and instead he's killing an elephant that would have been culled anyways by nature.
And that $100,000 isn't lining the pockets of some jerk, right? It's going to the further conservation of this species. And there's not.
So there you go. I will agree in that situation, but there's a lot of shitty situations. I
tell this story a lot because, but it just makes so much sense when you think about it this way. I know a guy who has a big live game ranch in Texas. They have many exotic species that they keep and preserve there for the purposes of selling their lives to people who come and hunt them. And on the outside, that can seem kind of shitty, right? The thing was, there was this one specific type of antelope. There are many, right? You watch enough Wild Discovery. There's all these pronghorns of different kinds. I don't even recall the name, but they passed this law that, hey, no longer can anyone sell hunts for this semi-endangered animal in the U.S. You can't do it anymore. So you know what they did? They slaughtered everyone they had. They slaughtered the whole herd. They exterminated them because why would you dare on your game ranch have an animal that comes along with it with a penalty for shooting it? Now all of a sudden there's good guys and bad guys mixed in out there in the animal kingdom, and if you hit a good guy, we lose our fucking jobs.
It's like wait, so when you do a shoot in like a simulated building, and they like pops up, it's a mother holding a baby, and it pops up, it's a guy with a ski
Police
mask.
Academy.
Yeah.
Heard that were mothers with babies all of a sudden, so they just slaughtered every single one of them. The act of selling the hunts for them had created the world's largest herd outside of the wild. because here were people who were taking the money that's paid in and putting it back into a place for the animals to live.
I feel like
there's just not enough.
Something similar might happen to cows. If suddenly you couldn't eat cows in the U.S., I don't see them doing well on their own.
They would all be slaughtered. There'd be no point to wasting money keeping them alive.
Yeah, I don't see cows out there competing with the other animals and such.
No.
Do we want to watch this video? Do you have us at the right timestamp too?
Nice. Yeah, I timestamped it, I believe. It's gonna. We might have 30 seconds of like build up.
All right, so I'm at 3:35. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
So
the way Jerry, do you have the video open at 3:35?
I will here in just 1 second.
All right.
Yep, I got it.
Ready, set, play. I don't see any bears. Ooh,
that is a gnarly spear. That looks like a shovel handle.
He's on the ground.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's on the ground with the bear.
Oh, he's got a GoPro on the spear.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, I'm totally in favor. I don't care how this pans out.
Provided there's good videography, we can kill anything we want.
That's a good-sized black bear too. That's a big black bear.
300 pounds.
This is my favorite kind of YouTube video. Either a man gets mauled by a bear for being an idiot steer hunting.
He threw it so hard.
Wow.
Look how big that spear is and how heavy.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Oh, it broke off by the tree.
Did big damage when it broke off. No. That tree cantilevered it to the side and just sliced the fuck out of his intern.
Look how scared the guy is.
No,
I think he's
I'm sorry, he's not scared. My mistake.
He's not scared.
Yeah.
That man.
No, I mean he looked like he was getting ready to run if it came at him, but no, he was excited. Like
yeah, he's a big dude.
He's so happy.
Yeah, this was not his first attempt. Like they kept seeing him and running.
And I'm guessing if you put the video up on, it's got to be a licensed one, right?
Oh yeah, he paid for this. This is 100% legal where he is, top to bottom.
This guy looks like one of those tough Eastern European, Armenian kind of guys.
His stoke is like he just won a championship.
Yeah, like who else has ever done this?
I drilled him perfect. That was the longest.
Some people just get really amped up with hunting. I mean, when I was a kid, I got pretty excited about the hunt. It just kind of went away. It just didn't do it for me anymore.
That's the thing. Like when people kill a deer or an animal, usually for the first time, they'll go over there after they were hunting and they'll be like right next to, what is it called, Kyle? Like the deer fever or whatever. Or
Buck
like,
fever.
Buck fever.
Yeah.
Where like your adrenaline is so high because we're human beings who were like meant to hunt and kill animals, and the first time you do it, you're like shaking because your adrenaline is so high. Like, oh my god, that was so awesome.
Every time I would bow hunt, every single time I saw a deer while I was bow hunting and I was in a position to kill it, it was pounding of my heart. Like I've never, the kind of pounding that you get when you're like with a beautiful woman and you're getting in her panties, the kind of pounding in your heart you get when your car loses traction in a corner and then you recover it at the last second in the gravel, the kind of adrenaline bump you get when you get to the top of that roller coaster and you just decide, you know, if I could nope out, I sure would right now. You get that, and it's maintained the whole time, and you can feel yourself become stronger than you've ever been because you have a weight system right in front of you in that compound bow that takes 70 pounds to 50 pounds if you're a weakling to draw, and like in practice that 60 pounds or whatever it is would always be and I got it. In the tree stand, it was so effortless. It was like it came back on its own, and I was steadier than I'd ever been in practice ever. And when I released the arrow, I could see the fletching on the arrow wiggle a little as it left. It's just, there's so much adrenaline. You're operating at the peak that your body can operate. And then if you actually succeed, it's just the best thing ever. Now you have it right fucking here. It was out there wild and alive. And just, you know, using some primitive tools in your brain, like you beat it. I love bow hunting.
Yeah. Well, it can go the other way too, because I watched my dad miss 7 shots with a 308 with an elk 50 feet away because he was so jacked up.
Literally, I was gonna say, Colin kept focusing on how he's
after it through the woods.
Colin kept focusing on how he's at his peak performance, but sometimes that adrenaline can work against you. Sometimes it's a little better to be the coolest, clear-headed version of you.
It takes the first few times. It definitely did work against me. I feel like I missed maybe the first 3 deer I think I shot at. I didn't kill and wasn't able to take. I wounded one and I missed the other 2. I wounded one and then my position was given away by bullshit a couple of times. They'd hear me or see me or something. They're crafty. But this guy with the spear, I don't know if you want to skip forward, you can see you can see the aftermath.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
that tip on that spear is gnarly.
It gutted. So you know, the guts are hanging out. He fucking destroyed this thing. That was incredibly impressive. And like, but yeah, his wife loses her Under Armour sponsorship just for recording the thing. Big public outcry and a whole thing. And I just didn't understand that. Like, it's a goddamn bear. It's not Yogi the bear. He's not out for picnic baskets. It's a predator. I don't understand the big love for bears. I don't have it.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Well, okay, I'll play devil's advocate to that because I love animals. I do. I'm an animal lover, but at the same time, I like to eat them. So I'm like, I ride that fine line. It's like I don't want an animal to suffer. I understand. Like when you hunt with a gun, you know, I try to take the cleanest shot. My dad always tried to take the cleanest shot. Doesn't always work out that way, but you know, you try to take the cleanest shot. And it's like with a spear, you can't be that precise. I mean, he actually was pretty damn precise with that, but still, the bear didn't just drop, right? If he had to hit it in the right spot, that bear just would have been collapsed, game over. So there is some suffering involved. That's the part that I don't like about it. That's the reason why I don't hunt anymore. It's like if I can just go out there and get a bolt gun, I'm good.
But all the food we eat is gained that way. Right. I mean, you're not a vegetarian. I certainly am not. You know,
you don't get us being a veggie.
like you go to the slaughter. I've never been to like an industrial slaughterhouse, but I've been to like where they like a small one where we had a cow one time that went crazy and like was trying to escape and was just it went crazy. It had to be killed. It had lost its mind. And we're like, well, what are we going to do with this like 1,000-pound chunk of meat? And so we took it to a place and had it processed. And they dragged that thing up by its back legs and slit its throat. And like we just brought them a dead cow. The way they slaughter them, you know, with that piston and then they cut their throats and everything. And everything we eat's derived that way. There's a level of suffering every step of the way. I mean, life is suffering.
I'm going by what I learned in Old Country for No Man. But No Man for Old Country, I don't even know. But that piston's a pretty instant kill, right? Like
it's as instant as you can possibly get.
Yeah, you
I got both wrong. Yeah. What is the movie called?
If you use it right, but
No Man for Old Country.
People that fuck up all the time.
No Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
No Country for Old Men.
I would have totally struck out. It wasn't my third guess.
A nitrogen. It's the nitrogen bolt gun, right? It's just basically using like a 1,000 psi nitrogen.
I wasn't
real instant kill.
I wasn't saying that it's painless. I was saying that it's gory and it's visceral. So like I feel like people see a little gut hanging out of this bear and they're like, oh, the poor thing. It died within 3 minutes.
No. Once I'm dead, I don't care if I'm worm food. It's just I don't want that to be a suffering thing. I don't want the animal like when we had to kill the deer with the 22 long rifle. Now I understand why they don't want you hunting deer with 22 long rifle because it took 24 rounds and tracking it for a mile to take it down.
That's illegal.
And this is a long time ago, right? And it was a bitch to clean too, man. We were like chewing on bullets from that thing for like weeks. But we needed it. We needed it and we took it. But it's like, yeah, that animal suffered like terribly. And I think that kind of stayed with me, and that's what made me not want to hunt anymore.
But it tasted like shit too.
Oh no, it was not good. It was a lot of it we had to throw away too. Because we did nick the bowel. Technically we should throw the whole animal away, but we couldn't afford to. Yeah.
Christ almighty. Well, I honestly don't care about like a little suffering from the animals. It's just part of fucking living and dying is going to be some suffering. And to ignore that is just dishonest. Like,
and that's the thing is I'm not
talking to you.
Well, let Kyle finish his thought.
I'm not talking to you specifically. But if you're going to put on camouflage and get your high-powered rifle and go climb up in a tree, and not you, anyone, just know you're going to kill a thing. You're going to take its life with violence. This isn't euthanasia. You're going to blow its internal organs out. You're gonna put a gigantic hole in it, and it's not gonna feel good no matter what. But so when I see the guy with the spear, what I think is, if he went out there with a rifle, he could have slaughtered every bear within sight. Every bear within sight could have been his with a laser beam rifle, but that's not what he did. Yeah. That bear had a chance, as much of a chance as it's ever gonna have against a human being who's out there to face it. I feel like he gave the bear a chance. He could have missed. He could have wounded the bear. The bear could have killed him. All those things could happen.
If you gave that bear an option, if it had the cognizance to understand what you're saying, and you said beforehand, bear, you're going to be hunted today, but you get to pick the weapon. Do you want your hunter to carry a spear, or would you rather he have one of those magical boomsticks that killed, Uncle Yogi? And the bear would be like, I'm absolutely well, spear. clearly spear. Like I've got a fighting chance things. Those monkeys aren't that strong. But like that, he would pick that.
No, even as a human, I would pick that, right? If you had the option to pick somebody engaging you with a weapon that can kill you over 300 yards that you'll never see them, or a spear that you could presumably step to the side if you're aware.
Smell that motherfucker.
Right. You're gonna that's actually an interesting perspective. That's not a perspective that I would have looked at it. But
so Kyle, I've seen headshots on people before, like Iraqi snipers and stuff like that, and I'm almost shocked at how quickly they go from alive to dead. Right? They fall straight down. There's no movie.
Don't even feel
it,
like
etc. Right.
Nerves.
So Kyle, when they shoot him in the heart, Is there a similar kind of instant death? Like if you shoot properly, no.
No, it's not instantaneous because like the brain keeps on working without blood for a little while. There's enough blood going for it to like sprint out that last little bit. The way I drop them instantly, I shoot them the shoulder blade. You shoot them the shoulder, and I use a high caliber rifle. I always have bigger than I need. Like a white-tailed deer, especially in Georgia, like I said earlier, is a small animal. An AR-15 will cut it.
What's it?
Especially if you're a good shot. And I don't know. 150.
Even a 30-30 is a little too small. That's what we hunted with, was the 30-30. And yeah, you'd come up on the deer, and the deer would still be there, and you could tell the deer was not dead. It wasn't there, but it wasn't dead.
But like I hunted with a 7mm Magnum for years with 175 grain bullets going fast. I'd shoot them in the shoulder blade, and they'd fall over dead right there. I'm sure they were laying there for a second, going, "Oh God, what was that?" But then they died.
No, if you get the shot right, it's instantaneous. It's instantaneous.
I've shot them in the heart. I've shot them in the lungs. You know, but they just won't drop instantaneously. And people often ask. I was talking to Chiz about this the other day about headshots. He's like, he didn't even shoot him in the head. And I'm like, well, you don't shoot him in the head. Like it's a really small target for one thing. And if you miss a little, like I've seen deer with their noses blown off. Now you want to talk about animals suffering. And like the byproduct of hunting, that's a nasty thing. It's people who don't know how to fucking shoot and or aim at their head for some goddamn reason, and they'll blow off the end of this. You picture a deer, the end of its nose, and so the tongue is just kind of hanging out, and it will live like that so long. And you don't like to see that kind of stuff. So I always just shot them down like instantly. I had one deer ever run farther than 3 feet or something like that, and I was shooting off the hood of a truck, and it was raining, and it was 380 yards, and I blew the bug deflector right off the hood of the truck. It was a pretty funny day, but I killed the deer. It ran in the woods and died.
Yeah.
You never found it?
I do.
I found it.
Oh, you did find it? Okay.
Yeah, it was the next day.
Pain thing. Like, I understand why some people might not like the spear thing, just because if you don't know that much about hunting, or like, I mean, it's much more brutal to someone who doesn't have any experience out there. Like people who have hunted, like, I guess pretty much every one of us, all of us have hunted a good bit. Like you see it a bit differently. But if you have no experience killing animals, like your only thought is going to be, oh, spear, that's barbaric. We have guns now. And you don't even consider the thought that Kyle just said of like, yeah, these are the same people who think you should go for a headshot and you're going to blow one of its eyes out and it's going to starve to death 4 months later after like just, trying its best to get whatever little leaves it could fit in its mouth or whatever they do. But
yeah, you guys.
And I'll speak from the perspective. Oh, go ahead.
You guys were saying if you're going to be hunted, and you're a bear, you'd absolutely choose the spear, right? Because you have a fighting chance. But what if I changed the question and said, if you're going to be executed, how do you want to be executed? I bet you wouldn't pick the spear, right? So it's,
sure.
But if it was a fight, it wasn't an execution. The bear had a shot the whole time. If that bear had been on the ball and hadn't been like, oh my God, somebody put a bucket of berries in the middle of the forest. What luck! What luck! Berries, there could be nothing nefarious about this. Like if he had been on the ball and had paid attention to what happened to Yogi and Smokey, he wouldn't have been in that boat and he may have killed that guy.
That bear's been around people. I can tell by watching that video that bear has been around people before, because there was no way he was not hiding. He was in plain view on the other side of that barrel. That bear has a sense of smell like a dog. It knew he was there.
No, you're wrong about that, because they set everything up with the wind. They know which direction the wind's going. They're bear hunters. But if you watch the whole video, no, it couldn't. He was hiding behind a tree the whole time. If you watch the beginning of the video, it shows him failing a couple times. Like he's behind the tree and he leans out, and a different bear is like, "You're a fucking person," and just splits. And just splits you
put these berries here.
I've watched a good bit of bear hunting.
At 140, he pops his head up though and looks, and he kind of sneaks back behind the tree, and the bear looks at him for just a second and gets back down. But you're right, I don't think the bear, because the bear had seen him, it would have ran.
Yeah, but they don't really know what they're seeing unless they see your silhouette broken from the tree. Their vision and the way their brains work. I don't know about that. They have great smell though. And I'm sure it could see him from that range if he was outside the tree, because the other bear saw him there. Usually when I see bear,
like we'd get out of the tent and the black bear just look at you like, well, okay, I'm gonna just walk back into the woods. Fuck you.
Usually when I see bear hunts though, like I'm usually like, oh, God damn it, did you have to do that to the fucker? You couldn't give him a fighting chance. And then I see this one and I'm like, yeah, I think maybe that's how you should have to do it, because I've seen that video where there's like a bear in a tree and they fucking shooting it with crossbows and shit till it falls out, or they treat them with dogs. They, they shoot them with high-powered rifles while they're up in a tree. Like, I don't like that kind of predatory hunting. There's different kinds of hunting too, right? If you're hunting for it, predator hunting to me is a whole different kind of hunting, and I have a different respect level for the animal I'm hunting than if I'm hunting a deer or an elk or a moose or something like that.
Isn't there a constituency that thinks bow hunting is a little cruel?
I don't know.
Because a lot of bow hunters aren't as good as they need to be, and they don't get the same kind of good kills that rifle hunters do. I just heard.
I kind of feel like it could be the same thing with guns, though. As I know a lot of hunters, they go out for their first hunt. Doesn't matter how much they trained leading up to it. Once they're there and their heart's racing and shit, they're blowing holes through their antlers and shit and killing their friends, putting holes in their truck. We saw a guy do that. That was pretty funny.
That's a big deal too. Like when you're, not to circle this around to paramotors, but I've had bad landings when I was first learning because I was stressed. I was in the yellow and I wasn't the best version of me. If you were to put me in a hunt, I don't think I'd have the same marksmanship I would when I shoot paper. I've been in competitions.
He does on the first one.
Yeah. So
both times I went hunting deer and elk, I missed both times, and they weren't probably. I would say exaggerating, maybe 100 feet. They were close.
Oh yeah, and
they were close to me. Like that was a sure thing. My dad picked one off that I missed
in paper. At 100 feet, and you get all the time you want, and no stress.
It was close enough that my dad could hit it at a dead run when I missed it when it was standing still. Like I took the shot, it took off running. My dad took the second shot and got it. So Kyle, so I was like, so it had to be pretty damn close.
So Kyle, you don't think bow hunting is like? Aren't there people who think of it as bad?
My friend's a bow hunter and he loves
Kyle.
Is your name Kyle? Is your middle name Kyle? I just don't know. You're gonna have to take a time out or raise your hand, one or the other. So I haven't really experienced that, but I don't think I've got like feelers out looking for it or anything either. I'm sure, it is more barbaric. If you just look at the tools at hand, when you like look at them, and that's the point, right? It's called primitive hunting. At the end of those arrows, those broadheads, the ones that I use, they're two blades, inside the broadhead like this, and they're held back with a rubber band that's sort of up here like this. And when they hit, they fan out and they fold out. Two razor blades that are combined across them like 2¼ inches, 2½ inches. It cuts the heart in half if you hit it. It cuts the lung in half if you hit it.
Yeah.
They're dead fast. But you shoot them in the ass, of course. It's incredible suffering. It's terrible. And I hit one in the ass one time. Felt terrible about it.
I'm on this whole website. It's called bearsmart.com. It says Get Smart, the Get Smart Bear Society. And now the title makes you think that it's a group of industrious bears who apparently have Squarespace, but it's not. It's people dispelling bear myths. And I didn't know this. A lot of these are stupid, where it's like bears are unpredictable. Fact: bears use body language and vocalizations to show their intentions, not to any discernible measure. You idiot! No, they don't. They don't go get out of here.
Well, hold on. I will counter that a little though, because I grew up around black bears. We had as many black bears as we had deer where I grew up in Kitsap County up in Washington, and the black bears were actually pretty smart critters. They would come around and get in the garbage cans, and when you came outside, they would stay their distance, but keep going through the garbage cans. But once you got about 20, 25 feet away, they would back away, and then as soon as you started walking back, they'd come right back to the garbage cans, keeping their eye on you.
They're not
dumb,
but it was also... No, go ahead.
I'm not saying they're geniuses, but I'm saying they are smart enough to know that, listen, if I don't let this guy get any closer than 20 feet, I'm reasonably sure he's not gonna be able to hurt me. So I'm gonna keep munching on this garbage. And my dad even went out, and they are kind of dumb. And my dad went out and wailed on one with a broomstick. We thought he was gonna get killed. It was a small one. It was probably like 150 pounds. And my dad's over there just wailing on it with a broomstick, and it's just like, it wouldn't give up on the garbage can. Like it was like, I'll take a broom beating. I'm good with this. It's like it gave zero boxers. Yeah, it like literally did not care. And we're sitting there just waiting for my dad just to get mauled by this thing. But no, it was just whining and kind of bitching about the situation. And my dad came back inside, and then it went out and got the garbage again. My dad went out with the 30-30, fired a shot in the air because it was too small. He didn't want to kill that one. If he's going to go kill one, he's going to kill one of the 300-pounders. But they did seem like they were relatively smart, and especially the moms when they had the cubs around. The moms would be really, really cautious with the cubs around. Like if you came outside and saw a cub, you were like, get your ass back in the house, because the mom will fucking tear you to bits if you get close to her cub. And so, but if you just found one that was like a male or it wasn't mating season, oh shit, you could chase them. They were scared shitless of you. Like I've
done that.
Yeah, as a kid, like 12 years old, I'd see a black bear, I'd be like, come here, black bear, run after it. And it's like, this thing could eat me. And it would just be like, fuck, kids chasing me, I'm out. Like up a tree.
Because they know, they're like, that looks exactly like all of the other things that have killed all of my bear friends.
Right.
Like, and I know that when people fuck with my little bear cousins and cubs,
Yep.
you know, the mom gets pissed.
Yep.
Taylor, can you start over?
I'm monkey, you're dead.
Your bandwidth.
So-
You were like,
Oh, sorry. Sorry. It wasn't worth it. It was just bear
yeah,
talk.
I told the story before we went hiking on the John Muir Trail in Yosemite, and before you do that, you buy a pass, and then the rangers teach you how to deal with bears. And basically, you just make a lot of noise, bang pots together, stuff like that. And it's somewhere on YouTube, like it's on video of us chasing bears away.
it was it for black bears? Because I think brown bears are more aggressive, right? Like brown bears, you make noise and shit, and they're gonna be like, okay.
I don't even know. They distinguished. They're like, if it's a grizzly though, like they're less apt to get scared away,
right?
You know, get your distance. But this wasn't that, and I wasn't like like it wasn't just me. There were like 15 other people like, go bear, scat bear, get out of here, bear, banging things. So I just joined in, you know. And
dude, I had a bear sniffing my tent once when I was camping. Literally, its nose was pressed against the tent while I was sleeping, and I woke up and I thought it was a dog. I thought it was a dog because you could hear that. I'm like, oh, okay, dogs say this. So I sit up in the thing and I whack the side of the tent, and the thing just goes postal, does a burnout, like runs through the camp, and I unzip the tent and I see it, and it's up in the freaking tree.
Really?
Like, well, I thought it was a dog. It was a smaller one. I think it might have been like just that year. It was probably just born that year. But yeah, I whacked inside the tent. That some bitch went right up the tree, and they just sat up in the tree for like an hour going, nothing else ever came. No other black bears came, and then eventually we just walked out of camp, came back, it was gone. So it just waited for us to leave, came down out of the tree.
Did you know that bear spray is actually not a good idea, apparently?
Oh, really?
Because
why?
If it gets on the ground around your camp, bears are attracted to that smell because they're like, oh, that smells kind of peppery. That smells like it could be food, because after it's settled on the ground, it smells like a spicy, peppery dish that you might be eating.
I didn't think about that.
Is that from your website? From bearsmart.com?
It's from bearsmart.com. They're dispelling a lot of myths here.
So it's like Tabasco. From a distance, it smells delicious. Then you get a little too much of it, and you're like, "Fuck! Stop putting it in my eyes."
But they don't get upset about too much Tabasco the way we do. We'll just make another meal. They'll like take a bite and just be irate because it's just scented leaves from the last bear to wander in. So keep it. Always bring a gun. Don't bring bear spray. I didn't read the entire tip. So
who the hell had myth number 2? Bears can't run downhill.
Points.
Who thought bears could not run downhill?
Bears can't run downhill?
No, somebody said it's myth number 2 for some reason. That means a lot of people believe that bears can't run downhill, and I'm like,
you
no,
hear
bears?
it all the time.
That's why it's because of the bear altitude paradox.
Yeah.
You know, over the past couple of decades, they find that all bears are slowly migrating to the highest areas in there because they'll accidentally take 5 or 6 steps up the hill and they go, fuck, can't get back down. And so the rest of the family's like, all right, well, just don't forget, like, we can't go any higher. And then eventually someone does. They have to keep going up, ratcheting. It's a real problem. Ask any park ranger.
It throws off their inner ear.
So are you saying in 20 years the peaks of mountains aren't going to be white anymore? There's going to be
just bears and mountain goats.
Bears up there.
That's going to be Planet Earth 3. And now here you can see at the top of Mount Everest the last remaining bears. You know,
it's funny.
Unfortunately unable to run downhill. You know,
I've heard this about bulls. I've heard bulls are particularly good at running uphill because their legs are different lengths, and I didn't even question it. It had to do with the running of the bulls in Pompeii or something. And I'm like, oh, well, that's good to know, I guess. Bulls are good at running uphill. That's probably bullshit.
All right, Matt, this time.
Probably it's.
PKA is brought to you by Casper Mattresses. Casper Mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. It combines supportive memory foams to create an award-winning sleep surface with just the right sink and just the right bounce. Over 20,000 reviews and an average of 4.8 stars. It's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress. They have free shipping and returns to the United States and Canada, and you can try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund everything. Designed, developed, and assembled in the United States of America. So, get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA.
Casper mattress is awesome. We bought one like 2-3 weeks ago for my son, and I genuinely like it. Like sometimes I go to his bed instead, like when I want to read the computer or something, just hang out. You like dig your elbow deep into it, and the mattress is like, I'm cool with this. I'll still be comfy. It's it's nice.
There's no worry of warping with it. I sleep on it every night, and it's one of those mattresses you can tell I can sleep on the same side of it, you know, for 2 years. And then if one day I decide, oh, I'll go to the other side, I won't be like, oh, that other side got worn out. You'll just be like, no, it just feels like the same bed. So can't recommend it high enough. It's where I do all my sleeping.
Yeah, I agree 100%. On the thing about like wearing a hole in your mattress or like a low spot, like I've done that on every other mattress I've ever had because I like to sit up in bed and watch TV. Like I like to chill in my bedroom, and so I'm always just sitting right there on that same spot where I sleep. And it's like, shit, I can ruin a mattress in a year. But this thing is showing no signs of that with a memory foam. Loving it.
Yeah, good stuff, Casper.
Well, I've never slept on one, but it's named after a friendly ghost, so awesome.
It is.
There you go. Got to remember that.
Anyone else to tell us about right now, Kyle? Or?
We'll do it in a little bit.
Okay.
We'll spread them out.
I mean, I'm always game to talk about bears for 2 more hours.
The reason I brought up
I have saved is politics, and I don't even know how I feel about doing
not
it.
Even funny enough that we got.
All right. Well, look. The reason I brought up bears is I want to go on a hunting trip. Is anyone else wanting to come with me and kill some animals?
The bear, as long as we get.
No, killing animals is wrong.
Look,
killing animals is wrong.
If that is your caveat, we will eat whatever we kill. But I want to go kill something with a gun. I want to go.
I'm not interested in hunting, but I would love one of the steaks. That's all I'm saying. So if you want us to eat a bloody steak on camera to justify your kill, I will do it. Absolutely.
We'll send you a steak.
I love gamey meat. Like I loved eating deer growing up. Like deer, some people eat deer and they're like, fuck, this is gamey. Like, you know, if you don't marinate the shit out of it. But no, I actually kind of like the gamey taste. Like it's not bad.
I do too. Like it's not the most delicious taste, but it's not bad. It's just.
But it's nice to have on occasion, right? It's kind of like it's one of those things. Just kind of nice to have every once in a while because like I'm eating a deer. It's like,
and it's a reminder of like, oh, I didn't go to Costco and buy some cow meat that some guy in Iowa raised. I killed this and then skinned it and then seasoned it.
I grew up eating it. I ate more deer than I ate beef growing up as a kid because we just hunt on the 60 acres or whatever. The watershed behind us. I don't think that was legal either, but whatever.
So I was gonna I posted on the subreddit and we talked about it last week. I was gonna prank phone call Jackie this week regarding the pool, but she had kind of a rough week, so we're gonna postpone that and do that next week sometime. As long as she has a happier week next week.
Yeah. I guess I'll cover that.
Maybe 2 weeks from now.
Tease it. Yeah. Her mom, my mother-in-law, fell and broke her hip. People don't know she's 77. And she's battling cancer. She's sort of staying with us while we do that. And just Tuesday night, there's a step that, like, it's just a single step. She didn't know it was there. So you know how you take that, like, hard step when you don't know? Well, if you're 77 and you're in chemo, which weakens either your bones or your, like, tendons.
Everything. Everything. If it's cells, it's weakened. Yeah.
It can be more dangerous. So she broke her leg, and she may have broken her hip too. Actually, she's walking. The next day she was the next day she had surgery. So the day after the surgery, she's already walking. She's held together with some pins. She's going to rehab, and then she'll come back. But that is why we didn't prank call Jackie. Kyle accurately figured out the timing on that was wrong. And,
I did not pull a Wings Redemption like call her up on Thursday while they've been up till 4 a.m. She's been asleep for like 6 hours. Call her and. Hello. Hi, I just want to let you know that pool's not gonna cut it, and it just it wouldn't go well. It wouldn't go well. Like push her over the edge. What am I doing?
Cruel. It's a little cruel.
The kinder, gentler PKA.
Well, if it'd been anyone else's wife, I'd have went for the blood, right? I'd have been like, no, actually, it's okay with those mineral deposits as long as no old people get in the water. Now, if you put any old people in that water, man, have you seen Cocoon? Because the opposite shit will happen. The exact opposite thing. She will just crumble into dust.
Dude, I watched like 12 minutes of the last PKA I was on like 3 years ago, and then I just turned it off, and I was like, oh, I remember that now. That actually was a weird experience because everybody thought I was like Wings replacement or something when you guys had me on because there's something going on with him. Oh, and I remember like the Reddit just went postal on me, and I was like, actually ended up being a good thing. I got a shitload of followers on YouTube out of it, but it was a really weird thing. So it's a little different this time.
So last time we had, did you want to go, Kyle?
Nah, go ahead. I don't care.
Last time we had you on the channel, you were kind of new to being a full-time YouTuber. You're not new anymore. How's the experience been?
Shitty. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody.
You wouldn't, because it was almost a dream. You were like chasing the dream last time.
Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase that. That might be a little bit harsh. I do love that I get to stay at home. I do love that I spend more time with my family and everything. But there is an inherent stress about your paycheck changing every single day. Like every day the rules change. Every day a new platform's doing something. I've had to, in the last 6 months, diversify a lot more, do a lot more stuff with Twitch and YouTube, not just putting all my eggs in one basket. And since I've done that, things have gotten a lot better. But before that, for like the first 2 years where I was just putting all my eggs in one basket with YouTube, yeah, that was a real stressful endeavor. That was. So I would recommend if you're going to do stuff like this full time, you do not just pick one thing and do it full time. That might have worked before, but I don't think it really works anymore.
My experience on YouTube, especially so I did gaming, and I think, you know, gaming, tech reviews probably similar. If the nature of YouTube channel involves you sitting in the same room at the same desk in the dark all the time, quite likely not a normal sleep schedule, right? You just kind of like, there's nothing holding you to any kind of schedule. That it doesn't lead towards a good mental state. Like and there are a lot of people, like I watched, I think his name is Markiplier, talk about how depressed he was in a video. This is like 2 years ago. And like I could just relate to a lot of what he was going through because even he's wildly successful, right? He's probably having fame and fortune that he's never experienced before. Yeah. But he's not happy. And
well, you don't get to enjoy it. When you work 24 hours a day, like you said, you don't have a schedule and you're on 24 hours a day, and you can't separate Jerry from Barnacles. You know, even though I'm technically, everybody else says you're the same in person as you are online. I don't have a character. That's my avatar name or whatever. So anyways, but you do start to blur the two together, and then the work ethic starts to take over, and all you want to do is work all the time. Even when you're just on social media, you're just laying in bed or you're watching a movie, you're picking up the cell phone constantly and doing stuff. You never really disconnect. You almost feel weird when you put a phone away for like an hour. Like the other day, I went to the Apple store, gave my phone for 2 hours so they could fix the screen, and I kept reaching in my pocket trying to pull my phone out. I was like, oh, the phone's not there, and the watch can't connect to shit because I don't got the phone.
I've definitely done that, where I like reach into my pocket to get my phone, and I've like forgot it somewhere, and then I do it again 4 minutes later, and then I do it again 7 minutes later, and it's like, it must be like a 2-pack-a-day smoker going out without their cigarettes and suddenly realizing like, oh, damn it, I forgot cigarettes. And 2 minutes later, oh, cigarette, like it's a real addiction. Like
when I was a professional software developer, I would, you know, knock off at the end of the day. I'd get in my car, I'd drive home. There was a clear delineation from work and home. Sometimes I would work from home, like, you know, I'd take a day off work and just work from home remotely. But there was always this clear delineation. And once that left, it's weird. You have a bias to just always work. You never really stop. Even when I go on vacation, I find myself like pulling out the phone and shooting vlogs and taking pictures of shit and posting them on Instagram. And I'm like, why am I doing this? I just want to enjoy.
It's inspiring at first, right? At first, you're like, man, there's nothing holding me back. The more effort I put into this, the more return I get from it. Go, 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 right? Like, oh my gosh, I thought I was a hard worker when I worked for someone else. I work for myself, and there's just no end to it. Wings of Redemption was telling me that too. Back when he made as many as 11 videos in a day, it was just like, the more I do, the more I get. Go, 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 go. And then, you know, let that go on for a couple years, and suddenly you're like, aha, you've burnt out. This is why your employer put the throttle on you, because he's not trying to get 1 year and out, you know, like people do to themselves on YouTube. Yeah. But so that's your thing. You don't like it. You don't.
No. So that's where I was coming up. I think that opinion's changed over the last 6 months. Now I've diversified things. I've incorporated as an S corp. I've got the right people involved to help me handle the shit that I'm just not good at. The IRS hates me. The IRS, like every year, they come to my door and want to like kill me. Because they want me to do things in a certain way, and they don't understand how well, you know, doing the YouTube thing, the IRS really doesn't understand how the YouTuber thing works. Like, especially when you got PayPal and other things in the equation where multiple companies are issuing 1099s for the same money, and the IRS is like, no, this is all different money. And you're like, no, it's not. It went from here, it went to here, and then it went back to here. It's the same money, just moving between things. It's not new revenue coming. And so I had to get people involved that knew how to like alert the IRS to those problems so that they could preemptively handle them. But that didn't happen until 2 years of audits. So dealing with all that shit and constantly, it's a little bit of a nightmare. It sucks. That's what I don't like about it. When I worked at Microsoft, it's like, yeah, I did do my little 1040 Quicken thing at the end of the year. Everything was all sorted out. Everything. I always get a huge return back. And now it's not like that anymore. It's like every year when I do my taxes, it's a big, huge ordeal. I have to involve certain people and contact certain people to put it all together. But now that I've started to take the course of creating a business, an actual business, not being a sole proprietorship, and getting the right people involved, the tax attorney and the bookkeeper and all that stuff, it's actually gotten a lot better. It has gotten a lot better. And a lot of people have told me that, oh, you know, those things are really expensive. They are. I mean, you can spend a lot of money to have a bookkeeper and a tax attorney and everything, but they end up saving you a lot more in the long run. And that's some advice I would give to anybody that was listening to this right now, thinking about doing this, is spend the money up front and get the right people involved and make sure that that everything is being done correctly. Because later on, it'll just sneak up and destroy you. I mean, you could make, this actually happened. I won't name the YouTuber, but a friend of mine who was a YouTuber, he actually made several $100,000 over like 5 years, had a channel that was absolutely amazing. The IRS came after him for all of it because he was like paying what he thought he owed in taxes. And no, it didn't work that way. With sole proprietor, you got to pay 18% extra as a sole proprietorship. And you have to do some other things that he wasn't doing. And that all came back to bite him like 5 years later. Because the IRS sometimes takes time to do audits, right? The IRS might not audit you for 5 years. Well, they just came down on him, audited him for like 3 years, wanted like 200 and some grand. He didn't have shit. He was living paycheck to paycheck, having a good old time. And it just destroyed him. And so I'm trying not to let that happen to me. So I have buffers and everything. I tell everybody, everything is a calculated risk. You know, I could live 2 or 3 years with what I have if I had to cut and run. I live well below my means. All that to take the stress off me so that I can focus on building a business. And that's what I wasn't doing the first 2 years. The first 2 years, I was like, oh, I still got all my Microsoft money. I'm just going to sell all the stock and just have fun and, you know, kind of fuck off and do whatever. And that was a bad way to do that.
That living below your means thing is something that many YouTubers, especially early on, like when we were all getting signed with Machinima and everything.
Yeah, like, go nuts.
Early on, nobody was living with, everybody was like new money from West Egg. You know, we were all, you know, got to buy Great Gatsby reference. I don't remember if it was West Egg or East Egg that was new money. But basically, people would just be like, oh, I'm making $8 grand a month. That means I can spend $7,800 every month. Yeah. And it's like, oh, well, you probably shouldn't. It's like, but like,
why not, Taylor? I need another truck. My girlfriend needs a truck too.
to pretend that it
Trucks
was limited.
Don't grow on trees, Taylor.
Damn it, Taylor.
And so many people did that back in the day.
and I know some. That's the thing is you know, when you get into YouTube, you start meeting other YouTubers, you start meeting other people, and the one thing I saw is that most of them did do that. They took their fame, they ran with it, they got their cars, they got their houses, and during a downturn, you're screwed. And it's like I kind of work the opposite way. I spend no more than a quarter of what I make. My house, I'll tell you right now, I pay $1,500 a month for my house. You know, I got a house way back when, refinanced it multiple times to get the interest down, front loaded a bunch of it when I worked at Microsoft, just because I wanted to be able to have something that I could pay no matter what. Even if I literally had to like quit everything and go to work at McDonald's, you know, heaven forbid a software developer of 15 years experience at Microsoft has to go work at McDonald's, but I could and keep my house. That was it.
Well, you're going to code the automated machines.
Yeah. There we go. I'm going to code myself out of a job just like I did at Microsoft. Wink. But yeah, anyways, I try to live well below my means. I don't go buy crazy cars and stuff like that. Like I wanted to get a Tesla. Hell yes, I wanted to get a Tesla. I drove one of those things, freaking ludicrous edition. Had 700 horsepower, fastest car I've ever been in my life. I was like, damn it. I looked at it and I was like, yes, I could technically afford to do this. Like if I wanted to like dip into money from stock and stuff from Microsoft, I could technically do this. But if I do that, then I potentially take 3 years off my survivability if shit goes bad. I would rather have the peace of mind of knowing that I can survive long enough to recoup and do what I want versus having what I want now and risk never being able to obtain it again. So that's kind of the way I look at it. Yeah. So anyway, so I'm in a happier place now, but I haven't created a YouTube video in like 2 weeks. I just released my first video in like 2 weeks on my channel today. I've been doing Twitch almost every day. Been enjoying that. Never really did live streaming much before. Finally got really into it, and I found it, you know, it's kind of my stride. I enjoy doing it. People enjoy what I do every morning, and I'm like, this is a lot of fun. But again, the YouTube thing, as you know, Woody, it's like the editing is part of the creative process. You don't get that with live streaming. Like to be able to tell a story, record something, and be in front of the camera, and then have the end result be something completely different than what you did in front of the camera through editing and everything in the perspective. That's like an addictive thing. That's a cool thing. That's an art in itself, and it's something that I really enjoy doing. But it takes a shitload of time. And I don't like doing the content crank thing. I've tried that before where it's like, oh, I'm just going to make a video of this and a video of this and just set up a camera, record it really quick, edit it. You know, no, I don't like doing that. I like doing overlays. I like doing everything, the color correction and the audio. That's part of the process. But
well, it doesn't necessarily. You gotta go by the right approach. First of all, get 12 to 14 minutes of Nazi zombie gameplay from 2013. Sock that away. You're going to be using it for years.
Rounds
Number
1
2,
to 5.
Rounds 1 through 5. And then when you tell a story that has nothing to do with the gameplay, you do it in one take. You do not edit it under the guise of being, quote, genuine, but really is lazy. And then you render it out, throw that up, and you're all squared away.
I tried that like 2 years ago though, and every comment was like ripping off Woody's gamer tag, ripping off Woody's gamer tag. I couldn't take it anymore.
I would get so many comments like, "Is this the same gameplay again?" It's like, and then people would be like, "Shut the fuck up! Nobody watched Taylor's video for the gameplay. Are you stupid?" Like, it's not even good.
I used to watch Woody's videos all the time because you could just stick them in the background. Like the video was of no consequence. I didn't need to watch the gameplay. I just put it in the background and just listened to it, and it was like. Woody, I mean, you know, I relate to a lot of the stuff you did. You know, we both have a son who's had special needs. By the way, how's Colin doing? Shit, I haven't seen anything on him in a long time.
He's 14 now.
Jeez, dude,
he's doing
crazy.
parkour. Like they do these summer camps, and we just put him in a summer camp all summer. And he's getting a lot of like socialization and stuff there. But he's still not like normal. You know, like I want to.
I think you just abandon. You just abandon that. Like I did that with Xander too. At 7 years old. All of his therapy and everything has led him to a really good place, but he still struggles with eye contact. He still has moments when he gets tired where he just gets a little manic. I've kind of written those off as just characters traits, and it's like, you know what? That's just who he is. It's who he is. Yeah. And he's got a lot of friends. I mean, oh my God, he's got more girlfriends than his guy friends. So I'm like, yeah, he's gonna be popular with the ladies. But yeah, no, I mean, it's just I guess I kind of thought for a while that all the therapy and everything would make it 100%. Like at some point, the therapy was going to equalize, and we were going to have. And he's the top reader in his class. It's not a matter of intelligence. He's killing it for handwriting, killing it for his math skills are right where they need to be for his age. His reading skills, like I said, he's the top reader in his entire class, and he's in a regular class. He no longer goes to a special school. He's in public school, and he's just done a freaking amazing job. But at the same time, I keep looking. I'm like, oh man, we should work on that. We should work on that. We should work on that. And I finally just come to the point where I'm like, you know what? Why am I so worried about making him what I would consider normal or what people would consider normal when he's doing so good, just how he is? And then I kind of remembered back to like when I was a kid, and all the doctors were like, oh, he's got ADHD, he's got a learning disability. Throw him in chapter 1, hold him back a grade, do all this shit, and then it's like I go on to be, you know, a top 5% contributor at Microsoft and a decorated software developer with 2 awards from. One signed by Bill Gates, one signed by Ballmer himself. They've given me several $50,000 check Gold Star awards out of band just for work that I did in automation. And I did all that because my parents didn't medicate me. And they were just like, boys, you know, kid will be a kid. Just leave him alone. Just let him do his thing. Turns out I just didn't like school. I'm a really smart guy. I just don't like fucking going to school and having a teacher say, you need to do this at this time. Like, you know,
that's what it is for pretty much all of those young boys, at least, that get put on ADD medication. Mm-hmm. It's like, hey, this 6-year-old little boy is rambunctious, and he keeps running out of his seat to go play with the Legos in the corner of the class. But those are only for playtime, and so we need to put him on a weird amphetamine drug that'll ruin his appetite and make his personality, you know, dead while he's on it. It's like, no, he's a 6-year-old boy. Yeah. Like you've made school into something that rewards obedience and traditional school rewards feminine traits more and more so year by year. Like it rewards sitting still, getting your work done quietly, that sort of thing. Young boys are not like young girls. They're remarkably different. Young boys want to run around and be rambunctious, and they have so much energy, they're spinning out of control. And so, of course, if the standard is sit still and do this boring, repetitive shit, little boys are gonna do badly.
Yeah. Did you go through a phase like that as a kid? Do you ever want to dig holes?
Oh my God, I went through the
I've done so many
digging phase. Go ahead with your digging phase, Kyle.
So I went through a couple phases. The digging phase came first, and then later the lumberjack phase came in. But yeah, it started with sandboxes, right? It was like, during 30 minutes of recess, I can dig a hole this big. That's pretty cool, huh? And you know, all my friends, we'd all be digging. And then I'd go home and I'd be like, I'd run off with a shovel. I dug this crazy hole one time with a real fucking shovel in the side of that hill. And it's still there. You can still see that fucking hole I dug when I was like 11.
Did you lay logs over the top of it and put foliage over it and make it a fort?
No, I didn't.
That's what I did with all my holes.
It's very tough.
Yeah.
Yours were bunkers. Yeah.
But mine were but yeah, I always wanted to dig holes. And then at one point, like when I was maybe so fucking big, maybe like 8 feet wide, 4 feet deep. I don't know, like 4 or 5, like a pit, like this big.
I dug pictures of it from Hubble and like meteor strike.
You know, 3 days of like a 10 or 11-year-old digging with a shovel. You know, just enjoying every minute of it.
I wonder if it's on Google Maps. Like you know, you can zoom in pretty good. No, you don't think so? Okay.
I know what
I used to dig the holes for my dad. The deer, all the stuff from gutting the deer and everything like that. My dad would always put it in bags. He'd be like, "Oh, go bury that." You know, because if we put it in the garbage cans, the bears and stuff would just tear it out. So we'd go and bury it. So I'd just go dig the holes and throw that stuff in, and then just put the dirt over top. So there's probably like 20 deer corpses buried.
Yeah, I would get in trouble for digging holes in the yard. Like, don't dig the holes in the yard. What the fuck? And then I got into that. For some reason, I got in this, maybe I watched George Foreman, some video about him, and he was chopping down trees to train for his third comeback or something like that at 42. And I remember, and he was like, oh yeah, it raises your testosterone levels, and I get aggressive when I chop the tree. It's like chopping a man. And he talked this workout program up, and I was like, fuck, I got an axe. And I started off honestly with a hatchet though, if I remember correctly, and I was out there and I really enjoyed it. I was like, I cut that whole tree down. That was kind of cool. It's something that at the end of it, there's an accomplishment because a big fucking tree falls, and it's kind of cool to watch a tree fall down. And so I got in this thing, I'd go to the woods and chop trees down. And then my dad was like, you chopped all my goddamn trees down. What the? We only own that strip of trees. Why didn't you go cut their trees down? They'd have never missed a tree. He's like, I only got 80 trees and you chopped down 5 of them.
I can't say I've ever chopped a tree down with an axe, but I did. My grandfather was a professional lumberjack. Before he went into the military. So he bought the house that I lived on growing up was actually an old logging yard that was completely cleared. The clearing, they just built a house on it. And my grandpa bought the land after they logged it way back in I think it was the 50s or the 60s. He bought it and put the house on it. And so we used to go dig all the alcohol bottles, the really old whiskey bottles and stuff, because they just throw them in a pile and kick dirt over them or whatever. So we'd take those out and go sell them at the antique shop. But anyways, my grandpa, when he retired, still loved doing the lumberjack thing. So we had wood burning furnaces in all of our houses. So he'd come up there, we'd chop a tree down, and I'd go help him with the axes, splitting the logs into the, he'd take the rounds, cut them with the thing, throw them over there, and then they'd let me take a whack at him with the splitting maul. And I love doing that. I absolutely loved it, but that's something I just don't do. Where I live now in my life, it's there's no place to really just go outside and split logs.
I wasn't so much a lumberjack or a hole digger, but I like starting fires. That was my thing.
That is not a good dance.
That's one of the ones you don't want to nourish.
And
so I was a Boy Scout, and they taught us how to start fires a couple different ways: teepees, log cabins, whatever. And I so much of Boy Scouts just bored me to tears, except the fire shit. That just it captured my imagination. And I would take different friends, let's go into the woods and start fires and shit. And they would after they see the size of the fire that I like to make, they'd be they wouldn't come back. I need new audience members to come and watch me start the next fire. And it was just something I really dug as a young kid.
Did you guys ever use a magnifying glass to burn ants or bugs?
Shit, yeah.
Let me tell you what I did.
Okay.
So my grandmother got a new big screen TV when I was 8 or something like that. And the old big screen TVs that were a box or something like that, the front panel is a goddamn magnifying glass. That whole plastic front panel. This thing was 40 inches wide. And it's a television, so
it's got the lines. It's got the little lines.
You could hold this thing up, and it would just
death ray.
It got shit so much hotter than any magnifying glass. It was instantly smoking shit. It was those super high powered lasers and stuff.
Dude, I was laughing when you said that because I had the same thing. My friend had a big screen TV it fell out of the back of a truck and broke all over the road. And that lens was sitting there, and I was like, yoink! I grabbed that, took it home.
They took it away from me, and I remember.
Bastards.
To this day, as a 31-year-old man, I'm thinking what'd they do with it? Where is it right now? Because back then they locked it in the tool shed and their backyard, and I was like,
let's be honest,
filed away.
Somebody on fire.
I know where that fucking thing is now. Grandparents, yeah.
I bet
that was Archimedes' death ray that you had.
I bet those bastards were killing ants with it.
My hole digging phase was it was one of those things where you almost get in a trance, there's no reason to be digging this hole. Now, first of all, I did not live in a rural area like Kyle, and so I was just digging in my parents' backyard, not in a good looking area. It was clear that I was out there every day after school for a while. And for the first couple days, it's well, I'm glad Taylor's outside doing something instead of playing his Pokemon Game Boy game. But then day 4, my dad had to be what is he doing out there? What's he been doing for 4 days from 3:30 in the afternoon to 8:30 at night? Went out there, and it was just a catacomb of just so much, because I dug the hole down a ton. It was probably 7 feet wide, 7 by 4 feet by 3 or 4 feet, and I was trying to tunnel, and keep the ground in in place there because obviously I'm a child. I have no idea the structures needed to maintain a tunnel. I just think, well, the ground stays where it will. You know, I'll just make the tunnel. And
Minecraft.
like there's nothing more like confusing in your head than when your dad and mom are like, Taylor, why did you ruin this part of the yard? Why did you dig this hole? And you're just like, I don't know.
These are capital improvements, Dad.
I don't know why I dug this hole. It's like, what were you trying to do? I don't know. I just wanted to keep digging. Like,
it's like that scene from Close Encounters of a Third Kind when he's just stacking the mashed potatoes higher and higher.
I don't know why you're doing it. Yep.
What are you doing? Have we all seen that? If you haven't seen Close Encounters of a Third Kind with Steven Spielberg, that's a great movie. That's a real good movie.
You guys make lots of weapons as kids. Like, did you go out in the woods with like string and duct tape and knives and
there
like
was a little
things?
bit of that when I went to a friend's house, but at home I had real weapons. But I remember we went to a friend's house one time and they had like I don't know, grinders and a basic tool shed like sort of thing, and we all made like medieval weapons. Like one of us had a flail type thing with a spiky thing, and one of us made a bullshit sword. And the idea was that when we got all of our weapons, we'd have like a ninja battle. But we were smart enough as like 9-year-olds to be like, this ain't Nerf, guys. I don't want to fight you with what I made. To be honest, I don't want to hit you with this, and I really don't want you to hit me with that.
like we don't. Parents are different nowadays. Like, or at least where I grew up. Like, I remember growing up. Like, we used to play BB gun wars, and my mom would just come out and be like, "You put on your glasses." You know, it's like they did shit. Like, not even full face mask. Just like wear some sunglasses, and we're all like, "Hey, the rule's only 2 pumps. Only 2 pumps on the DayZ." and you know, your buddy would always come over with the one that's like a one folder. You know, put it 3 inches into your flesh.
I used to pump that multi-pump one. Like I would pump my multi-pump pellet rifle, and then I'd get tired and I'd sit it in the corner, watch some TV. And I'd come back to it later. I'd pump that. I don't think I'm getting more and more velocity. I'm sure, I'm sure it peaks at some point, but as a kid, I didn't know that. And I'd pump that thing for days. And then I'd wait till like the dove or the big prize, like Fat Bird landed on the power line, and I'd be like, today's your day, motherfucker. Like, you have no idea how much horsepower went into pumping this thing. You want to know
a sweet trick with those that we learned is the one that you're talking about, the one that has the wood handle, right? And it's the long barrel, and you just put one pellet in it and in the back, and you just pump it way up.
The one I had multiple capacity, and you pulled back a little thing here, and it like cocked back, and one pellet popped into the chamber, and you closed it. But you could pump the
that's a little different.
Many times. Like the pump was out on the forward of it, and it was.
Well, we discovered that with ours, if you put it in the oven and you put the oven on 200, and you just set it in the oven for a little while and wore a glove and picked it up, you could fire it. It'd be like a 22 long rifle. So you just pump it up like 6 or 8 times, then you put it in the oven and just heat it up to like 200 degrees. Pull it out with the gun, just pull the trigger, and the thing, you'd get this massive plume of smoke out of the front like a musket too.
How did you discover what went into this? Oh, Mike, I'll bake the germs off this dirty gun. Like what?
No, I think I think the thinking that came out of it was we used to have an air compressor, and the air compressor got really hot when we turned it on. Like the air compressor got really hot, and we just associated, oh man, the air comes out of here really fast when this thing gets hotter and hotter and hotter, inflating, which had absolutely nothing to do with it in hindsight. But we're like, shit, I wonder what would happen if we heated up the gun. And sure shit, it worked amazing. And the best part was the seal. The seal held up. I don't think the seal ever died in that thing.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how those things work. A rupture just seems impossible, right?
It would have been funny if that thing grenaded in the but 200 degrees. We didn't leave it in there forever. We put it in there for like a minute or two once it was preheated. So it's not like it got up to 200 degrees, but still, that would have been funny if it blew.
My pellet gun experience was always bad. As a kid, I knew that firearms were dangerous, but I didn't have the same respect for the pellet rifles and BB guns.
None of us did.
So like I pointed at like my sister or something, like not like I was gonna shoot her, but just like I would be careless with it or something. And my dad would like insta solve that problem. He would solve it in 0.5 seconds. He would grab the barrel of that gun from me and smash, and it would just shatter into a billion pieces. And he'd go, "That's what happens when you treat it like that." He'd throw that motherfucker away, and he broke like 3 of my pellet rifles over the years. Every time I'd mistreat it, he'd shatter that son of a bitch. And I learned my lesson. You know, I had a lot of respect for those things now.
Because
it was after the third time. Yeah.
Taylor is the point.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss real quick. I got a pellet gun a few years ago. I was really excited. My gun collection was super small. My father-in-law gave it to me. I didn't know why. I just know that he gave it to me, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be cool. And I show it to Kyle. I'm like, Kyle, check this thing out. Like, I got a new gun. And he looks at it and he goes, yeah, you know,
if you're not careful, you could wound a bird with that. That's how I knew my gun sucked. And it turned out
it doesn't mean it sucks. It means it's fun. It's a plinker. Like I had the same. I didn't have a pellet. There's a difference between a pellet gun and a BB gun. I didn't have a pellet gun. I had a BB gun. It is. But it was the same pumping thing like that. And it didn't kill anything, but it was. I mean, you could if you caught like a dove in the eye.
He bought it to kill like squirrels or groundhogs or something that was bothering him in his land. And his problem was like he'd spot one, so he'd start pumping, and they'd run away. Then he's like, I gotta get a one.
Those things always made noise, and so like the rabbit would just hear like.
I'm gonna have to leave in the next 30 seconds or so.
If this doesn't stop, I'm out of here.
I killed a lot of stuff with my BB guns and pellet guns over the years. For those who don't know the difference, like my BB gun was a Red Ryder. It cocks like a lever action. It kick one cock. You could fill the Red Ryder up with BBs, like just fill the barrel up with them. It holds like 100 or something. So as a kid, you can just walk around all day, cock, shoot, and you can learn like instinctive shooting really well that way because it's incredibly cheap to shoot because BBs, you buy them in like a milk carton and just pour them in there. So I started with those. I killed plenty of birds with just the Red Ryder one cock. But then I got the multi-pump. That was a bad motherfucker. It could definitely kill like a squirrel because the pellets are like conical projectiles and the bases of them are shaped like kind of like a half a cup. So they catch all the, the
177s?
Yeah. I didn't have it. I always had 177. And then the CO2 powered pellet rifles are on another level. Like you kill a rabbit with that thing, it's shooting quite fast. I don't know exactly, but I'm going to guess 700 feet per second, maybe 800. And then the top tier of the pellet rifles, I think, is the ones that kind of break in half and they they break in half. Yep. The chamber is exposed. You take your pellet, put it in there, break it back together, and those will shoot like 1,000 to 1,200 feet per second. And if you really want to, if you're into air rifles, if you get into them, they make them so you can hunt with them. Go on Amazon right now and look up Bulldog 357. You can get a 357 caliber air gun off Amazon for about $700 or $800. You can kill a man with that motherfucker.
You can get a 50 cal now.
Yeah. Of course, people hear 50 cal, and it depends on the grain of the projectile. Like 50 calibers,
Gotcha.
You know what it is. But but I've shot a lot of those things. They use the compressed air.
Like scuba compressed, like 4,000 psi. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, more like paintball, like the carbon fiber ones that they use from that. They usually take one.
Yeah, it's 3,500 to 4,000 is paintball pressure. Yep.
Yeah, they move around, but it's got a regulator on it, so it's coming out at a steady 300 psi or something, whatever they use to juice up those guns.
You get quite a few shots too, don't you?
With the big rifles, you don't. You get like 10 or 12 shots, I think.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that bad.
But it's from a container this big. They use the really small profile bottle. So the bottle's like this. The bottle fits inside of an M4 style stock. So like M4 AR-15 style stock. The bottle is inside of it, exposed, kind of skeleton style. And this thing shoots a large projectile, big enough to kill a deer or a boar or something, and it shoots it hard and accurate. They're very fun to shoot, and then they make a shotgun that shoots an arrow. They make it looks just like a double-barreled shotgun, how it breaks down and everything. But maybe it didn't break down, but they shoved an arrow into this thing, and it shoots an arrow incredibly accurately every time with air, and it's just like bang, and you're like, shit. That fucking arrow hit bullseye at 30 yards. Like this thing's fucking cool. So air rifles are something I'm kind of interested in. I'd like to take one of those to a hunt. That'd be neat.
I think these are legal in like England and the UK and stuff, right? Like that's the only kind of weapons they can have.
Yeah, they're not classified as firearms, like because they don't go by feet per second or whatever, right?
Well, they're not firearms. It's fucking compressed air. They go fast.
I wouldn't know. It seems like a significant oversight. Like.
So do black powder pistols. Look at the legality on black powder firearms in general. Like you just buy that shit like it's a can of Coke. One of those black powder pistols.
Really?
For reals. Like they don't care. I think it's 18, might be 21 with black powder, depending on the state. But like they're not treated as firearms. You don't do the same paperwork. You're like, yeah, I'd like that black powder pistol. He's like, all right, here you go. You got $200, and they're cheap as fuck. They're cheap as fuck. Like
$200.
Are they
cool though? Like, do they shoot hard? Like, I think
kill. It's like depends what you want to do, right? Like so there's different kinds of black powder too. I killed a deer once with a muzzle loader, like a primitive muzzle loader. And there's
I've fired a muzzle loader before. They're pretty fun.
Is there a big delay, Kyle? Like
small. It's really small, and it depends on the firing mechanism. Where you're using like caps which are very much like primers, or you're using, if you're going crazy with a flintlock, that would take even longer for like that powder. I know opening charge, the flash pan to get going and get everything going. But even with the modern one, with the cap, the hammer hits the cap, it fires fire down a little tube, it ignites a cylinder of black powder that you've placed in the chamber, and the bullets in front of it, and it's like snap, boom, snap, boom. There's a quarter of a second delay between snap, the trigger pull, and boom.
Because as guns were evolving, sometimes there was like I could be wrong on this, but like an entire second or more, right? And you really had to.
Oh, the flintlocks were bad. Just like the fizzle, the powder,
and the matchlocks as well. Yep. All of the you had a little flash pan full of powder that's exposed, and those old guns, they had like a burning little wick, and when you pulled, the hammer came down and just touched that wick to your pile of burning powder there, and and then goes down in and has to build up. Black powder is a slower burning propellant than smokeless powder, modern smokeless powder for sure. So it has to build up that powder, that power for the shot to happen, and you can hear it. It's like I keep doing it. It's this hiss that you hear.
Is that right about the time?
It's like snap, boom. It's perceivable, but in a way that you never notice with a rifle.
And is that what it was like 200 years ago? I'm probably wrong. This is what you know.
No, it's better now.
No,
well, the caps they use now, I fired the cap style one, and it was pretty instantaneous. Like I didn't even really notice the delay. It was like a hammer going down, just bam, and it was gone.
200 years ago, how long did you have to stay on target? Did it take like 3 seconds?
No,
200 years ago they weren't using matchlock or flintlock pistols. They were using wheel lock. Those
the specifics I'm just on the 200 year. Oh, go ahead. Maybe I should let you finish.
This one here, I'll link you the
He's like
wiki
Wikipedia, and you're like, you got this.
Yeah. Oh, so flintlock was what they had before, or matchlock rather is what they had before wheel lock apparently, and that's the one Kyle's talking, or you're both talking about, that just had that fizzling little just fuse basically as you were waiting a few seconds for it to go, or a second at least. Wheel lock. Kyle, do you have one of these? This is the one that I picture like pirates carrying, because this was around like 400 years ago or so, like where they'd carry like 6 of these in a bandolier and get like 6 shots off. Have you ever shot one?
I have, not like this, but I have a black powder pistol that's...
These are black powder too.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I have a black powder pistol that uses... mine uses the percussion caps. You have a little nipple that sticks out, and the cap goes over that nipple. And then when the hammer comes down, it hits that cap. That's how mine works. So that's a fairly modern design, I would imagine. Much more modern.
The one I fired was the same way.
Yeah. There is a noticeable delay that I can notice, but it's not massive. And I think the farther you go back, Woody, to answer your question, the more the delay is going to be. And that definitely takes a big toll on aiming, because you have to shoot it and wait a second. I've shot a lot of different guns that you had to wait a second for a number of different reasons, like bigger stuff, like cannons and shit. Sometimes it takes, it's like that story from that guy from Vietnam where he fired the artillery round and it went whoa, 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 boom. Like sometimes you get that. And when I shot that 20 millimeter Anzio rifle, I shot it. They're like, sometimes it takes 2 seconds to go off, so don't let it go snap and then come off the weapon. You might have a bad Czechoslovakian round or something. And I'm like, all right. So I would go snap, and then I would just because
wrestle the bear.
Because this thing kicks harder than anything that I'd ever dealt with. Like it's moving 100 pounds of weapon back with incredible speed and force. Like it's not like I've shot elephant guns and shit, and they hurt, but like this thing made my shoulder click for 2 years afterwards. Like it was. There's no joke. I shot it prone.
GIF of Richard Ryan on the Reddit front page maybe last week.
Yes.
Do you think he shouldered that thing tight? So here's where my mind was. There's no doubt Richard Ryan knows how to fire a gun. That's not what the question is. But he was like, before he shot it, he's like, I'm going to see if this thing takes my shoulder off. Is it possible he shouldered it kind of loosely so that the slow-mo would pick it up?
I think so when the slow-mo's like that, you catch a lot of stuff that you might not think is there. So even with a regular rifle, you'd have seen like a lot of stuff that you probably wouldn't normally see if it was like fast.
Like
I don't know what he was shooting there. I didn't recognize that right offhand. Yeah, it reminded me a lot of this guy that Richard and I both know in common, and we'll ask him next time we have him on the show. This guy named Dangerous Bob out of like the southwestern U.S., who's an independently very wealthy guy, about 5 years older than me, who's a pyromaniac, explosives nut. He just likes blowing shit up and shooting big cannons, and he builds his own guns. Basically, he takes like a 20 gauge shotgun, and then he has a foundry and a forge and all this shit, and he creates brass shells that will now fit into a 20 gauge shotgun, and then he fills that brass shell up with that much powder, and then he just puts a big fucking bullet in there that weighs a whole shitload, and then he just puts it in the gun and shoots it and sees what'll happen. He's making these like crazy weapons, and so like I shot a couple of them, and oh, they kick so hard, like 5 times harder than a deer rifle, like a hard hit that you worry about, like that leaves a big bruise with smaller bruises within it, and it just incredibly sharp. It goes from 0 to hard, just so it's the speed. I don't know how else to describe it. So if he was shooting something like that, like I saw the title to that was like, what happens when you underestimate the recoil of a gun? I don't think that's the first time he shot that gun.
Yeah, that's Richard Bryan we're talking about, right? He is like a dangerous
and Richard's
weapons...
a big boy.
Yeah,
like
that's true too.
Richard's going to handle recoil better than I am. He's just a bigger framed man. So I would like to talk to him next time he comes on and figure out exactly what that gun was, because I want to shoot that gun.
Might have been a 950, like a 950 JDJ. That's like the biggest rifle there is, right?
There's only like one of those, right? That's the thing about these like large, crazy caliber rifles that you see in internet videos and stuff. It's just one guy who has a gun store who was like, let's make the 20,000 big boy gun. and so like people are getting these arguments on the internet like, I shot the most powerful gun in the world. No, I did. And it's like, well, shit. Like if you want to change the classification of your rifle to a pistol and then say it's the most powerful pistol, like I guess you win. Or if you want to go and like manufacture your own bullshit gun in your garage, I guess you win. But let's set some standards here. Like that's the most powerful handgun production made, and then there should be a whole new class for your bullshit shit you're making in your garage that might just take your hand off one day. Dangerous Bob doesn't have all his digits, just to be clear.
It is a publicly sold round though. The 950 JDJ was created by some guy named JD Jones.
Is it? I think he only made one of those though, right? Like
there's a ton of. If you go on YouTube,
there's
there's multiple different guns if you go look on YouTube right now, and the round looks comical. It literally looks like a cartoon, like the bullet's like this big around, and then the tip on it doesn't even really taper down that much. It just comes out as this bulbous freaking bullet. Yeah, there's quite a few of them on here actually.
I think they're all shooting the same gun though.
950, 24, 30. Let's see. This one's got a marbled front grip. Hold on, let me click on the other one. There's one's got a wooden grip. There's one's got a carbon fiber looking grip. Or what about the Nitro Express? The 700 Nitro Express. Have you fired one of those?
Mm-mm. Oh, that's the one in the YouTube video from like 10 years ago.
Yes,
right? Where it's
Israeli
a bunch
guys?
of like, I remember one where they're all wearing like Pakistani or Indian garb or something, where they have like those long like white whatever the hells, and all these guys are holding this gun like someone who has never held a rifle before, and the douche who was filming it did not give good instructions. He's like, yeah, just you want to like kind of put your shoulder on it or don't, whatever. Like just shoot it.
I think he didn't give him nothing. He just handed it to him.
And so many of them, like they would pull the trigger, and it wasn't even like the kick. It was when the gun just like explodes out of their hands and just is behind them now.
Well,
like it didn't even hit
like
him
goes over his shoulder and hits the door and about shatters the window out of the door because it like flips up over his shoulder.
And they edited it to be like how Iraqis versus Americans handle firearms and stuff. I'm sure there's Iraqis who shoot every day.
You gotta have some balls though to
shoot
shoot that. After seeing your buddy do that, like, because there's multiple guys doing this right in this room. It's like after seeing the first guy shoot this, I would not be the next guy in line being like, all right, my turn.
I would.
Like after witnessing
I'd
that.
be like, well, now I know how to shoulder it. I'm going to look that much better following him.
Yeah, you're going to be like leaning forward like you're in a hurricane before you pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, right? Pull that shit in tight and get it.
Real tight. Yeah, you couldn't, like, I would want to go next after that guy because I'd be like, okay, if somebody else goes next and they fucking dominate this gun and it's just bing, 300 yards away and they handle it fine, then I have anxiety. But, Slippery Pete hands over here who just doesn't have sweaty palms. Like, I'd rather go after him. He made an ass.
When I saw that video, I really wanted to shoot it because I'm pretty good at hanging on to guns. Everybody complains about that 500 Magnum, and I've just never thought that was. It feels like it's slapping your hand, but I'm not going to lose it. I can shoot one in each hand, no problem. I can pop. Yeah, I've done it on video.
I've been afraid of firing one. That's the one's got the muzzle brake on it, right?
Some of them do. One of them I've shot a few different ones. They come in many different configurations, like all guns. Depending on how much money you want to spend. I've shot the long barrel ones with big fat hoe grips on them. I've shot the short barrel with compensators and wood grips on them. It feels like you're getting slapped in the palm by someone holding about 4 inches of a belt, and it's like, ow! Well, I felt that, but boom, 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 boom.
I might try now because actually they do have it at the indoor range that I go to. It's like $5 a round to shoot the damn thing, but
absolutely is. And when you let go, you'll see that fucking ring of fire. The
concussion from the guy shooting it in the stall next to me made me stop what I was doing.
Yeah,
like the thud to my chest was like, whoa.
Everybody else is like, pow, pow, and then the fuck, that shook me.
Yeah, like took the air out of my lungs.
Those things are cool.
Yeah, the only 50 caliber thing the only 50 caliber thing I've ever shot is a 50 caliber black powder rifle, which, like Kyle says, like 50 cal doesn't mean 50 cal for everything. Like it's just an enormous ball that you put black powder in there and you fire it.
50 cal, all that means if someone says 50 cal is that the diameter of the projectile coming out of this weapon is half an inch. Like that could apply to anything from your black powder weapon that's shooting a little half-inch lead ball at 600 or 700 or 800 feet per second, but it also applies to a 50 BMG that's shooting like a 700 grain round roughly, thousands of feet per second for miles of distance. They're both 50 caliber rounds. What's important is how much that round weighs, what it's shaped like, and how much propellant's behind it.
I'd like to try a 50 caliber pistol. I've never shot one. I feel like that would be
scared
fun.
of them. I'm like straight up, like I saw a dude shooting it and I was like, no.
The 50 Action Express is nothing. If you want to shoot
what is that? Is that a revolver or is that a?
It's a Desert Eagle. That's the one I have. Is my Desert Eagles chambered in 50 Action Express, but I've got a 44 Magnum barrel that I put in there if I want to plink. It's funny to say you're plinking with a 44.
Yeah, you're plinking with a 44
yeah,
Magnum.
Your idea of plink's a little different. Next level.
That's an expensive plinking session compared to.
You want to talk about an expensive plinking session to shoot the 50 Action Express? I had to go get a guy to make mine, and I think he charged me $2 a shot. And as long as I bring the brass back to him or something like that, it's an expensive bullet. And that's the problem. That's the downside to doing that. Like a 50 Action Express, a 50 Smith, 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum, like guns like that are cool to shoot for a weekend. They're cool to rent. They're cool to borrow. But you don't want to drop $1,200 on this big hand cannon that hurts you when you shoot it and cost you twice, 3 times what it would cost to shoot a 9mm. It's just silly.
I went to a friend's house and he had that the 500 Smith & Wesson, and it was on his coffee table. And at the time, it was like the fuck? Why would you have this giant hand cannon on the coffee table? I realize now that's all it's really good for. Letting people know that you have it, right? You
Conversation piece.
It shoots $6 bills, so...
Only 5 of them, too.
I used to love breaking this out at the range. You recognize this?
What are we looking at? I don't know it.
MP5?
It looks like a 22 caliber MP5 clone.
It is. It's the German sports gun one that got banned in the United States from import. Heckler Koch-Seed the shit out of them.
Yeah, I made mine fully automatic before all that happened.
Nice.
It's
a fun little gun, but when you break it out of the indoor ranges, they get a little weird. Like they know it now. My range knows it, but the first 2 times they took it out of the range, bastard like ran over like, "What the fuck you doing? Boy, you can't pull that out here," because it was indoor range. You know, I shoot pistols only. And so he's like, "Oh, what are you doing pulling out this MP5 here?" And I was like, "Do they make a non-full auto version of the MP5 that you can buy, chambered 9mm?" Okay, I didn't know that. But yeah, he's like running over. He's like, "You can't shoot that." I'm like, "Dude, it's a 22. Those are the only rifles you're allowed to shoot on my indoor ranges if they're 22 caliber." So I was like, "No, dude, it's 22." He's like, "Oh, that's pretty cool."
Yeah,
that does look like a lot of fun.
They're banned because of this, the silencer. It's not a silencer. It's a freaking barrel shroud that drops it by like half a dB or something like that, insignificant, and that somehow violated some law.
I think it's big. The ATF's weird about that, but it's kind of a common sense thing from my point of view. If I were ATF, it's like, God damn, you're telling me that you're making a completely legal little 22 bullshit gun that, for all intents and purposes, looks like a couple $1,000 machine gun. Yeah. I can't tell, because you can't tell by glancing at that thing that that's a faux suppressor. That's what I usually call them. And I've got I remember when I bought that thing, I was like, look at this piece of shit.
The magazine didn't have the visible spring on the side or whatever. You wouldn't know just looking at it.
Yeah, fully automatic. It spits out those, like, I don't remember what the magazine holds, 20 or 25. It spits them out instantaneously. It goes and it's empty.
That's awesome.
Yeah, those things are neat. I like 22s a lot. Let me do another advertisement here. It seems like it's just about time. Tell everyone about MeUndies so they can get those amazingly comfortable underwear because there's simply there's a reason we've been telling you about MeUndies for months now. They are simply the softest and most comfortable underwear you'll ever wear. Once you try them, you won't want to wear anything else ever, unless you're naked or in your swimsuit. For every other second of life, there's MeUndies. Every pair of MeUndies is sustainably sourced and made from micromodal, a fabric that is three times softer than cotton. If you're used to buying packs of uncomfortable, boring underwear that only come in white, gray, black, or tan, MeUndies will change everything because MeUndies comes in all kinds of colors and patterns, and they release a new limited edition pattern every single month, and they always sell out. This month is a rainbow confetti print called Celebrate. Try MeUndies today. Go get the Celebrate pattern before they're all gone at MeUndies.com/PKA, and you'll get 20% off your first pair. You have to feel them for yourself to see why MeUndies has sold over 5 million pairs to date. And if you don't love your first pair of MeUndies, they're free. Get 20% off your first pair plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PKA right now. That's MeUndies.com/PKA, MeUndies.com/PKA for free shipping and 20% off your first pair. You can't get better than that deal. I have a freaking drawer full of these things at this point. I like that there are different patterns every month because I recognize each individual pair of underwear. That sounds a little crazy, I know, but if you think about it, up until now, you look at your underwear and you're like, oh, it's one of the white pairs. Oh, it's one of the blue pairs. No, each individual pair has experiences and stories behind them. I remember that confetti pair of underwear. I got laid wearing those. Those are lucky underwear, goddammit. So,
I go by the shit stains personally.
Yeah,
that's how I identify them.
That's the one I shit in. Yeah, I can tell.
No, they all have a stain. It's
like a song, right? You hear it.
Yeah, it's like a little pattern. The pattern's
things that you've done, who you dated when that song was popular.
Yeah. I didn't wash these, and now I regret this. Yeah. So
that pair that has the moth holes on the left butt cheek.
Does that even happen anymore? Everybody talks about moths eating your clothes. Like, who's keeping clothes?
I did growing up, but that was because we actually had moths. I can't even remember the last time I saw a moth. Are those like even still alive and around? Like,
we have moths, but they don't eat my clothes or anything. No. That seems crazy. And mothballs being a thing, like with my grandma, like, oh yeah, I got those mothballs in there. And old people, like, apparently they repel snakes. So I just remember like. She'd have those things every fucking where. Old people are so scared of snakes. There'd be just you smell the mothballs when you went outside. Like they were just everywhere to scare the snakes away.
I think it was rats just chewing holes and shit, and people blame the moths because it was always the clothes that we had in the attic. Yeah, and you go up there and there'd be like rat holes and shit and everything. You pulled out and all the clothes have like little holes and stuff nibbled in them.
I wonder if
do we want to go?
Mothballs.
Can we go back to this maggot foot whenever Taylor gets back, or do we not want to do that? Is it too gruesome?
Are you guys trying to scar me for life?
Too many. What'd you say?
I said, are you trying to scar me for life?
You think is that going to scar you for life? A little maggot?
Really. I've been on the internet for a while now.
Oh, we haven't even broke out the dragon cocks yet, my friend.
Bro, I've been on the dark web. Dark. It's a thing.
Is that like Amazon Prime Day?
I believe
that's a pretty dark web. I said that's like Tor.
I know.
It's just the web, but it's unsearchable, right? That's the dark web, and then there's something else. There's two.
Yeah, it's not indexed and it's anonymous. It's like because the way they bounce everything off of other people's computers without them even realizing it. It's really slow though. It's not a practical thing. It's like one of those places that you just go to visit because it's like so taboo and everybody's like, oh shit, the dark web. You can go buy drugs from Silk Road on the dark web and be like, okay, well, I want to go see for myself. I ain't going to order any, though, because I got to ship them to my fucking house. And, of course, if it comes to my house, somebody's going to know it came to my house. So I don't know how this even works. Like, I was curious.
I get all my child porn off there. I was just wondering. Yeah.
Is that where you go to get yours?
That's the best place there is, right? I heard.
I used to use, what was it, LimeWire? No, I used to use LimeWire. You remember LimeWire?
Yeah. I remember LimeWire. I remember Kazaa. I remember all that shit.
Oh, yeah. Kazaa. What was that? Wait. What was that? There was Kazaa. What was the one that like started it all?
Napster.
Napster, which is still around today, the company. I think it's been like restructured like a million times. But isn't that funny? The legacy of Napster is basically like the peak of piracy. The absolute peak of piracy in the world.
It was the best. Napster. So for people who don't know, Napster organized the torrents, and it better than Pirate Bay, better than anything. There was a central place where you could know where all the stuff was, and it made it so nice. Now it's all decentralized, so there's no one in particular to sue or deal with, and it's
it was great. It was like all of a sudden one day they flipped a switch, and everything was free. Like all the media was free, and this was a time when there was no like YouTube even to go to for like free content. It was like if you want to watch something, you're gonna sit through a commercial. You're gonna sit through, you know, if it's a 30-minute program, you're gonna sit through 8-9 minutes of fucking commercials, or you're gonna plock down some money up at the video rental place or something like that. And then all of a sudden, Napster was like, "Shit, we got all the movies for free, bro. You got 12 hours to download this shit." Like everything.
And then what was it? The Pirate Bay stepped in after Napster fell out, and they were the next centralized source. And they were like, "Haha, we're in a country that doesn't have extradition. Fuck you, United States." And then like fast forward, like what was it, like 10 years, and they finally got them. Like apparently they got the extradition, and they did actually close it down. And like I think they got 2 of the 3 guys. I don't know if they got the 3rd dude yet. But I was like watching some documentary, and it's like, yeah, they thought that they were completely free because the country they were operating in basically said that what they were doing wasn't illegal. United States did enough bureaucratic shit that they managed to get them to overturn it.
Back in the Napster days when the stuff was new, there was a real debate over whether or not it was stealing. Right?
Yeah.
Do you remember information wants to be free, as if it was like sentient and had its own wills and desires? You know?
Well,
that sounds like something
solid arguments
say.
there. Yeah, there was that guy. Is it the guy from AC/DC who was like the biggest guy railing against it?
No,
There was
Metallica.
Thank you.
Lars Ulrich, I think.
Yeah, he did not care for that shit one bit. You could tell, but there was something to the argument, and as a kid, I definitely, because I was 14 to 16, I'd say, during the heyday of this stuff, or at least the period we're discussing. Like, there was something to be said about people saying, like, nah, I bought this Green Day CD, and now I want Kyle to listen to it. And so I'm just loaning it to Kyle. And as a kid, that made so much sense to me. Like, I was like, yeah. Even as a kid, like, my intentions were, I just want to, like, make a CD and put it in my car, and now I want to be able to like listen to Green Day whenever I want. But I don't want a Green Day album. After Green Day, I want Johnny Cash because that's how I roll. You know, I want to make my own little mix CD of all my favorites, and that doesn't exist out in the world. And so it just didn't seem like a bad thing we were doing. I see it now, I guess.
And then it became that you couldn't share video games in the same way. Like now, you can't just give somebody a Xbox One disc and be like, "Yeah, try this game out for a bit and see if you like it." It's like you used to just be able to do that. Like, remember that commercial when the PS4 was being released, and they were like, "This is how you share a game on the PS4." And it's just like him handing it to the other guy, and everybody's like freaking out, like, oh, that's the way we do business, not the Xbox way. We don't do it where we have to download it. It's like you guys are fucking applauding this guy for saying you can do what you want with something you bought. Like, that should be something that we never got rid of. Like, if I buy, Halo, I should be able to give it to a friend and let him play it for a while. Like, I wouldn't be able to play it in that time because I don't have the disc anymore. You know, like, I didn't like that whole moving away.
Yeah, the whole
from
transition to digital has changed a lot. And how I feel about all of that. DRM also. DRM was the big thing that shifted my opinion. Now, granted, I was one of the biggest pirates in the world back when I was a kid, but it was mainly because I grew up poor. I mean, fuck, we were killing animals in our backyard to eat them. That's how poor I was. So all the software I had was all pirated off bulletin board systems and shit. But it wasn't until later in life that I actually started realizing, wait a second, I'm a software developer. I work at a software company. It's like once you drink that corporate Kool-Aid and you realize that's how that company got to where they are, you start to realize, oh, shit. This is actually bad to steal things. But on the flip side, it's like loaning things, selling secondhand market, all that stuff still made perfect sense to me. And then they went after that too, and that's what pissed me off.
They try to take that away from so many things.
Yeah,
like the second.
You don't buy games, you lease them. Yeah, you lease them now. You don't buy. If you read your Steam agreement, your Origin agreement, it basically says "fuck you." As soon as we go out of business, you don't get any of your shit, and you're cool with that. Yeah, I
didn't know that was how it works.
Yeah, they don't. There's no physical copy. You have a product key, but what are you going to do with that product key without activation through the Steam platform? You have nothing.
Yeah,
Do you think they're going to go and unlock all those games and like free my games to every single person that's ever downloaded it? Have them be free data? No, they can't do that. They're just going to if Valve ever goes under, your entire library is just gone. We better hope another company at least picks it up and keeps carrying the torch.
There's so much money involved. I don't worry about that. I feel like Valve has got it going on, right? Like I think Vive is gonna.
I play a game for like 3 months, and I'm never gonna play it again.
That's where I was headed. Like I've got a bunch of Valve games, and I'm not playing them right now. Valve went under. I'd just be like,
meh.
Yeah, whatever CD I bought in 1985, if that stopped working. I haven't listened to it since 1987.
It kills collecting, though. That's the one thing that I do like, because I'm a little bit of a retro gaming collector. I'm not like big on it, but I probably have like 16 or 17 consoles, a lot of old computer systems like Apple IIe's, Commodore, TI-99-4A, Texas Instrument. All this shit from my childhood that was like stuff that I couldn't afford growing up. I acquired it later on, right, as my collection. And I love the cartridge games. I love just the physical snap in a cartridge, hit a button, no fucking updates. You don't have to connect to the cloud and download 4 hours worth of updates to like start your game. You don't have to authenticate with the server to play SimCity. It was just something pure about that experience. And I think that if a company can figure out how to bring that experience forward again in the form of a console or computer gaming or something in the form where you don't have this crazy internet-connected DRM scheme, you do something else. You go back to physical. Even if it's an RFID chip that you have to fucking scan on your computer, set on top of your computer, play the game so that you can't do it twice in 2 different areas with the same copy, I would still gravitate towards that. I would like to have physical copies of things so that when I get old, I can go, hey, son, you know what? I used to play Grand Theft Auto 5. Now you guys are playing games where it's like, you know, killing women and children and cops and stuff is like, you know, oh, that's fine. I'm sure in the future that's going to be like every game. That's going to be Mario Brothers for ages 7 and up.
He's like, is there no rape DLC?
Yeah, rape DLC. Yeah, but seriously, it's like I want to be able to pass those things on to him, and I'm afraid now, even with as hard as it is to find the legacy games from my childhood, like Leisure Suit Larry and all the Sierra titles and Space Quest and King's Quest and Black Cauldron and all that shit I played when I was a kid, it's going to be impossible to pass on the shit that we have now. I can't give my Steam library to my kid in 30 years.
But you're only looking at the downside of all this. All you got to do is get like a Raspberry Pi emulator, right? And you can have like every fucking old school game there ever was at the touch of a button, eh?
But how? What if they're all tied with DRM to a cloud and they have to authenticate against the server using some private key with fucking SHA-256 encryption? That's the direction shit's going now. That's why you don't see a lot of games getting cracked for online play anymore.
Yeah, but I guess the kind of gaming I like to do is different anyway. I need some internet connectivity or this game ain't gonna be no fun. I want to play with some people. I want another guy. Like the coolest thing about Battlegrounds right now, I think, is they're working on their zombie mode. But unlike Call of Duty and every other zombie game in existence, except for maybe Left 4 Dead, because I think you played. It's kind of like Left 4 Dead in that they let players play the zombies, and there are. Right now it's all custom servers because the actual live version of Zombies mode is being tinkered at and it hasn't been released to everyone yet. But there are guys with custom servers who set this up, and it'll be like 3 YouTubers versus 97 zombies. And the map is like many square kilometers. That's awesome. Once they spot you, they're all coordinating and communicating, and they lay down in the grass, like 30 people, and they wait until the 3 of you. Yeah. They'll coordinate and work as a team.
Sounds cool.
Because they're people. They're people discussing this, and they're like, "All right, now!" And you'll see the whole wheat field stand up and start running at them, and they're like, "Oh God, they're everywhere! We're surrounded!" And that's awesome. It looks like so much fun. And what they're gonna do, the zombies are gonna have better animations, and they're gonna balance all that out. But right now, it's all custom server stuff. But I love the idea of like no more AI. Like at some point, you just can't get a better AI. And currently, I feel like the AI isn't even close to as good as just a kid out there somewhere pretending like he's a zombie is.
Even if it was exactly the same as a player, there's still a little satisfaction in knowing that's a guy.
Definitely.
For me, that's what it is. Even if the AI could simulate it perfectly. And like, for instance, GTA 5, I just downloaded a new thing some guy did called Redux. Have you seen that, or the Redo? Nope. It's a mod for GTA 5 that updates the graphics and makes them like phenomenal. Like if you have 2 Titans in your computer, the graphics look like real life. It makes GTA 5, and it changes all the ads like Coca-Cola and Walmart and shit. So everything in the game is relevant to the real world, and it's absolutely amazing. But it also updates the AI for the police, and now the police run for cover, duck behind their cars, hang out the windows. They're like, if you're driving away and shit, they'll try to grab your leg and drag behind you while they're on the ground. And it's like it improved the experience of the game, but I still prefer to go online, even though the human players can't even do half the things the AI can do. Just knowing that's some little shit running around with his gold gun, and when I kill him, he's just going to be raging and throwing the controller against the wall. That somehow gives me some cruel satisfaction.
I was playing squads in Battlegrounds last night, and you enter in teams of 4, and there's 25 total teams, and one team wins at the end, and there's no respawns or anything. And I went to go like get a pizza out of the oven, and I was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna lay down here. I'm gonna go get this pizza. When I come back, they're like, you picked a bad time. They're in the building. And we're like we're on the second story of this building, and they're on the first story, and there's like 4 of them down there, and it's just me and another guy upstairs. And I'm like, hang on, let me switch my mic. So I go in the settings and switch it so I can talk to them. I'm like, hey guys, how's it going? And they're like, how long you been camping in here, faggot? And like, oh, I've been here a while, and you're about to leave. And it just that like interaction of like me talking shit to them and them talking shit to me, and then finally going down and blowing him away with a shotgun and taking all of his goodies. Like, I fucking love that. It's all about sending.
Did you win 2v4?
I did. We got all 4 in the end. I think I may have been, me and another guy walked out of that. Eight men entered that building, and me and another guy walked out. But we took all their shit, of course. I like that. I like sending them home in that game, because you might spend 20 minutes working on your character and getting your loot together, and you've ran kilometers to get on this building, and then there I am, and I end your game and take your shit. I'm really addicted to Battlegrounds.
Kind of a fast-forward DayZ, right?
It's so much better than DayZ. It's all of the best parts of DayZ and none of the downside, none of the bad parts. Let
me ask you this. I played DayZ, and the thing that made me rage quit it the most is you would always find somebody in the game after playing for like 20 minutes. Some fucker be talking to me like, hey, what's up? Hey, dude, okay. Here, I'm going to show you where the shit is. And they'd walk you over there, and you'd have a conversation. Like 10 minutes later, they're like stabbing you in the back and stealing all their shit. Sorry, bro. And then run off. And you're like, and that always happened. You couldn't trust anybody in that game at all.
This is the same way. I've never had a conversation that was meant to end in any other way than death. Usually it's me mocking them and trying to get them fired up to make a mistake or something, just being silly with them. But like, it's a battle royale, so like, it's every man for himself. It's rare that you see people team up, and that's super frowned upon.
It's called, what is it called? Battlegrounds?
It's called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It's the biggest shooter on Steam, or on they're in early release. They've sold over 4 million copies. It's bigger right now than H1Z1. It's twice as big right now as H1Z1 was at its peak. Like 300,000 concurrent players last time I looked. And like I said, it's early access. The full game's supposed to be released.
I would watch you live stream that. That would be very interesting to me. I'd like to see it.
I would if I could. Can't.
Yeah.
Is it embargo?
No, just bad internet.
Oh,
bad internet.
Yeah, lots of people.
I'm gonna go get it. So I'm definitely gonna stream it.
Dude, if you want to get like fired up and like love this thing, watch a couple Aculite, ACULITE. He reminds me of Nanners a bit. He's very calm and cool and collected, but he's just a monster in the game. I like to watch his videos. It's a very cool game.
How many views does he get? Do you know?
Quite a bit. 243,000 on the video he just released 65 days ago. Hold on. Let me see what his current video is. We're all like creeping on this guy. 124,000 views in one day. Not too bad.
That
for a channel that's only got 250,000 subs.
He uploads. Yeah, he uploads often. I think he's got a pretty hot channel, and he's one of the hottest channels for this game, which is just on fire. This game's super popular. You go online, it's a 100-man server, and it fills up in like seconds. It's like you don't wait around for 100 people to join your game. It just happens.
The graphics actually don't look too bad either. Like usually you look at the shit like these massively multiplayer games, and the graphics suffer really bad. This actually looks decent.
The optimization, so they roll out 2 patches a month, every month, with optimization fixes, bug fixes, and they add content every single month. So I've been playing for 2 months now. Oh, crushing people in the vehicles and that kind of gameplay is so goddamn much fun. The vehicle versus vehicle battles, there's so much skill that goes on in that game. So many like newfound skills that are unique to that game. You know, you can change your seat in a car while you're driving. So if you're playing in the 1v, it's solo mode where 100 individuals drop in. You can be driving your Jeep, and I got my hotkeys set up so I can do this quickly. But I'll tap 2, go to the passenger seat, shoot a guy who was driving next to me, tap 1, go back to the driver's seat, keep going.
This looks awesome. I'm totally getting this. How much is it? Is it
$30 maybe?
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I think I've put about 250 hours in so far.
Please tell me though it's not one of those DLC or not DLC games where you got to buy shitloads of stuff to like win.
You ain't got to buy nothing. Cool. Everything that you go into the game literally with nothing. Like you can go in with your underwear if you'd like, and you find everything you're going to use within like the first 10 minutes of landing. Within the first 30 seconds, you've got a gun. Within the first 2 minutes, you got a gun and armor.
That's what I need, because man, my rage and ADHD, I hated that. Like DayZ, I'd go walk around with my friends. They'd get me on a server on TeamSpeak, and we'd be walking around for like 4 hours, and they'd go, "Dude, I found a flashlight and a dildo." Oh, wow.
Well, fuck yourself. I'm gonna go play a fun game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's perfect.
You have to take Adderall to be able to play games with your friends. You have a problem.
This is the complete opposite of that, and I played a lot of DayZ and had frustrating experiences. I swear, you jump out of a plane. That's how the game begins. You skydive to the ground. You pick out where you want to land. You pick fly wherever you want, skydiving and then using your parachute. And then I swear to God, every single building has one piece of usable something in it, whether it's a frag grenade or a machine gun or a helmet. Like you get your shit going.
I played DayZ, and I used to, what I'd do is, I was really popular at the time, and I'd get some tour guides, people who were good at the game. Like, I want to fly a helicopter. Can you guys help me make that happen? And these more experienced players would betray and like kill, like and it was like, that guy was friend, not food. And they're like, no, this is DayZ. Everybody's food, Woody. Everybody's food. You're just gonna have to get on board with the fact that these friendships we make, they all end one way. They die or we do. And
Woody, if you didn't have so many subs, we'd be killing you right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was nothing but dead weight. I did my best to carry my own weight, but I didn't. These guys were much better than me, and that's exactly it. They liked me because they liked my content, but they're just murdering each other and knocking each other off, and they try to explain it. Like, for me, it was a moral quandary. But for them, it's like, he was going to kill me eventually. Yeah,
I think we lost a game, you, me, and Chiz, because of your moral quandary. Me, Woody, and Chiz had, after 3 hours of playing, just found each other, and we were hiding in this little, like, it was like a bathroom with a lot of stalls, like outdoors, and we heard footsteps, and like we hadn't heard footsteps for 3 hours. This is crazy in DayZ. It's like, someone is here, and I was. And when he came in, we were like, "Hey, how's it going? You want to talk and hang out?" But I was like, "All right, let's kill him now." And Woody was like, "Well, wait, we just met him." And like the attack floundered because all three of us weren't whooping at the same time. And this guy had guns. He had real guns with real bullets for him.
We had weapons, right? We had maybe one of us had a shitty gun and the rest of us had an axe. But 3v1, maybe we got a thing, But we really needed to attack simultaneously, and that didn't.
But you couldn't commit to the murder. You couldn't just follow orders.
In my head, I would do well in an apocalypse situation. Probably everybody thinks that. But maybe that would be my downfall too. Maybe I would be nice to someone who doesn't deserve it.
Yeah. Everybody who doesn't have spectacular cardio is going to do badly in a zombie apocalypse scenario. That's the thing that everybody's like, no, I'd have a bat with a bunch of nails in it, and I'd go out there and just for half an hour, I'd just swing.
How are you going to get nails in a bat? But anyway.
It's very long nails to hammer all the way through.
And isn't it hard? Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you got to drill. You pre-drill first, and you put it through, put a little epoxy on there, you're good.
Okay. I really think a 2x4 is your weapon.
No, we're just hammering them through, and then we have duct tape to keep it together for the integrity. The point of this isn't the bat. It's not about the bat. It's never been about the bat. It's about the cardio. It's about the fact that if you have shit cardio, you could have every gun on the planet and the best aim in the world, and you're going to be fucked 3 days in because you're going to be traipsing down to the local watering hole, and you're going to get winded, and 3 of them are going to chase you. You're going to run a little bit, get winded again, and you're going to get blindsided by one by a bush or something. That's the thing. Nobody is prepared for You know who's going to do well in the zombie apocalypse? Kenyans. They're going to do spectacularly.
Well, what if they have like marathon running zombies in Kenya? What if those fuckers just keep going? The other thing that people get, like, I think silly, like, oh, Kyle, you have 137 guns? You do really well with a home intruder. It's like, what? Like, really, one will get it done.
Well, no, you're right. That's the dilemma you run into. You have 137 guns. You need people to operate those if you want to stay alive. Because what's the first place everybody's going to hit in a zombie apocalypse? The guy that's got 137 guns can only shoot one at a time. That's going to be the guy that they overrun. I mean, that would be the smart tactic, right? Go take
wires are for.
He's like, I got Mangalores out in the yard. We're good. Like, fucking
Punji pits,
kill them all.
Do you guys want to do politics talk?
I mean, dangerous territory, but shit. I don't know.
We just watch for politics. I feel like we can't just like we used to do it every week during the elections and stuff.
Go for it. I don't care. We've already talked about like the dark web and killing bears and shit. We're fine.
So let me set this up. I have a video. It says it's 4 minutes. It's really 3.5 because I spent all this time like subscribe to us, etc. This is MSNBC video. So I feel like, hear me out. This is what this whole thing looks like through the blue lens. You know, what he's going to do is he's kind of going to lay out the timeline of all this stuff. In my opinion, maybe other people get this to have a different view. It's the facts. It's like this happened on this date, this happened on that date. And to me, he's putting the puzzle together of the whole Russian collusion thing. But, Yeah. Anyway, I thought we'd watch this, and it was like, this is how I see it. Maybe there's something wrong with me if I'm seeing it the MSNBC rate. But are you guys ready? Queued up at 0?
Mm-hmm.
All right. It gets good like 15 seconds in. Ready, set, play.
Good evening. I'm Chuck Todd here in Washington, and welcome to MTP Daily. If you want to know why something happened, sometimes it helps to know when it happened. Federal and congressional investigators are trying to make sense of the Trump Jr. bombshell. We are too. We've typically viewed the timeline of events surrounding Russia as helpful context. Not anymore. After these latest revelations, the timeline looks now like it could end up being evidence in and of itself.
I'm distracted by his hair.
The president today called this story the greatest witch hunt in political history.
Everyone
His
is
son,
part of
his
his
lawyers,
tactic.
and the White House are all flooding the zone right now, trying to diminish the story or explain it away. But boy, oh boy, there's a lot of explaining to do about what happened during the Trump campaign, the Trump transition, and the Trump presidency. So here's what we do know. The campaign was a willing partner, or at least Donald Trump Jr.'s emails indicate this, in Russia's efforts to influence the election. The transition tried to cover up the full extent of its contact and communications with Russia, and it also tried to set up a back channel to communicate with the Russian government using Russian facilities. Those are facts we now know. And as president, Mr. Trump has gone to some shocking lengths, seemingly, to either help Putin or give him some cover. He's questioned U.S. intelligence, given Russia information that government officials say was highly classified, urged the FBI to drop its investigation into Michael Flynn's contact with Russia. Then he fired the FBI director. And he's made it clear to Putin during a face-to-face meeting that he wasn't going to punish him for what he did. Instead, he's discussed partnering with him on cybersecurity matters. And a deeper dive into the timeline specifically surrounding Donald Trump Jr.'s meeting with a Russian lawyer during the campaign paints an equally troubling picture of what happened and perhaps why it happened. In early June, after Russian hackers penetrated the DNC and John Podesta's email accounts, but before it was publicly known, Trump Jr. was offered a meeting with a Russian lawyer he was told was part of a Russian government effort to back his father and, quote, incriminate Clinton. A mere 4 hours after the date and time of that meeting was confirmed, Mr. Trump, as candidate, is teasing that he's got dirt on his opponent.
I am going to give a major speech on probably Monday of next week, and we're going to be discussing all of the things that have taken place with the Clintons. I think you're going to find it very informative and very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So now we now know that it's 2 days after those comments that the Trump campaign ends up meeting with the Russian lawyer. And it's right after the meeting's apparent conclusion that Mr. Trump is tweeting, quote, where are Hillary Clinton's 30,000 emails that you deleted, unquote. Just a few days later, the first batches of emails hacked from the DNC do begin to drop. And of course, the floodgates open. At the July convention, there's that bizarre change to the top of the GOP platform, making it a bit more Russia-friendly on the issue of Ukraine. And then there's this.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
When the Trump campaign is at its lowest, on the day of the Access Hollywood tape drop, they get WikiLeaks, which Trump uses with gusto on his way to victory. And then there's the U.S. intelligence assessment on that same very day, by the way, exposing Russia's effort, which then prompts a criminal investigation, which brings us back to today. Sources tell NBC News that the president was consulted on his son's initial statement about his meeting with that Russian lawyer. That statement has proven itself to be a brazen effort to at least mislead the public on what actually happened. In short, Donald Trump Jr. emails and the subsequent 3 days to get the story straight may give special counsel Bob Mueller two major pieces of evidence. Evidence of a willingness to work with the Russians and evidence of a willingness to cover up the extent of that contact. And that, like this entire timeline, may now end up being crucial evidence against the Trump team. Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes.
My favorite part, the part I laughed at, was that Trump was going to work with Putin on cybersecurity.
Yeah. I lost my shit when I read that the other day.
It would be like if Trump was working with, I don't know, the
Jared Fogle on child safety.
We're going to work on with ISIS on terrorism.
Mitnick on hacking.
That's pretty outrageous. Just that sentence. Yeah, like so. I think you're just looking at it through a blue lens. Everything he said there looks pretty bad. The only, it looks bad. You know, I don't understand.
Yeah, I picked it because I thought it was factual.
This Russia, all these Russian connections are what bother me. Everybody was like, oh, but he's unprofessional and he tweets this. And I'm like, who cares?
From the get-go, you've always been like, you know, like there's a lot about Trump I can forgive. The Russian thing has you concerned. Like you've always said that.
Yeah, I don't care for it. This doesn't sound as... I'm trying to figure out what... This doesn't sound super dark and evil, like they were like Trump was in a dark room with Putin, like cooking up conspiracy and promising favors in exchange for it. What it seems to me is what we knew before the election, and it was that the Russians want Donald Trump to win because Donald Trump's foreign policy concerning them and what they're interested in is more favorable to them than Hillary Clinton's.
More than that,
just based on campaign speeches.
I'm pretty sure Trump had a good relationship with powerful people in Russia for years just through his business, right? Before he was a politician, right? Like that whole thing, I'm trying to get my
Does he have
details
like
right.
Hotels and casinos there?
Well,
or am I thinking
He
of
hosted
something
the Miss
else?
Universe there
definitely
with Putin.
Yeah, he had the pageants there.
Yeah.
And apparently he got loans from a Russian billionaire. And it's funny. So the Russian billionaire would give him loans. The Russian billionaire's kid is a pop star. And Donald Trump appeared in his son's music videos saying, "You're fired." They did like an Apprentice thing. And so
wait, what's the name of this song? Because I need to check this out later.
I don't know. I did see the section of the video, though. And basically, it was like the end of The Apprentice where he's like, "This is terrible. You're fired." And then like it kicks into the song or something. I don't know. But so, yeah, Trump had connections with Russia because of his business enterprises that go around the world. And I think, maybe having powerful people in Russia was part of why they liked him. And then, like Kyle said, there's another prong to it where Hillary wanted these no-fly zones, and Hillary had a long history of not getting along with Russia. But
my fear, the thing that's inexcusable to me and my leader would be if I felt that someone from some foreign power had some pull or some sway over him as to the decisions he makes regarding us and what we do. I want all of his decisions to be like he said they would be for the betterment of the U.S. Like forget about this globalist stuff, forget about this country and that country, what they think. When you see them pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement, for example, it's like he didn't care what anyone thought. He thought that was best for us, or he wouldn't have done it. And I read the other day, and I'd love to get this fact checked. They said that regardless of us pulling out of that climate treaty or not, that we are still going to meet all the requirements for it because of our reduced emissions anyway. Like that we were going to hit it regardless of where we say we're going to hit it or not.
I've also heard that even if he wants to pull out, it takes so many years to pull out that he potentially, if he doesn't win re-election, that has no impact what he wants.
Exactly. Yeah. There's so much shit like that that they fill our heads with,
and
it's not even. I feel like
could be
even the liberal news organizations, which dislike Trump and have a vested interest maybe in like booting him out of there, or at least waving the flag for hating him. Man, I wish they'd stick to the facts and the things that are really important.
I thought this video
substantial. This did for the most part.
One thing about this one that's incorrect is when they said in 4 days after this, he said, "I'm going to give this speech and and get all this stuff on Hillary." That speech actually never happened, which like that speech of like the promises that he was going to dish out, that speech never came. Which does kind of bolster the point that they didn't get any information out of it. But that doesn't mean, I don't like the argument people are making on the right now of like, oh, well, it's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's like, well, but like, yeah, it's not illegal, but it may not be illegal, but that doesn't make it ethical. And when you say, oh, well, Hillary did this with the Ukrainians during the election, it's like, okay, but if you're drawing that comparison, didn't you hate when she did that with the Ukrainians during the election? Yeah. Or are you saying that is bad and what he did is bad too, but because we both do bad things, it's totally a wash and it's cool? So I don't like that at all. And if there is any Russian shit, I want it delved up. I want it dug up. Like, I think everybody, or most people do.
It was, there's nothing here, there's nothing here, there's no evidence, there's absolutely no evidence. Now they've moved the goal line to, well, okay, there's evidence, right? Donald Trump Jr. himself released his own emails that said, "I love it" with regards to colluding with the Russians. Now there's evidence. Now the question of did the Trump campaign collude with the Russians is answered. That they did.
It's a matter of whether or not Trump himself knew. Well, the fact, the collusion thing's interesting because I was listening to Ben Shapiro talk about it.
But
he's an attorney, obviously.
There is evidence, but the second part of it is, was it illegal? Right, because the collusion is done. That question is answered. Is there anything to criminally charge these guys with? They did it, but is it against the law?
My understanding is that collusion doesn't. Okay, well, collusion isn't a legal term, first of all. So there's no way to be guilty of quote collusion.
You would need the crime would be a conspiracy,
isn't something that's a specific crime. It would be conspiracy to commit a crime is what Donald Trump Jr. would get for that, I would think. But it's not collusion, I don't think, unless they actually got something from them. But even then, I don't know. And it's difficult because I'm no attorney, but I was trying to understand what Ben Shapiro was talking about, saying that
you specialize in video game law.
Well, this is a bit out of my depth. It's not in that kind of collusion. But this, I don't know. I just don't like you're right, the moving of the goalposts with it, where it's like for so long it was nothing at all happened with Trump, Putin, or whatever. And now something like this becomes available. Yeah. And people are like, well, but even if he did, go, even if there was no collusion and he did go there with, quote, intent to collude, he clearly, like, I would still say there's an argument that there was not collusion, but you cannot make an argument at all that there was not intent to collude. He went there thinking that there was going to be information that he could use, that he could get from the Russians that would hurt Hillary Clinton. But the thing with impeachment is, like, if the Democrats get control of the House, they could push an impeachment through because, Trump was skipping his morning bowel movements. Like they don't need an actual, like, criminal thing there for impeachment. And so, like even if there's no criminal,
Bill Clinton.
With him getting he got impeached for lying.
Donald Trump does not need an impeachment proceeding, because I guarantee what would happen is the same thing that happened to Bill Clinton. We would get to it and we'd be like, you know what? There just never was any actual evidence that Donald Trump conspired with the Russians to do this. However, turns out he laundered money and fucked bitches and swindled Romanian charities and a lot of stuff that he wouldn't, because the scope of that.
Poor Romanians.
Whoever he fucked over.
Bill Clinton, by the way, because a lot of people listening to this were probably young when it went down. Bill Clinton, and to some extent Hillary, benefited greatly in these real estate investment deals. They had these real estate investment trusts, and like zoning would change, or like for whatever reason, the properties they bought would get tremendously more valuable, and then they would sell them. And they're like, what the, like, this is a lot of luck. Is it perhaps that he's using connections in high places to rezone the property and make them more valuable than when he bought them? But they couldn't get him on it. Probably guilty, but couldn't get him on it. And then they started looking at Hillary Clinton's cattle future investments. She invested $1,000 and turned it into $100,000. Woman doesn't know anything about cattle, but she buy these cattle futures.
In the pudding, Woody.
she bought these
like
futures.
You don't know anything about cattle.
That much is true also.
Hillary Clinton spent generations right in the heart of cattle land.
So she would invest and like she would bet that the cattle get more expensive and win. Nail the top, bet that it would go down, win. Nail the bottom, bet that it would go up. Don't know how she did this, but she turned $1,000 into $100,000 grand. Couldn't find anything illegal. Couldn't find any records. Couldn't find whatever. And then eventually, this like investigation that just went anywhere found that Bill Clinton was fucking and getting blowjobs by Monica Lewinsky. Stuck his cigar in her and all that fun stuff. You know what? That's just Woody talking. I think he fucked her, but that's just me.
You do not go from blowjob to cigar insertion to fucking. Cigar insertion is definitely the third step in that triage. Like you're fucking them, and then
I'm doing it wrong, guys. Doing it wrong.
I never thought about the cigar insertion. Like it always seemed weird to me, but I bet, hear me out here, you totally get a buzz from someone sticking a cigar in your vagina, because like just absorbing the nicotine through the tobacco leaf, just having a cigar in your mouth, like that's what Schwarzenegger does 99% of the time. Is he chews on the things because you're absorbing the nicotine straight from it's tobacco wrapped in tobacco. So
yeah, but then you're a disgusting animal with leaves all over your teeth.
To wrap up what happened to Bill, eventually they found him having sexual relations with Monica. I think the specific lie he told was that he didn't have sexual relations with her, or that he wasn't.
Woman?
Yeah, with that woman, or that he wasn't having with her.
Definition is.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
And then he got convicted of lying under oath, and all of America was like, well, some of America hated him, right? Because half America hates red and half hates blue, but then other people were like, yeah, he lied, but he lied about cheating on his wife, like.
It wasn't the
he
sex
wasn't gonna come right out and be like, yeah, I fucked her. Blew a big load on that blue dress. Get that out here, baby.
Does someone have their phone near the mic? Is it even me? I don't know.
I'm here. I'm hearing it.
I'm hearing it as well. My phone's far away.
I'm getting a few text messages from some bitches.
Oh, it could be Kyle then. I'm not getting it.
You're going to tell me that sexy little intern comes into your Oval Office and you're not going to stick a nice Cohiba in her cooter? I doubt it. I very much doubt that. I very much doubt that, my friend. And that depends on what the definition of is.
So anyway, I told that whole Clinton thing
funny.
because there could be, Mueller might be chasing Trump in the same way, right? He might eventually come out and be like Kyle said, he swindled some Romanian charity and, you know, now he's unfit for office, or who knows where it will head.
It could be anything. You could find out that he raped a woman. You could find out that he's bisexual. You could find out that one of his sons is illegitimate.
He likes golden
when they
showers.
start, when they open up that grand jury thing and they start being able to put anyone even mildly connected to this man on the witness stand, and if you tell a lie, they can put you up on perjury charges. Oh man, they really get to the bottom of things.
Can you imagine the earthquake of everyone if in a couple days Trump came out and was like, you know what, I've been inspired by my good friend Caitlyn Jenner. And I've decided to come clean. I've wanted to be Donald Dina my whole life. And I've decided that now is the time. I'm the most powerful woman on the planet, and frankly, the first woman president.
Girl power.
It's like,
girl
people
power.
would have to be like, you liar! And they'd be like, he can identify however he wants. He's like, oh, well, nah.
Oh, that'd be great.
When Democrats suddenly like him.
Like,
that is the funniest timeline possible. Like,
if Donald Trump was a transsexual, oh, I would love that so much. I would do whatever it took to make it happen if I had any voice or any way to make that trigger happen, because you're absolutely right. He is hated by he is reviled by the exact same group of people who defend transsexual rights and transsexualism to their last, right? They would not know what to do with that.
And to be clear, I'm keeping my penis. I'm in my mid-40s, you know, or mid-70s.
And he's loved by people who couldn't tolerate it at all. So it would really flip things. But he might be right. He might be able to do anything, including shoot people on Fifth Avenue, and they'd still love him.
The point isn't who would like him or hate him. The point is how many people it would upset at the same time, because people would be like, we voted for this cock? You know, and then at the same time,
if that was his kink, if he was actually a cock.
That's not true. That's not true. He's not actually trans. That's not. Well, you're erasing his identity. That's not. And then they have to retreat to a safe spot. It'd be hilarious. Think of how upset people
wearing
would
his
get.
pantsuits like Clinton. He gets some big fake knockers, long
He probably
wig,
has knockers.
Just like his daughter, same hair. Take Ivanka's hair, or not Ivana's hair, throw it on him. It's Ivanka. Yeah.
Ivanka,
I can't believe. Yeah, it's weird. She's so goddamn hot. I know every Trump conversation eventually leads to me like staring at his incredibly hot daughter. She's like in her 30s, something like that, right?
She's like 37, I think.
Because she doesn't have a dick.
I mean, I think she's
into guys with dicks, but she's beautiful, right? You know, but I don't look at her and think that I don't see people that good looking every day.
I don't see people that good looking every day. She has incredible symmetry. She has an amazing body. She's like movie star all from top to bottom. Like just the maintenance it takes to keep a human being at that level all the time is like a normal person's salary. Just getting her hair, makeup, nails done, keeping her waxed and primmed and pricked, like all that pricked, whatever she needs to
I'm
to
sure
make her
she's getting
look
plenty of pricked.
Yeah, pricks and
that's why she is so attractive. When they were children, she stole the soul of Eric Trump, and that's why Eric Trump looks like a weevil. You know?
Looks like he saw
But it
Voldemort
turns
or
out Eric
something.
Trump is the smart one compared to Donald Jr.
Eric Trump seems like the one in all this where, like, when he's standing behind him at those things, he's like, oh, I just kind of, guys, I really just like doing the business thing. Why did we have to, why did we have to do this?
We had a good life.
Yeah. I saw Eric on the
still
show.
have a
I
great
listen
life.
to the Sean Hannity show sometimes because it comes on my talk radio channel at the time of day I drive often. And he had Eric on. This is back during the campaign. He had Eric and I think Ann Coulter. And regardless of how you feel about Ann Coulter, she's a very well-spoken woman. Like you don't listen to Ann Coulter speak and think, what a dumb blonde. Like you don't get that impression. And he held his own with her. Yeah, she gets abused a lot for her looks and stuff, and in a way that a liberal never would. And Coulter's kind of a cunt, let's be honest. But that aside, Eric Trump held his own with both Sean Hannity and her speaking on the air. And I remember thinking back then, like, God damn, he's a lot smarter than his dad. God, if his dad could talk like this, there wouldn't be so many people rising up. Eric Trump, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Donald Jr. is the one who I guess is a doofus. I haven't heard him speak much, but Eric Trump, the really fugly-looking one, the one that,
good speaker,
like with the teeth and the hair and everything. Very good speaker. Excellent. Very eloquent.
What does Barron think about all this? Let's get him in the mix.
No,
at this point, just fucking make him the ambassador to Spain. Fuck it. Why not? Why not? Because apparently we voted for the whole fucking Trump clan because we're just throwing new ingredients in the mix.
I'm okay with
I am not. I don't want the whole Trump clan apart. I don't want Ivanka doing shit. I don't want Eric doing shit. I don't want Donald Trump Jr. doing shit. I'd be more okay
with it if they were qualified. Like we keep saying it. Wouldn't you hate it if Chelsea did it, right? Doesn't Chelsea have like a PhD in international relations from Oxford? I read that on the internet. I'm sure it's true. If that's the case, then like I guess I don't hate having Chelsea in the position, right? But these the Trump kids, they don't really have international relations experience. They've got some real estate experience.
That's not. So they do have that experience, and I don't think that's important for what they're doing. But I think the reason that they're good. The reason that it's good to have them there is because Donald Trump's our president. If it was anybody else but Donald Trump, I'd be like, get his fucking family out of there. But what we have here is a super hyper inexperienced politician. It's clear every step of the way. I mean, even at like bill signings, it's clear this guy's out of his depth. And I think it's important that you have some people near him that he trusts who are clearly smarter than he is and at least better at like going out and figuring out how something should be done. I bet Ivanka and his children have whispered something in his ear so many times that it saved all of us. That, oh my God, can you believe he just did that? Oh yeah, I bet they are putting fires out everywhere, and we're getting the improved Donald Trump.
His name is General Mattis. I think he does that all the time. I bet that everyone seems to respect that guy. I bet he is. You know, Trump is offloaded like national security to him. It appears, and that's probably good. I'd rather have him doing it than Trump.
Did you see him like dominate his? Like he was the only person from either side of the aisle during all the past few years, like depositions and hearings and everything, where everyone, it seemed, was like, "Do you see Mattis's part?" They're like, "Yeah, he fucking killed it." Like all of that, they were like, "What do you think about this and that?" And they tried to trap him in something, and he was like, "My job is the military. The military is in an excellent position right now, and I'm doing everything to maintain that. You'll have to direct that question to someone whose job it is to answer it." And it's like, oh, he did everything but look at the camera and go, they've vastly underestimated the amount of power I have in this administration. They think that Steve Bannon, that fat retard who sits in his own room with that Napoleon painting, has all the strings. They're sadly mistaken. And then he turns back. That's exactly what Mattis seems like. I like him too.
Yeah, it appears that he's lived an honorable life and has nothing to hide and just does his job. And I mean, until I'm proven wrong, that's what I'm seeing.
Yep.
Yeah, I like the mindset you get out of guys from the military. It just seems like they're very. There's just some of them, sure. I mean, there's rotten apples in every bunch, right? Depending on no matter what group you're looking at. But I like the way that the military guys look at tasks at hand, because the tasks that they always had at hand were kind of do or die, and when they take that into the civilian world or something, it's an interesting perspective. And just their regimented way that they live their lives, I suppose, has to help them be more successful afterwards. Of course, you see plenty of examples of that not happening. But I like the guys
everything has equal importance, right? That's the military mindset. Is everything has equal importance. It doesn't matter if it's a mountain or a molehill. You get out there, you do it, you complete your task, and you move on. So you don't. It's
funny you said, because that's the aspect of some military guys that I find frustrating. Like, oh, back when I was in the military, like I changed oil in this, and I was responsible for, 50 oil changes every day. And without me, the machine came grinding to a halt. And this.
Oh,
and that.
Don't I know it?
And it's
grew
like
up with a dad who was a coolant tech on a.
funny,
ship,
yeah.
So yeah.
And it's like, all right. Like, look, I don't mean to, not celebrate our military, but you worked at the Marine Jiffy Lube, and like.
Exactly. I totally get you. My dad's like, I carried them coolant tanks day and night up and down them stairs. It's like, dude, you could have been replaced with a conveyor belt for $500. Come on, let's be honest.
Yeah,
man. But like, despite not getting the glory and like going into battle or something, if you were in World War II and you got drafted and they said to you when you got on that boat getting shipped over to, you know, the UK or wherever you were stationed before you went into mainland Europe, and they were like, all right, we got a rifle here for you, we got your pack, but we also need someone in the loading bay. Would you rather carry boxes of bullets back and forth all day? Like, what do you think in your heart of hearts you would have said?
I've got two answers for that. Me that you're talking to, I don't know. It's a tough decision. I think I like to think I'd want to be on the front line, but it might be hard to turn down the safety opportunity. But I know this, 17, 19-year-old Woody on the battle, like fucking go.
Yeah.
Like, can I have a motorcycle and a Captain America shield? Because I'm all about this. That would be what young Woody would have done.
Yeah, I think I'd probably stick with the safe job, but the same thing. I can't speak for my younger self because I was never really that type of a personality when I was younger. But I think I'd take the safe bet just because all I would think about right now is, God, the only thing I'd be good for out there on the front line is laying on a grenade. that's about all I'd be good for right now in my current state of states. But yeah, if I was like in the prime of my life and I was like, oh my God, go get her testosterone, and I was like, oh, you can be alone all day walking back and forth on this deck for the next 6 years and be relatively safe, or you can be out there with all your comrades, you know, having good times and bad times and everything. I think I'd probably go for the higher energy experience.
That's what I like to think. I mean, I'm not as old as you guys. I'm only 26, so I'm closer to that, you know, testosterone-fueled late teen age when you would be most likely going to World War II.
Yep.
But I feel like at that age, there's a reason that they want you joining the military at 18 and 19. It's because you're full of testosterone, you're full of, you know, vim and vigor, and you're ready to fucking go.
And your brain's not developed, and it's more easily manipulated.
Yes, you're more easily forced into a new, you know, regimented existence than you would be if you were 32 or something like that. So I'm pretty sure, just like most guys that age, I would have been like, oh yeah, put me in the action at 18 and 19. But man, I don't know. It would be what we're saying, Kyle, is I asked if you're going over to World War II and you have to answer not jokey or you can't, I don't give a fuck, like in your heart of hearts, like your real heart,
Serious.
Would you, if offered a job at a loading bay to carry boxes back and forth for the duration of the war, or you can go fight, what do you think you would have chosen?
I'd probably taken the loading bay. Depending on what the fighting was going to be like, I would take the loading bay. Because
keep in mind, this is like 18, 19, Kyle.
Oh, I want to go blow some shit up, man. I want to get on demolitions duty. Like let me be the guy who swims out and like blows the bridge up. I'll drown, but it'll blow.
We've now revealed why you can't drink till you're 21, but you can join the military.
Exactly. Fuck it, exactly. Give me that composition B.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a specific age at which you start putting everything together, and you start to become cynical. And as you get older and older, you become more and more cynical and self-preservationist. I wonder what that exact age is, like average across everybody. You know what it is? It's probably 21. That's probably like the apex, or 18 or 21. That's probably why the age was picked. They did all the consensus, and they were like, that is exactly the moment in which you wait a day longer, they start putting shit together.
I think that's a problem, though, because I think that there are people who at 12 years old have that, and I think there are people who are 40 years old who will never have that. You know, like, and that, I mean, is like, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, like common sense. That's what people in the South always call it. Like, whenever somebody's a fucking moron and you can tell they're never going to be a moron, you don't say, like, that guy just has a low IQ. Hey, you're like, no common sense. Like, he couldn't look at this situation like all of us could and see that hole he's about to step in. He had the loading dock job all shown up. He sewn up. He could have like lived right there near London, out of the bombing zone, just loading crates of American supplies off for the Tommies. But nope, he wanted to go fight in a trench somewhere, and his feet rotted off. And now he's that's him. No feet, Larry. You know,
that would be an even worse one to have to make the decision about World War I, because before you get there, you don't even know that you're in a trench. Like, you have no idea what war is like until you get there.
Like,
because,
like, ride out onto the plane and take out the Kaiser.
Exactly. Yeah. Those people, when they were said, like, all right, you're going to go to war and you're going to fight the Germans for the first time, and like, first time, like, just stay tuned. You know, like, it's coming back around. You know, there's a sequel to this. But
have you ever
they were imagining in their head, like, riding on horses and like ducking behind trees and that kind of shit. Like, they had no conception of like machine guns and being in a trench.
Now, right? We got like pictures of battlefields. We got satellites. We got planes that are untouchable from missiles from the ground. It's like we have so much intelligence. We pretty much know what we're walking into to minimize casualties. Like back in those days, like they didn't know. You could walk out on a battlefield, there could be 1,000 guys over the next ridge. You didn't know.
World War I was horrible because you had old school tactics mixed. You had old school tactics in World War I mixed with new school weapons like the Maxim machine gun and gas and artillery, and mortar fire and all that stuff. Have you ever seen Legends of the Fall with Brad Pitt?
I haven't.
So it's Brad Pitt and like his family living on a ranch just prior to World War I, and one of the brothers is super patriotic. The U.S. hasn't entered the war yet. They just keep reading on the papers at dinner at night how like the English are struggling, and he's like, I'm gonna go. And the dad is he's the guy who plays Hannibal Lecter. It's slipping. Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins is like, no, don't go to that stupid wall. And like finally the son's like, no, I'm going. And so Brad Pitt, who was always like a wild man who was raised by like an Indian friend of his father's, and he's like an outdoorsman. He kills a bear when he's a child. No, he cut the bear attacks the child, and he slashes at the bear and cuts its thumb off. And he's always got the bear's thumb on a necklace. Brad Pitt's like hardcore motherfucker #1. Like long flowing hair Brad Pitt with a six-pack. Like I wanted to fuck him. And so they go to World War I, and Brad Pitt's like, can't let my little brother go, without someone to look after him. So he goes. And so they get over there, get separated. He's been trying to protect the brother the whole time, but the brother volunteers for some sort of messenger duty, like sending a message across enemy lines. Long story short, gets exposed to gas and trapped in the barbed wire. And the brother's out there like, help, help, all tangled in the barbed wire. And before Brad Pitt can like ride in and save the day, they machine gun the brother down, just decimate, da, 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 da. And Brad Pitt just falls upon the enemy and kills like 2 or 3 of them with his bare hands and goes crazy. He just loses his fucking mind and devolves back into like the Apache guy who raised him and all of his war, like Indian war stories. He takes he can't get his brother's body back to camp, so he cuts the heart out, cuts his brother's heart out, puts it in a box and sends it back home. And he's sitting there with his hands covered in that heart blood and like gore. And he goes, and puts it all over his fucking face, puts it all over his fucking face. And he leaves the camp where everybody else is. And he starts walking out into the battlefield. And at night, face painted, he's going from foxhole to foxhole, killing Germans with a knife and scalping them. He comes back to camp covered in gore with scalps all over him. It's super hardcore. It's great. And that's not like the penultimate moment of the movie. That's not like the peak. That's like, and that's the show. Nah, we're just getting started. Like
I done already wrote it down. I'm gonna go watch it.
Like the Fall.
Yeah, that sounds. I've never even heard of this movie.
There's
Is
a
it good, Kyle?
I liked it a lot. I haven't seen it in a while, but it's a good movie. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Kyle can lay out a story.
It spans like their lives. Like it starts off and Brad Pitt's a child, and at the end Brad Pitt's a grown man on like his second relationship or something after a war, and it's a coming of age kind of story and that family, and it's good movie.
We need to talk about something. Game of Thrones comes out on Sunday.
Boobies.
Yeah.
Oh, this Saturday, sneaking up on us.
Porn you can watch with your wife.
Sunday.
Yeah.
So 4 days, 3 days, whatever.
So the day after this goes live, Game of Thrones is coming out. I have watched every like spoiler and theory and such that I can find, because you know what, I fully recognize if for people who don't like that stuff, who don't want anything, like hints of what's to come. But for me, I feel like it helps me keep up with the story and stuff. Sometimes I feel like I didn't get every aspect. Sometimes clues are subtle. And I don't mind having someone else help me find them all. So, yeah, I am down for Game of Thrones. They made me wait way too long, as I covered. Practically 2 years older since the last time they showed me an episode. And, yeah, dude, freaking Game of Thrones is coming. We're going to see some Daenerys actions, some White Walker actions, some the last week I just finished watching season 6.
All the hits, all the greats.
Greats.
Daenerys. Timon.
Isn't Daenerys starting for the Lakers this year?
No, Jared Snow.
Jared Snow, as you call him, and Sansa are like having kind of a battle for who's king of the North.
So Lannister.
I don't even know who's so seriously is that it?
The King Slapper.
All right, what is Daenerys?
The little fellow, the Ink. Yeah, all your favorites. They're coming back.
And her twin,
the Mother
Jason.
Dragons is walking around half naked. I will watch every episode.
I don't hear any
CGI tits.
The Ant of Dragons.
You'll get no more Mother Dragon's titties. I would take a bet on that. I'll take another bet, and I don't want to derail this Game of Thrones. We're going to keep going with Game of Thrones. But Woody, if you'd ever take a side, I think McGregor fights another MMA fight. I would bet that he will fight another MMA fight because of Conor Productions, because I think he's going to negotiate with the UFC for a whole lot more money and get a bigger piece of the pie. But Game of Thrones is coming. You're absolutely right, and I am crazy stoked. I watched all of last season this week. So I'm pretty up to date on the thing. There was some remembering to do. It's been 18 months or something like that, some awful amount of time. So I needed that catch up. I needed to remember where all the pieces on this big chessboard are, because that's what it is.
How much I liked Lady Mormont.
Right? Yeah. Bravo to Lady Mormont, the most hardcore motherfucker. Yeah.
What did Taylor say?
It's a shame she died.
It's a shame she died in real life. The actress who played her.
Oh,
you're talking about the young girl, Lady Mormont. I was thinking of the Queen of Thorns or whatever the hell.
The Queen of Thorns died.
That old lady.
She died.
The actress who played her died.
Her name is Lady Mormont also.
No, I was mistaken. Lady Mormont's the young bear girl who.
Yeah, she leads one of the houses of the North and Mormont, I guess, and not only was she there to commit her troops, even though she didn't have that many to offer, she was in it with her heart. She also gave a rousing speech that led to Jon Snow become the King of the North.
I love that speech. I love that, because it's not so much a speech as it is her throwing everybody else under the bus. She's like, "You, Lord Manderley, you refused the call."
Yeah. But no, more than that. Like, this happened to you.
Your father was skinned alive by Ramsay Bolton, and still you refused. And she just goes around the room doing this, and then finally that guy stands up. He's like, "Lady Mormont speaks harshly, but truly."
Yeah, she called out everyone on like cowardice. Like they skinned your uncle alive. You refused. They ramsacked this. And you refuse the call, and this, that, and it's just like, yeah, she's calling these motherfuckers out, and she didn't refuse the call. She could say what she wants, even though she committed like 38 people or something. But hey,
and even though like she's not doing any fighting, like it's easy to be like if I were like a crippled lord and like my legs didn't work, I would have no qualms whatsoever being like, "Hey, Stephen of House Smith, pussy." Big, fat, simpering, wet-lipped pussy. You're not sending anyone after our enemies. You, John of House Crimbin, whatever. Your sister got raped, and you basically watched. You probably liked it, you little bitch. Like, that kind of stuff. Like, and then they'd be like, "Oh, Lord Taylor speaks harshly, but truly." They'd be like, yeah, I have no problem bloviating because I'm not doing any fighting. I'm going to be in a comfortable chair in the back. Like you guys are the ones up in the... So that, I don't know. That's what bothers me about any of those fantasy or medieval shows where like the king or lord or queen or princess or whatever like shame a lot of actual soldiers when it's like, you don't got to do shit. It's like me going to like a garbage men strike and being like, "And we're going to pick up the vomit, and we're going to pick up the homeless feces, and we're going to do it with a smile on our face, aren't we, fellas?" You're not going to do any of that. You're not going to help us with any of those things. And you're kidding. I don't know.
Did you watch the Behind the Thrones? I think they call it like after each episode, the makers of the show give you like 3 minutes. They recap a segment of an episode and they say, "This scene was very important. We looked at all the other medieval battles that had been on screen, and none of them really showed a sense of the craziness of it and the scope of the battlefield, and we wanted to do something better." When they were talking about the Battle of the Bastards episode in particular, I didn't watch that last year on purpose. I saved those for now. So after each episode, I get those, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's like new content. All right, keep it coming. Tell me more." Lady Mormont, she's like 10 years old or something. They did an exceptional job casting that little actress. She comes off harsh and cold and like someone who knows what they're talking about. She delivers those lines well, someone else could have ruined that part, and it could have been another Sand Snake-like moment where we're like, and then they got that kid. When is the kid gonna come back on screen? Fuck! I hope that kid's not on screen. But this actress is so good that when Ramsay and Jon Snow like meet each other before the Battle of the Bastards, and Jon Snow's like, Well, your men want to fight for you when they heard you wouldn't fight for them. You know, throws all that shit down. Lady Mormont's over there on her horse, like scowling like a mother.
She's got the sourest look on her face. Just like
screwed up.
I saw preview shots of her from the upcoming season. Not a spoiler. I like that she still looks like Lady Mormont. I was totally ready for her to go Bran and all of a sudden be like, you know, like, oh yeah, it turns out she just hit puberty that year. Now,
but I am but a 9-year-old boy.
yeah.
What am I to do? You're 6 feet tall. It's like, you've got a beard. You know,
she to me looks pretty much like she's supposed to. You know, like
I'm gonna go on a limb here and say they filmed that last year. Like they intentionally filmed her parts ahead of time, like knowing that, right? Like
I would. Or do you know that?
I'm going out on a limb here, there, so I'm guessing. But if I were a show creator, I'd be like, that 9-year-old girl's probably gonna mature a little bit in the next 18 months. Let's get her stuff on screen now.
Yeah, these girls are
supposed to mature in the show too.
She's gonna have titties next year. I mean, all those hormones and chicken and stuff.
You guys are.
What are you guys like? What are your actual? What are your actual predictions of what's going to happen? Because I know you had a couple, Kyle, and because the predictions, they're not spoilers.
All right, so Daenerys is going to land. I think Daenerys's like main foil is going to be that his name sounds like urine. Yeah, it's Euron from the Iron Islands. The Theon's uncle. I think that they're going to have to fight the people in the Iron Islands. I don't know the geography of Game of Thrones well enough to know if that's even a possibility, but the Tyrells have joined that army, and Dorne is going to join them as well. So you definitely got Cersei on one side, the Iron Islands on one side, and then you got pretty much everybody else on the opposite side with the Night King and the Dead Men kind of off to the side, not even really involved yet, right? So I think what's going to happen is humans are going to win in the end. I think the Dead Men get extinguished. This is a happy ending show for the most part, at least for the humanity in Westeros. But I think we're definitely going to get a shot where Bran takes control of the dragon. That will happen. I would bet anything that will happen. Bran will take control of the dragon, and he will burn so many White Walkers and like these crazy passes as he's breathing fire down that it's going to be great. That will happen. I think that we're probably going to lose a lot of main characters. Tyrion could easily go. The Khaleesi could easily go. Jon Snow will not die. Jon Snow is going to live on, even if it means him ascending to some, like, you know, evolving to like his 4th stage and becoming light or something. Jon Snow is not going to just like take a sword and be out of the picture and no more and no longer doing any good. Cersei's dead. And I'll tell you, I guarantee. I don't know any inside information, but I guarantee her brother stabs her. There's just been Jaime's entire story. Too? Jaime Lannister. Jaime's entire story has been about this moment where he stabbed the Mad King and how nobody understood so that he was doing the right thing and that he's not a dishonorable man. It's going to come full circle. He's going to stab Cersei in the back. He's going to stab her and kill her. There's going to be a moment where you think Cersei has won it all. Jaime's going to kill her. So that's how I think things go. Cersei's defeated by Jaime one way or another, like maybe right at a moment where you thought she was going to win. The Mountain's going to do some crazy shit, get killed by his brother. Tyrion could easily die. Grey Worm's probably dead. Missandei probably dies. That freaks Grey Worm out. He goes on a massacre, like 300.
This is a lot of
Grey Worm or Melisandre. Like, I don't care about either of them at all. If Tyrion, Arya, or I was going to say Jon, but you're right. Jon's not going to die. Jon's going to come out on top in all this, or in like a penultimate episode of the whole series, he's going to sacrifice himself, and then Daenerys will be the sole person of it all. But one of those two things will happen. I'm totally on board with your Jaime prediction. I hadn't considered that before, but it's fucking brilliant, and it's full circle. That's going to happen. Well done. If Tyrion dies, I'm going to be upset.
The fortune teller said that she was going to be killed by her younger brother.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Oh, you're right.
Did he?
But everybody assumes. No.
Yeah, she did.
Everybody assumed at the time that was going to be Tyrion.
Oh yeah, I was attributed that to Tyrion. So I guarantee Jaime kills her now. Yeah, Jaime's gonna kill her, bitch.
Yep.
If Tyrion dies, I'll be very aggravated. Like Tyrion or Arya could end up dying. I think chances are higher that Tyrion dies than Arya, but that would suck. Because those are the best characters in the whole fucking show.
I think Arya. Oh no, Jaime's gonna kill Cersei. I'd love to see Arya do it though.
I think Jon's going to die first.
Arya
No
lives.
way.
You
The,
think-
I think the White
Like, how
Walkers
much
are going to
do you-
get through the wall through some mistake that Bran makes. I think that's going to happen.
They're coming. He can't stop them.
I think Daenerys is going to land on the shores of whatever, Westeros or something. And for like the umpteenth time in the show, will be dramatically weakened for some reason or another. You know, all her boats will catch fire. The Dothraki will drown. But I think Daenerys, because right now she's like OP. They're going to do something to bring her back down to the level of power that other people have, where it's more of a struggle. Jaime's going to kill Cersei, but that won't happen this season. That'll happen next year.
Yeah.
And I had a couple more. I don't know, but I'm really looking forward to it. We'll see what comes of it. Oh,
Jerry,
I
do you
think
not watch Game of
in the
Thrones at
long
all?
run, Jon Snow, of course, will be the king of the seven kingdoms, and Sansa will be queen of the north.
Oh, I like that.
I do watch Game of Thrones. I just haven't seen it in like 2 years. So I'm like surprised at the memory that's going on here, this display. I'm like,
We're really
care.
into
You
it.
guys
A
are
lot of
on
us
it.
have
This is
watched
like
season
your-
6 as a refresher to catch
this
up.
is your soap opera. I can tell. This is like your soap. I got it.
This is one of them.
I think that we have an appropriate level of interest.
Fair enough. I would never
Clearly.
challenge that.
Yeah. It's not like I have a room of my house devoted to the show or something.
I'm just sitting here and it's
okay?
like meow, meow.
I mean, if I had a map of Westeros right behind me, you might have a case.
Yeah.
If I had
This
a
guy
Stark shield hanging in my house, that might be different.
Well, had I known that this was reading ahead of time, I could have taken the refresher course, guys.
This guy doesn't even know about Essos.
Yeah, I think Euron's not going to play a big role. I bet he gets smacked down pretty early.
Euron has 1,000 ships. Euron has as big of a fleet as the Khaleesi does,
But-
or very similar.
Even
Khaleesi's
bigger.
not going to partner with him, and her dragons are going to take
Oh
him out.
no, she's not going to partner with him. She's going to have to do battle with him. That's her
Maybe that's
first.
the event that puts her like power index in line with the rest of Westeros.
That I would agree with you on the power index if this were last season. But the thing is, like, because they've done it a couple of times, she always gets OP and then has to be nerfed a bit. But like this time around, like against the army of the dead, she might just be about right. I feel like if you go Khaleesi versus army of the dead, all right, I think we got this. We got 3 dragons. We got 50,000 cavalrymen from the Dothraki. And we've
Dothraki
got
screamers.
and we've got the Second Sons, and we've got a legion of the Unsullied. We should be able to take the dead men on now. But you're right. Something's going to happen between then and there that I think will dumb her down a little bit, and then she's going to have joined forces with Jon Snow. Jon Snow doesn't have an army right now. See, that's the thing about Jon Snow. He's just up there in Winterfell. He just lost what he had. He had a 2,000-man army that was mostly wildlings.
Well, it got a little bigger
They're
because all those
decimated.
people, because Lady Mormont shamed them all into having.
The whole North has joined with him. You're absolutely right. I
Yeah.
take that back. All the houses have come to him, the Mandaleys and the Glovers and stuff. I didn't take that into account.
'Cause
You're
no
absolutely
one
right.
answered the call. Yeah.
Jon Snow's the king of the North. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Littlefinger is going to be a fucking real fly in the ointment this season, I'm afraid.
I meant to call out. He's going to die in the next 2 years. I don't think he lives to the end of Game of Thrones.
No, he doesn't. I would agree with you there.
And I bet it's Sansa who leads to his death. She's been manipulated him over time. She holds him responsible for the raping that she suffered at the hands of Ramsay Bolton, and I bet that she gets her comeuppance and orchestrates Littlefinger's death.
I
I think
agree
he
with all
dies
of
when
that.
he's doing his character voice badly, like he tends to do, where he's Irish in some scenes, and then in other scenes, he's just, well, I suppose that's off the table as well. It's like that's not what you sounded like 2 seasons ago.
Charms for me.
You didn't sound like that at all. Like, does that bother anybody else in the show? Where Littlefinger goes from Irish sometimes to just saying things like this, where he ashes. I don't know. It's like a watered down Sean Connery, in sometimes. The veil is mine. You know.
That's pretty good Sean Connery, I thought.
Those are my favorite SNL skits. The ones where they have Celebrity Jeopardy, and you got what's his name playing Sean Connery. You got
Will
a
Ferrell?
stego mustache and your greasy hair. Will Ferrell's like, as we said before the show, there will be no ethnic slurs.
I don't understand it. Like, why is Sean Connery supposed to be so stupid, and why does he hate Alex Trebek?
I think the point was that they were doing Celebrity Jeopardy, and they just decided to make him incredibly irate and cruel to Trebek and racist, and they made what's his name that does the fucking who was the other
We almost
the guy with
lost
the
Jimmy.
hat. He's got the hat on. I don't know why they made it. Just because it's funny. You know, I don't think Conor is a racist or like belligerent or anything, but he definitely hates Alex Trebek.
Yes, he does.
So I'm looking.
Let me tell everyone about these PKA hats.
Yes.
Last week we talked about we had 100 of those to sell in a limited run, and Chiz has informed me to head over to hats.painkilleralready.net to get one of the new hats. Last week began this promotion, and before the end of Saturday, we had already sold out of the 100 limited run. So we're going to extend that, and now it's an additional 50 hats. So make sure if you wanted a hat to go on over while we still have some to go. They're super high quality, and we've got really fast shipping to our European listeners compared to other merchandise manufacturers. But a lot of people are complaining that they didn't get a chance at a hat because they're not Patreons. They don't get the show early like those guys do. So 50 more for you guys.
That's a good idea.
49. Thank you very much. 49.
You're getting one from my own personal supply.
Yeah, you signed that sumbitch, man.
This motherfucker.
Draw a dick on it or something. I mean, whatever.
You're into that.
I remember one time I was at some
things.
gaming event and I signed somebody's Xbox. They like took the front cover off and brought it. And I was like, that's pretty cool. I want an Xbox signed by Woody's Gamertag. I don't know why I thought that, but I was like, oh, wait a minute. I'm Woody's Gamertag. It's not cool at all to sign your own Xbox.
Now it's just vandalizing my own thing.
Yeah.
I go to a LAN party in Portland, Oregon every once in a while, and people always bring in their sides of their cases and have me sign them. And it's weird now because now I go there, and it's like you walk around, and it's like, every aisle has at least 1 or 2 cases of my signature on the side of it. And now it's bizarre being there for some reason. Like it's weird being there now that my signature is like proliferated across this room of 500 computers. It is kind of cool.
Now people are buying
like
used computers.
What's that?
I said now people are buying like used computers and being like, why did this asshole write his name on the side? Like, what is wrong with that?
I actually signed it both ways. I always put Jerry Berg and then I put Barnacles underneath it.
Nice.
Is they're one in the same. So I'm not that creative to have a separate character.
Woody, you had a Woody signature, right? That you worked on. I feel like I remember you saying something like that. I might be just making something up.
What I'd write is control the engagement and then like underneath that dash Woody's Gamertag or dash Woody. And I got pretty good at my handwriting's awful, right? But I can write that well. And if you sign like a T-shirt or something, there's some planning that goes into it. You can't just like make a 6 or something. Like maybe you can, but I would go and make sure that like I held the shirt properly. I could write control the engagement neatly, even on a T-shirt. So that was all I really ever figured out.
That must be good arm.
My shit looks different every time I sign it, so I'm pretty sure it'll never be authenticatable. I don't think any 2 signatures look alike.
So Kyle had... Oh! You think McGregor's going back to the UFC?
Yes, I think McGregor will go back to UFC, and I think that because I see on that poster behind him, and he pointed it out as well, he's got Conor McGregor Productions or whatever it is, something like that. So I think he's going to go... Yeah, he is. He should be, because not for what it is right now, but for the fact that he got it up on that poster right next to Mayweather Productions and right next to Showtime and all that shit. That's a big deal. I think he's going to be able to negotiate for a bigger piece of the pie in the future. And I think he'll be okay. I think it'll keep him involved. Like he'll fight for $10 million, even if he's worth 100. I think he will. I just think he will. If you tell him to go out there
last time, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like Mayweather fought against Pacquiao for something crazy. I'm going to call it $100 million. I don't know what it was. And then he went up against some guy I don't even know, like Cuccio or something. And I think he earned, $10-15 million because not every fight's Pacquiao.
I don't know about his pay-per-view numbers. He calls, I know in boxing the split is a lot different. So like if we make $300 million, then 125 million of it's probably going to, or then 250 is probably going to the fighters, and only 50 is left over for Showtime. UFC is kind of the opposite of that, it seems. You could argue which is a better money-making venture. It seems like the UFC. I remember it was just a couple of years ago. I remember Dana White defending himself on UFC from people who were showing him boxing pay-per-view. They were like, look at your pay-per-view numbers. Steadily going down every year. GSP is gone. Like, look at these boxing numbers. Mayweather just did this. And it looked bad because UFC was going this way and boxing was going this way. And Dana was like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what the fuck. And, of course, that's what he's going to say, whether he saw it coming or not. But then, like, 3 or 4 superstars later, and about, 5 gigantic UFC events later, like, they're killing it. Boxing is suffering. It's the complete opposite now. McGregor is the biggest combat athlete in the world. He's bigger than Mayweather. He is the A side. It's certainly at these promotional tours, and that is completely beyond discussion. Like when he goes on the count of 3, say "fuck the Mayweathers," and you hear 20 out of 22,000 people go "fuck the Mayweathers," it's clear who's like the A side at that event.
I think you're right. I think Conor is the A side. I don't think he's getting the A money, but for what Conor, it's weird. He negotiates with the UFC really well, breaks records and stuff. But with Mayweather, he just seemed to roll over. And like, oh, what gloves do you want? That's fine. Well, more glove detail. That's fine. How long do you want the rounds to be? How big do you want the ring to be? Mayweather got everything he asked for. It seems. Conor feels like the fighting part of it is not worth negotiating, and I wonder if that leads to his downfall. We'll see. We'll see.
Is his 100 millionaire downfall?
Strong point. Strong point.
Next on VH1, How to Be a Winner.
Yeah.
I just let him beat me up for a little while now. I'm with 100 million.
He kind of took a reprieve from the UFC, and he's like, watch their numbers. He's like, you see if I'm the draw. See how they do when I'm gone. They've hardly had an event I'm excited about with Conor gone. And it's John Jones is gone, and Ronda's gone, and
John Jones is coming this week. Jones Cormier.
Okay, John Jones has been gone, and Ronda's sort of gone, and Conor has been gone, or maybe gone for good. So they lost some stars, but UFC does this all the time. As you just mentioned, when GSP left, that was his biggest guy. Chuck Liddell retired. They always seem to be, hey, your biggest star is old or left, and there's a new one coming.
Yeah, there's always a fresh group of people. I can't make it. What was the girl who won? The girl who beat up the girl the other day, and the loser shat herself. I just stumbled.
Oh yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, I watched a previous weigh-in of her, and god damn, she is fit. She they pose off. She gets up there, takes off her clothes, and gets on the scale and flexes, and then she turns around and gives him the ass shot. She's like she's a model, like first the front. And now the back. And she's got a big old booty. And the crowd's like, woo! Yeah! Yeah! Just whistles and stuff. And her opponents are there like, God damn it. And and this is the same chick who was on the mic last week, a little beaten and bruised, although she'd won the fight. She's going like, yeah, I'm just not young enough and pretty enough, I guess, to get promoted the way some of these other people do. And I was thinking I think you are. Mm-hmm. Her name's Ferris or something. But in any case, she was very fit.
I never thought Ronda was as hot as the rest of the world seemed to.
Did you see her vagina from the Sports Illustrated leaks? I was about to show you her vagina on my phone, but
already looking for it.
Weigh-in Ronda was amazingly hot. I thought she was.
Sports Illustrated, this is from the Sports Illustrated shoot, but they just don't crop out her pussy.
Oh, what website is that on? I mean, there's so many.
You want to go to? I start with Bing. You turn that safe search off.
Dude, Bing, man. Bing is the engine for that.
Image search Ronda Rousey Sports Illustrated leak. And there are 3 images. 2 are side boob with a little nipple, and 1 is full, straight on, vagina.
All right, well, I'll check it out.
Of course.
I'm obligated to.
Still searching. Oh, I found one, but it's not a very clear view. I definitely
found the edited version.
Mm-hmm.
Safe search moderate. Oh, that will not.
Safe search is off. Huh? Is she sitting on a tree?
Nope, she's standing. It's the one where it's purple and blue in the background. She's facing the camera flat, straight on.
This is all just stuff painted on her, so you can tell she's naked.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is now.
Well, you guys wanna call it a show?
Not before Woody sees her vagina, right?
Yeah, we gotta get the reaction. I'm still looking.
Oh, okay. Oh, Ronda Rousey vagina. It's a suggested search.
Oh, is it really?
I should.
Yeah.
Ronda Rousey wardrobe malfunction. Uncensored.
I will. How about this? I will text it to you right now. This is the fucking ticket. What am I thinking?
Oh, Ronda Rousey vagina. Right? There's her suggestion.
I thought watching a scramble to find it was half the fun.
Yeah, whenever I see there's something like that, I'm like, let's just preserve this for posterity here in the memory banks of the old telephone. Yeah, I just sent that to you guys.
All right.
In case you're wondering, that does meet the Kyle vagina specification.
Oh, I'm glad you answered that question because I would have been curious. Well,
yeah,
I'm sure she'll be happy to know that her vag is good enough.
Oh yeah, hit me up, Rhonda. It's on. Like that'll do. I know that's what you've always wanted to hear.
That's what she wants.
That'll do. Well, for closing out, I want to tell everyone about a little podcast. What happens
Someone has
when
their phone too close to the mic.
That's me again. What happens when the best athletes in the world lose? The Secret to Victory is a new podcast from Gatorade and Gimlet Creative about how the best athletes in the world use defeat to fuel a win. Episodes feature Serena Williams, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Matt Ryan, J.J. Watt, Carl Anthony Towns, Kyle Schwarber, and the people that know them best. Visit Gatorade.com/podcast to listen now or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Awesome. Check them out.
All right.
Ooh, my phone just went beep. Attachment. And
before we give the final word on the vagina, Jerry, where can everybody find you in all your things?
You can find me over at barnerd.com or youtube.com/Barnacles1, whichever one you feel like typing.
Go visit both.
Out. Also over on Twitch, too. I stream.
You're going to lose.
I should mention that, huh? It's all
Barnacles. The writing's on the wall. You just can't read it.
Thanks for coming on and sticking around the whole time.
Thanks, no, it's fun, man. I love being on here. Good times.
It's good. Let's not take a 3-year break. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll just go 2 years next time.
PKA 343.